incidents. Sadly, we lost 7 of our own in 2020. Those 7 staff were members of Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services and passed away as a result of occupational illness. One of those members was still in active service. City employees have always played an essential role in making Vancouver a city that works for everyone. But today, in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, the importance of their work and the work of everyone on the front lines has never been more clear. While many of us are still working from home, essential workers continue to provide us with the critical services to keep us safe. The City of Vancouver is committed to creating safe and healthy workplaces so that everyone can go home safe at the end of their shift. We share this moment with the family, friends, and colleagues of those who have lost loved ones and feel this loss every single day. The Canadian flag has been lowered to half-mast across the city and the entire country today. And at 10:30 a.m. this morning, we will be joining staff across the city to observe a moment of silence to remember those who have been killed or injured in the workplace. So I'd like to go over the plan for the day. Following the updated guidance issued on December 4th, 2020, and further extended on February 5th, 2021, in-person participation for local government meetings and public hearings is not permitted under the Provincial Health Officer Order on Gatherings and Events. Therefore, speakers who will be providing comments to Council will be by phone, and a moderator will assist in patching the speakers through when their turn comes up. Speakers should follow along at Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss their turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to Council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on @VanCityClerk. I also want to note that the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind Council that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name or role or title. We have 4 items of business on today's agenda, 2 staff reports and 2 motions that were referred from yesterday's Council meeting. We will recess for lunch at noon and reconvene at 1 p.m. Should the business not be completed prior to 5 p.m. today, we will recess for dinner at 5 p.m. and reconvene at 6. Should the business not be completed by the end of today, Council members that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the City Clerk in final written form before the Council member introduces them. Please ensure the City Clerk has received your amendment before it is your turn to speak. As chair for this meeting, I'm suggesting for reports that have no speakers, no presentations, or consideration items, we adopt the recommendations collectively in one single motion. There are no speakers for presentation or a presentation for item 2, consultant for Granville Bridge interim design and North Loop's reconfiguration. And I'd like to ask, does any member wish to hold this item for debate or questions to staff?
Move adoption.
Thank you very much. So seeing, thank you very much. So the following has been, this report has been approved on consent. The consultant for Granville Bridge interim design and North Loop's reconfiguration. So we'll now vote on this item. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Yay. Any opposed? Great, thank you very much, Councillor.
I'm sorry, opposed. Can just please recognize that in the minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
Procedure Chair, we'd have to record a vote.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So we do have a one vote opposed, so we'll go to a recorded vote for that. So I'll ask the clerks to set up our vote, and you can go ahead, Council, and vote now.
Point of privilege, I'll need a vote vote assist in favor.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Vote assist in favor. And
point of privilege, Chair, I'd also need a vote in favor, please. It's the Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mayor. We've noted your vote assist in favor. Just noting, Councillor Dominato, clerks, I will need a vote assist in favor, and Councillor Dominato is not on with us right now. So we'll mark.
Chair, I'll take a vote assist in favor, please.
Is that Councillor Dominato?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay, so Councillor Dominato in favor. Great. So that's unanimous. Oh, that is, sorry, one opposed, Councillor Hardwick. And clerks, thank you. So before we begin on our next,
Sorry,
We're-
Councillor, or Chair Bligh, it's the clerk here. Just to finish off the vote, we didn't have your vote recorded, and we need to
Yes,
pull it up on the screen.
Yes, I would like a vote assist in favor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
It's just going up on the screen now, Chair Bligh.
Great, thank you. Clerks, I'm not seeing it on the screen, so if you just let me know when that's been.
It was up, it must have been the lag. So we just took it down. It was everyone in favor with Councillor Hardwick opposed.
Great, thank you very much. So moving on to our next item. So before we begin, I'd like to remind speakers that they have 5 minutes to make their comments, should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations, and may only speak once. Council members have up to 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item, we will go back through the speakers list of those who were not present when their name was originally called and provide them the opportunity to speak. This process is a pilot for the next few months. So the first item is decriminalizing poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives. Process update and recommendation. Council, please note that staff have submitted a memo which provides a correction to recommendation B in the report. On the line, we have Sandra Singh, General Manager of Arts and Culture and Community Services, to present this item, along with Mary Claire Zach, Managing Director, Social Policy, both available to respond to questions and also present the PowerPoint slide.
Just a point of procedure.
Let's go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. I just wanted to make sure that the memo had been publicly posted and that the change had been noted, not just the memo posted, but the change had been noted for the public.
Yes, I understand that it has, but I will, and thank you for the question, I will ask the clerks to confirm what's been posted to the public.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Chair Bligh, I can confirm.
Thank you very much. Okay, so moving on, we will hear from our staff team on this presentation. So over to you, Sandra Singh.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council, Chair and Council. As noted, this is a report back on Council motion decriminalizing poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives. And what's before you today are recommendations for staff on a process to come to those recommendations for community-led safety initiatives. The presentation has 3 sections. We're going to go through the motion and where we are with the various aspects of it and the recommended approach to doing this work, and then we'll remind again of the council decisions before you today. So on July 27th, 2020, council passed this motion around decriminalizing poverty and prioritizing community-led safety initiatives. The council motion included 2 main directions. One was to create a submission to the Special Committee on Reforming the Police Act, and the other was to develop a plan, timeline, and budget to deprioritize policing as a response to mental health, sex work, homelessness, and substance use, and to prioritize funding to community-led groups, nonprofit societies, and others with the experience and training to deliver harm reduction and safety initiatives in these areas. And the balance of the directions in the motion were in support of those 2 primary outputs. Direction D, directed the mayor to inform VPD of this intention, and it's our understanding that this has been completed. Direction E was the creation of the submission to the special committee, and that's underway, and it will be submitted to the special committee by the deadline of April 30th. So the focus of this report today is on the balance of the recommendations, which is to come to those ideas and recommendations to council for prioritizing community-led safety initiatives. And in response to recommendation or direction A, VPD has already created a submission that was received by council, and we do anticipate that further information as this work progresses will be requested of VPD. As a reminder, the budget to advance this motion and the work on this motion was approved in December of 2020. And that funding became available to staff in January of 2021. I do want to acknowledge that it has taken us 4 months to bring this process recommendation report to council since that budget approval. The challenge we have and continue to have is the limited staff resources and social policy and the many important council directions we have received and ongoing operational pressures that need to be addressed, which directly impact the team who would normally be the lead resource on a motion such as this, and other staff who would also normally be engaged. And I've just kind of presented a list of some of the initiatives and council directions that we're continuing to advance and some of the operational pressures, such as the downtown Eastside Street Market. And I just highlight this because we do recognize that the work in this motion is critical and timely, and we're trying to advance it as swiftly as we can within our existing resources. So in terms of, as we move into the details, in terms of how we approach this, I want to clarify that we're keeping the title of the motion as a key scope reminder. This is about people who are living in poverty in Vancouver, and we're staying very focused on the direction to develop the recommendations to deprioritize policing and to forward community-led responses. For this reason, it's important to note that the work described in this process recommendation is not expected to result in a broad community safety plan for Vancouver. As a preliminary research exercise, the report identified interventions and jurisdictions outside of Vancouver that have had the intention of the outcome of offsetting criminalization by providing an alternative to calling the police, investing in community programs and resources that prevent crisis, adopting policies or frameworks that decriminalize health and social issues, or a combination of the above. The staff's jurisdictional scan, as well as those created by other cities such as Toronto and Edmonton as they pursue similar work, and other academic researchers that have also undertaken scans, will be provided to the recommended panel that we're putting forward in this report for review during the work of creating the recommendations. Through the scan, staff identified that local governments have taken a variety of different measures to co-develop with and engage communities and organizations in developing approaches to achieve the same outcome of redirecting work from policing to community. We highlight 4 examples here, and as you can see, they range from staff-led work in consultation with community to joint community staff, police task forces to direct grant calls, and so there's a variety of different approaches that emerged in the jurisdictional scan. In addition to looking at what other jurisdictions are doing, we also always have to take a look at our local context here in Vancouver. So what we recognize in Vancouver is that we have extensive experience in our community services sector. We always try to forward the people with lived experience as key to developing appropriate recommendations in our work. We need to recognize the overrepresentation of Indigenous people across all determinants of health, including homelessness. We need to recognize the gendered impact of poverty on women, sex workers, two-spirited LGBTQ+ and gender non-binary people in relation to increased risks of violence and health issues. And we have strong network organizations who also have an interest in this work, such as the Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Committee, community policing centers, and business improvement associations. And we also now have the benefit of learning from other jurisdictions who are 6 to 8 months ahead of us in this work and whose processes are now resulting in recommendations or moving into early implementation. So taking the jurisdictional scan and our assessment of our local climate here in Vancouver, we're proposing a 2-phased approach that recognizes the tension between the need to take the time to do the work well and the urgency to develop and implement recommendations. So we're recommending an assertively timed process that is in part independent of city administration and provides the opportunity for a range of perspective and ideas to be considered in the development of recommendations, and also enables some staff analysis and consideration of the recommendations. So we are proposing 2 phases. The first phase involves the creation of an arm's-length community panel with diverse experiences and expertise to help develop the recommendations to council, or to develop, rather. And a second phase that involves staff analysis of these community panel recommendations to develop implementation recommendations to council. But I do want to highlight that even though we're suggesting this 2-phase process, that the relationship between the community panel and staff is very cooperative and interdependent. The community panel is at arm's length from the city so that it's free to do its work and make independent recommendations. but it would be supported in its work through a staff resource group who can provide advice, information, or guidance as needed. And further, the resource group would continue to liaise with the community panel as needed during the second phase to ensure that their intentions and aspirations and ideas are correctly understood during the implementation process, or the implementation analysis, and that we would connect with them before making any final recommendations to council. And I just want to flag here as well that it's important to note that while the community panel recommendations and staff implementation analysis are expected in a timely manner, many of the issues resulting in police interactions are systemic or structural and can't be resolved immediately through funding alone or even at our local government level. So the work started through this process will hopefully create an important foundation for discussion, potential partnership opportunities, and advocacy with senior government. And also, we need to recognize that the work of the Special Committee on Reforming the Police Act may result in changes that supersede some of the recommendations of this panel as well. So in terms of the recommended panel, the scope is, again, very focused on the council motion as articulated. And within that context, the proposed panel would be asked to develop recommendations regarding community-based or non-policing alternatives to response to mental health, sex work, homelessness, and substance use, and to identify and recommend programs that prevent crisis and reduce police interaction, and further to identify new policies, frameworks, or guidelines that decriminalize health and social issues, and ensuring that any intersections and conflicts with legal jurisdiction or legislative responsibilities are also recognized. In doing so, the panel would be requested to review various information sources and data, including undertaking community engagement and synthesizing all of the information to develop actionable recommendations for consideration by the city. And in terms of engagement, we would ask that the panel engage the community directly. We do believe that all Vancouver residents should be able to provide information, recommendations, and input into the panel for consideration. And we do recognize that community engagement should also very closely focus on the equity-seeking groups as per the motion, and would actively seek to address the barriers to engagement to ensure that we really do hear what we need to hear in this work. The panel would ensure that organizations named in the motion by council receive direct contact from the panel, as well as other organizations who may be related to the deliberations of the panel, such as organizations that work in mental health or harm reduction and other spaces. And the panel would be requested to engage with council advisory committees that have associated mandates. In terms of functions and authorities, the panel could also engage in other activities as noted on this slide. For example, the jurisdictional scan that we conducted was robust, but it's not exhaustive because the landscape is always changing. So there are many programs and approaches out there that we did not highlight in our scan that the panel may want to look at through their deliberations, and so may invite representatives or request further research. It will also be important that the panel recognize the validity of a variety of data and information sources, including experiential data, and particularly from those groups with lived experience of the issues. And the panel must also use an intersectional lens to inform their decisions, as we know it is so important across all of the work that we do at the city. The proposed composition of the panel is outlined in the report as well as here on the slide. We're recommending that there be 11 community members representing the diverse backgrounds and experiences, including those noted in the motion, specifically sex work, homelessness, substance use, but also ensuring Indigenous community representation and racialized community representation. Within this 11 community member group, we recommend that one of the appointees be from the Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Committee, that an appointee come from the business improvement associations and that represent that group and liaise with that group, and a representative from the community policing centers. And as you can see through this, when we refer to community member, we mean this in the broadest of senses. Community member could mean an individual or service provider representatives. So in addition to the three named organizations, MVAC, the CPCs, and the BIAs, we do expect to see community service provider representation in this group of community members, including service providers with diversity of experience, such as mental health or harm reduction. We also recommend 2 community policing experts to be identified by VPD, but who are not employees of the VPD, an academic researcher identified through a community process, and then 2 co-chairs to lead and facilitate the panel. This is a fairly large group, but we think that diverse representation is important. And there's a balance here between the size of the group and the need to advance recommendations assertively. And we're also trying to develop a process that can fit within our allocated funding. I won't go in detail through the approach to panelist selection that's detailed in the report, but that's also, it would be a mix of self-identified representation from the identified groups, as well as through community facilitated discussions and an open call. In terms of the role of panelists, we anticipate that what they will be able to do is to contribute their knowledge and experience gained through direct firsthand experiences and knowledge of the issues, to work respectfully and collaboratively with each other, and if representing a group or sector, such as MBAC or the BIA or the CPCs, to liaise back with their representative group on a regular basis to both share information and inform the panel's deliberations. The role of the co-chair is, co-chairs are really important. This is going to be a very diverse group with very diverse thoughts and opinions and ideas and expertise. And so they're going to be called upon to facilitate meetings of the panel, working toward development of recommendations and ensuring that all panelists are heard and respected in their contributions. And so we're anticipating co-chairs that have experience facilitating large groups with diverse perspectives with good results, and specifically the ability to navigate conflicting views and work through consensus and decision with respect, care, and understanding. We also would require them to have understanding and recognition of the variety of issues, including systemic discrimination and racism and structural inequities, and how to effectively respond to these. The community panel is anticipated to conclude its intense work in January 2020. That's when we're by the latest by which we would hope to have recommendations. But we would request that they stay engaged with staff through the implementation analysis. And once we move past implementation recommendations and into actual implementation, we will need to consider how to stay connected with the panel, but we would propose to work out through those details in the future. The work described for the panel is substantive, and we recommend that the $300,000 approved in the 2021 budget to undertake the work of coming to recommendations be directed to support the proposed panel with several key supports. There's remuneration for the panelists presented in the report, as well as a variety of supports from presence of elders at meetings down through to writing supports. And so we would work to arrange those for them. They would also be provided with administrative liaisons and supports. As I noted, there's a staff resource group comprised of staff from the city, VPD, and VCH. I do want to note here that it's important that the health authority input into this motion is critical because significant interventions or responses will require partnership with health. And we just want to recognize that given the COVID response, this is an unprecedented health crisis and has required their focused attention, and we need to be mindful and respectful of their work on that as we move forward. And we would liaise with other ministries, with provincial ministries such as MCFD or social development and advanced education training as needed. Finally, when the panel recommendations are received, which we anticipate by December or January, then we would move into phase 2 with the staff analysis, and we would seek to bring back recommendations to council. This timeline is very assertive. In our discussions with other jurisdictions that have convened similar types of processes, they've likewise worked assertively within a timeline similar to this. So we're optimistic that this timeline could be achieved. There's a bit further breakdown of detail here in terms of the proposed timeline and when the broader community engagement activities might be taking place, and recognizing that the report of the Special Committee on Reforming the Police Act is anticipated in April or May. So before council today request to consider 2 decisions. One is that you approve the proposed approach that we've described in the report in this presentation, and that you direct the nominations subcommittee to review the staff recommendations for community panel appointments and bring forward recommendations to council for decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sandra, for that presentation. So we will now move to questions of staff, and I see we do have some councillors on the queue to ask questions. So I'll start by advancing Councillor Boyle for up to 5 minutes questions of staff.
Thanks, Chair Bligh. Actually, I wanted to ask the chair if it's possible to move to hear from speakers first. I'm conscious, I suspect we all have questions, and that's easily an hour of questions, and there are a number of speakers waiting. So I wonder if we could hear from them first and ask questions of staff from council after the speakers.
So certainly you can move a motion to
Okay.
you can move a motion of that nature. Yep. We will have to have a council vote. So if you'd like to move that motion, we can go to a vote.
I would like to make that motion. Thanks, Chair.
Okay.
Second, Swanson.
Okay, we are in committee, so we don't need seconders, but thank you, Councillor Swanson. So we will move to a vote to forego questions of staff at this stage, listen to speakers, and then there will be a chance to ask questions of staff after speakers. So I will ask for council to consider that and vote now. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, hearing none, none opposed, we will move to hearing from speakers, and thank staff for the presentation, and we'll come back to you for questions after the speakers. So we will now hear from speakers on this report. All speakers will be heard by phone, and a moderator will assist in patching the speakers through when their turn comes up. Our first speaker is Eris Nix, Executive Director, Coalition of Peers Dismantling the Drug War. And I will ask Eris Nix to come off of mute and join us.
Eris Nix, your line has been unmuted.
We'll just give Eris a second to.
Hello.
Hi. Okay,
Hello?
we can hear you. Yep, we can hear you. Thanks for coming to speak to council.
Me?
We can hear you. Can you hear me, Eris?
Oh, yes.
Okay, great. You have 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Honorable Council, Your Excellency, how we doing? You know, like on most of the things you do here, I'm going to be an other on this one because as far as I'm concerned, this report has no bite. Staff call this assertively timely, but I'm not sure spending $300,000 for people to sit around talking about what to do for a year is very assertive. A friend of mine told me that you guys only have the capacity to hear three things at once, and that everything else I'm going to say you will ignore. So here are three simple words to keep near and dear to your heart when you're approaching this problem. Abolish the police. Now's probably the part where you're going to stop listening to me, I'm sure, but His Excellency Mayor Stewart said it himself. Vancouver's police budget has increased 70% over the last 10 years, growing from around $200 million in 2010 to $340 million in 2020, and makes up over 20% of our operating budget. With the exception of some forms of property crime, crime rates in Vancouver have generally fallen since 2000. Might we ask why the police need more money? Of course, you can come back with the same old retort of the squeaky wheel gets a stick, but maybe it's that we, yourselves included, are actually afraid of the police and the power they hold. Perhaps the saddest thing is that we let the police have the most power when it comes to dictating their own budget. I think Juvenile, who may have been some sort of, offender, I don't know, said something like, who will gourd the gourds themselves or something. I don't know how that's relevant. My point is, there are a few of us that sleep next to a copy of Nixon's Law and Order speech that could pigeonhole me as an advocate for violence and anarchy. But I do believe that we have grossly overestimated the impacts of having undertrained and over-militarized colonial throwbacks, arresting vendors and throwing away people's homes, and massively underestimated the impact that community support has in keeping ourselves and your property safe. Ultimately, I applaud the recommendation to take money away from the police and give it to community groups. However, I will believe this when I see it, as in actuality, it has been something you've shunned away from in your budgeting. To go back to His Excellency, quote, Council decided to hold the 2021 police budget steady, while at the same time boosting funding for community policing centers to $300,000 to enhance public safety, quote. Now, it seems as if you want to come back to the table and act like you're going to backpedal your endorsement of state-sanctioned violence in the next fiscal year, right? Again, call me crazy, and although I have mental health, and although referring a budgetary issue to an advisory committee may seem democratic, I've watched council shirk responsibility of taking action against such hard issues through Kafkaesque bureaucratic process before. Sometimes the simplest answers to the problems are the easiest. The answer here is to slash the police budget, not to have a conversation, like, let's say by at least 5%, and then let them sort it out. I'm sure I have to say this, so this is not RoboCop 2. You are not Omni Consumer Products, and you are not going to trigger a police strike that sparks an increase in street crime by preventing the VPD from hiring or paying any more officers at over $100,000 a year. Anyway, I know you're probably going to hear from a bunch of sad stories about how petty crime harms people from upstanding folks who sympathize with Travis Bickle and Taxi Driver, a character who is definitely sane and a good guy. These people probably can't wait to voice their support for the plan to de-omize Strathcona Park this and to install injection drug use triggered ejector seats into public toilets that. But indeed, if folks had safe places to urinate, defecate, and eat, although hopefully not in some awful city-sanctioned urine and feces food conversion plant, and other places to go because there was funded infrastructure and a clean and safe supply of drugs that could be obtained easily, and if the city had sustainable plans to give folks long-term places to live that they had a stake in, I really doubt that very many people would want to be stealing the fair citizens of this city's catalytic converters, drinking siphoned gasoline, pooping in public, and smashing in my Aunt Joan's window with ball-peen hammers. Anyway, as I've said, before, I'm just some crazy guy. I'm not so smart, and definitely I don't have any good ideas about what the problem is, or any way about thinking about this that's valid. So please don't ask me any questions. Please continue to ignore my emails. And as the first speaker, I'd like to say, enjoy the rest of the show. Thanks.
Thank you very much for coming to speak to council. You do not have any questions as requested.
I am sure. Goodbye.
Thanks very much. So next we have Sarah Bligh, Executive Director, Overdose Prevention Society.
Hi.
Hi, Sarah. We can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Oh,
to
you
speak
can
to
hear me.
council.
Okay. Awesome. Great. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today on Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh land. I support this staff report. I also think some more immediate action should be taken to support people on the front lines and people experiencing poverty and homeless. We speak to hundreds of people every day, and so I think we have a pretty good idea about what's going on the front lines and what's needed immediately. There's been an increase in violence in downtown Eastside. That's been we've spoken on many different community grassroots groups about this. And one of the issues that comes up is that homeless people generally don't call the Vancouver Police Department because they don't provide the protection that's needed. Like if you call the police on someone, then the person knows that, and it's a really big issue for folks. And then something doesn't usually happen. Not much usually happens, or the person gets out, and more problems are created for people, and more violence along with that. The homeless people in downtown Eastside generally don't trust the Vancouver Police Department for many reasons. There's some VPD that folks really trust, but it's in general it's very difficult to trust, just because some of the negative experiences they might have had throughout their lifetime. I would suggest immediately hiring or, adding community liaison for people to go to moderate sort of violence and concerns, people who know people in the community, peers that know folks in the downtown east side and how it works and who's who, and can maybe take some action between nonprofit providers when violence comes up and try to resolve that. I think that we've done a little bit of this work with some community members, and it seems to be really positive and working, and we're able to control some of the violence that happens with that. But I think it would be really great for the city to consider that this as an option. Also, I would suggest adding some folks to the street sweeps that happen every day that would be peer liaisons to go around with the street sweeps, just to ensure that, whatever's happening is in the best interest of homeless people. Because, again, every day I see, or we see and I hear about people who've lost a lot of their stuff, which includes mats and things to sleep on, or their clothing, or their possessions. And we have people that are really upset about that every day. So I think that would help at least bring a voice for the homeless people in that particular situation with the city staff and the VPD. I think that would be something that would be great to add to this. I also think that just making sure that all of the community groups, including Ops, we would like to be a part of any committee, if at all possible. So added to the list of folks that could be part of a committee. We see hundreds and hundreds of people every day, so we would like to. It'd be great to have a voice there, if possible. And I think that's about it for now.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Sarah. You do have questions from Councillor Swanson, so I'll advance Councillor Swanson.
Sure.
And Swanson, you have 3 minutes to ask questions of the speaker. Go ahead.
I have a couple questions. You said that you could actually provide some liaison to help reduce violence. Maybe if you could just elaborate on how you could do this, and maybe a cost estimate. And then the second question, to squeeze into 3 minutes, is you say that people lose their stuff on the street, and I wonder if you could elaborate as to how that losing happens.
Yeah. Well, the first one is we obviously we're an overdose prevention site. We see up to 700 people a day, and it gets busier during the summer. And there's been an increase in violence. And what we do is we really try to get to the root of the issue, because violent offenders usually come in and out. They pop in and out of jail, and if someone phones the police, then there might be more violence involved. So what we do is we try to get to the root of the issue and speak to, there's a lot of young people that are involved in this stuff, and we try to get to the root of the issue and come up with ideas and plans on how to make it so that these things don't become a violent situation. People generally don't use the police, so the violence it doesn't really deter the violence. So I think getting to the root of the problem is by, getting to know people, building community, and then also engaging them with people that they trust in their own community, and then trying to get to the bottom of it so that we can then resolve some of the issues on the front line.
You guys could do this if you had some dough.
Yeah, we could easily do it. We've got a few really, we've got some key people who we already work with in that capacity, but we would really like to be able to, elevate them and give them a title of, and an ability for nonprofits also that, that come to us or they meet, I'm in meetings with nonprofits that sort of talk about violence, and just have someone, or a few people who can just be able to, bring some concerns to the folks that may, be the cause of violence, and try and find resolutions within the community.
Just watching the time here. So
Okay.
When people lose their stuff, how do they lose it?
Well, every day there's a few street sweeps going up and down the street with city workers and the VPD. And I see it on a personal level, but also, I hear about it from folks every day about just stuff, their beds, all of their possessions being tossed into trucks and taken away. And there's a lot of video evidence around this. And so, at some point we'd like to present it. Go ahead.
Sarah, that's a 3 minutes, so I'll stop you
Okay.
there.
Yeah.
But you do have more questions from Councillor Weed. Go ahead, Councillor Weed.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'm interested in you talking a little bit more about the peer workers, and you talked about including them with the street sweep team. But yeah, can you speak a little bit more about where you think we could involve peer workers into programs to support? This motion talks about mental health, peer workers involved in supporting sex work. So just in the issues involved in this motion, how do you see peer workers playing a significant role?
Well, I think that people with lived experience really understand each other and where they're coming from on a level that you could not get an education to understand. It's just there's a way that people communicate with each other and can help each other through just the street knowledge that they have. Sorry, I can't hear you.
Yeah, and you think if
Oh,
yeah,
go
so I
ahead.
guess if we built up a program that included peer workers, you think that there would be people from the community willing to step up and take on those difficult roles to help with some of the safety and cleaning work that we were talking about here?
Absolutely. I really think, especially with the street sweeps, if you have someone there who can identify, the concerns of the person who is getting their stuff taken away, well, that's his mat and he's upset about that, or even document some of the situations, or even just keep an eye on the situation, just to make sure that, people don't get carried away. I know it's a tough job. It really, I don't agree with it, the way that it's done in general, but or that it even exists. I think that it could be done in a lot of a better way. But the fact that it exists, I think at the bare minimum, we should have peers, people that with lived experience that understand what the person that's homeless is going through. I think there's a real disconnect between city workers and the VPD and what the homeless person is going through being homeless. And so I think that folks can help with that, accompanying them and just helping, be a voice for that person and maybe be able to help that person get the things that they need at that time. And
Okay,
I think that would be,
yeah, I guess last one is, do you think that people with lived experiences would partner up with VPD to do some of these walks? Do you think that there's people that would be comfortable to ensure that we're doing things a bit differently here in Vancouver?
And just 20 seconds for your answer, Sarah.
Sure. Yeah, I think that, ideally, it would be a partnership with the City of Vancouver and I certainly wouldn't want them to be sort of held on the spot. But, I think that having them do the walks with them, just as an advocate for the people, not to take away items, but just to be an advocate for the folks, I think that, yes, people would love to do that. I'm sure of it.
Great, thank you very much. You also have questions from Councillor Carr. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks so much, Chair. Thanks so much for all your good community work and for taking the time to speak to Council, Sarah. Just a couple of questions. One, I did note that you talked about support, like basically support for this idea of the panel and your interest in your organization being on it, but also some indication of wanting some quicker action. Is that fair to say that you want those both?
Yeah. I think that I understand the panel. Bringing more information is good to City Council. The more information, the better, just so that you can make future decisions and be well informed about what exactly is happening from frontline community members. But there's also the folks that are on the front line that are, we're in a really desperate time here, right? So people are desperately in need of help right now and support right now. And with the, violence against people in the downtown east side, I think that it especially against women, there's been some increase of violence against women, and so I think, you know, some immediate action, if you could somehow put this into this staff report as a recommendation, that it would actually really be helpful to get some people on the front lines helping to deal with some of this immediate violence that's happening. You know, and that includes violence against people for taking their stuff away and throwing it in the dumpster. And so I think you know, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, thanks. I do have one other question, and my time is limited. Thanks for your patience on that.
Sure.
The panel is expected to undertake community engagement. In your mind, what would that look like? Who would the panel reach out to, for example, in that engagement? And would it specifically include, for example, residents in the local area, like the residents of Strathcona?
Yeah. Well, I think, you know, it should really reach out to everyone and be open to everyone for information. Obviously, you know, we're trying to, you know, with these panels, you want to, you know, make this, you know, the situation a better situation for everyone involved. But I mean, it really should focus on the homeless people who are really down here and they're having a really hard time. And really, we're dealing with a huge crisis on many different levels. And there's a lot of, you know, really crisis situation that's happening where people are in a lot of pain and trauma, and they really should come first. And the focus should be hearing from them and getting solutions from them. So, you know, finding solutions within, you know, and asking folks what they need, you know, to solve some of these issues is really a huge, I think you'll find a lot of the answers there with the people,
thank you very much.
by the people.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thanks so much. Yeah.
I have a question, if I may. There's nobody else on the queue. So, and I really just want to start by saying thank you for all the work that you do in the community. You've mentioned violence a number of times in your presentation and also in your response. And I have a question around ability to respond. So in a situation where violence can be escalating, how do you see that working as we try and consider other options in terms of how we respond to specific situations where there is a threat, let's say, to somebody's safety, and the unique ability for the VPD to respond quickly, and not to say that there couldn't be other options. I'm just wondering how you, being on the front line and day to day, how do you see that working?
Well, you know, we do a lot of violence de-escalation because a lot of people are living at, you know, at a very high level of stress when you don't have food, when you don't have a place to live, when you don't have clean clothes. You know, you're in a very difficult situation when you have to do survival sex trade in order to get, you know, drugs. Everything is really, you're at the highest level of stress that you can be. So obviously, you know, if you're meeting up with another guy that's at the highest level, there's going to be some confrontation. And I think, you know, making sure that, you know, we provide meals, we make sure that we try and provide everything that you could possibly imagine to just get people in a situation where they're not, as stressed out about some of their basic needs. But also, if violence does come up, we are very, very skilled in de-escalation, and so we train our staff in de-escalation, and I think we could do large training of de-escalation in general, and that really would help a lot with the violence. I mean, it's about connecting with people on a personal level, and you know, calming the situation down, trying to find some resolutions to the situation at the time, and right. Some alternate ways to deal with stress. So there's a lot of things that can be done. Yeah, sorry for going on.
Yeah, no, I have limited time. I've got my time going here. I just wanted to follow up to that. We talk about sort of root cause issues there, and I really recognize that is a big piece of this work. How the staff have recommended that provincial partners are engaged with as needed. How important do you think it is to have provincial partners, Ministry for Family and Children, a number of the different ministries that could support this work. How important do you think it is that they're at the table at this sort of initial panel committee in the initial conversations, given that I sense a lot of urgency from you that this get going?
Yeah. Well, I
30
mean,
seconds.
I gotta say, a lot of the violence is young people, young people who have been recruited to gangs in different situations that are, that have really had a difficult time and have this, the system has failed them, the school system, everything, and so really supporting them in different ways. But having, all levels of government and many different, even the schools, the VSB, getting everyone involved in sort of like, trying to figure out how to help these folks so that they don't get into these situations in the first place. Because really, a lot of these people that we serve are just young people. They look like kids to me, and and we do see. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry. It is my time, but you have answered my question, and I do really appreciate that. And those are all the questions for you today. We really appreciate you coming to speak to council. Thank you.
Okay, take care. Thank you. Bye.
Next on our list, we have speaker 4, Meenakshi Mano, a criminalization and policing campaigner, Pivot Legal Society.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, and I'll just note your time is 5 minutes to speak to council, and we will pause for a moment of silence at 10:30, which quite likely will be right after your presentation. So please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Great, thanks. Good morning, council members. I'm pleased to join today's call from my home in Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territory, where I live in the neighborhood of Grandview Woodlands. Over the past few days, I've had the opportunity to sit down and review the report prepared by Manager Singh, and thanks to her for providing it in advance of today's meeting. Alongside many other groups and individuals, Pivot has supported the work to decriminalize poverty and support community-led safety initiatives. And over the last month, alongside PACE and Dandu, we mobilized our supporters to renew the call on the city to divest from policing and specifically work towards non-police interventions that support people who are impacted by homelessness, the toxic drug supply, mental health distress, and those who are working in informal or criminalized industries such as sex work. Our most recent letter that was sent on March 11th included 3 recommendations. It was a bit of an update after several months of following the motion, and we included 3 recommendations at that time. 1, divest from policing and invest in community-based services. 2, provide and make available to directly impacted groups and organizations the expenditures associated with the decriminalizing poverty motion, which I believe was budgeted at $300,000. And 3, design permanent funding for programs that prioritize this work. So nearly 1,000 supporters used our email tool to contact mayor and council, and 50 organizations from arts, advocacy, harm reduction, community, health, social service sector also endorsed them. So I'm going to try and focus specifically on the report today, but happy to answer related questions following a moment of silence. So some feedback that I'd like to share, specifically one regarding stakeholders and committee participants. I really appreciate the careful consideration of historically and contemporaneously marginalized groups in this report. The communities that have been identified absolutely must be centered in the work to defund and divest from policing and criminalization. So as the report sets out, this is people living in poverty, people who use drugs, sex workers, people with serious mental health challenges, people experiencing homelessness, as well as folks at the intersections of Indigenous communities, Black and African diaspora, other racialized communities, gender and immigrant communities, residents with precarious status, people with disabilities, including hidden or learning disabilities, head injuries, gender diverse communities, non-binary people, among others. And I really support this work and appreciate that recommendation. And I appreciate that this report lays out ways to work with people in respectful ways. I note that these folks and relevant organizations and advocacy groups absolutely need to be centered in the plans that the city plans to undertake. There's a number of other groups that have been identified, and I have concerns about their role in this proposed committee. So in the report, the staff note that VCH in particular has a strong interest in the motion, but the role of the healthcare system in criminalizing and oppressing marginalized folks can't be understated here. Most recently, this was evident to me in the submissions that VCH made to the Special Committee Reforming the Police Act, which highlighted numerous partnerships that they undertake with police. And I think until VCH and other health authorities undertake the work to address systemic and structural racism within their own institutions, thinking of the report done by Dr. Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafond, they cannot be at the table, and they shouldn't have a role in appointments, recommendations, or unsolicited engagement with the committee. I also noted that the staff recommend 4 kind of predetermined roles, either appointed by the VPD, business improvement associations, or community policing centers. I think that this takes away from the roles that people who are most impacted by policing and criminalization would have on the committee.
Meenakshi, I hate to interrupt you, but we are at 10:30, so if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
Of course, we're just going to pause, and you'll have your timer has been paused. So if I can invite all participating in the meeting today to join in a 1 minute of silence acknowledging Day of Mourning. Thank you, everybody, for joining. We will continue with Meenakshi. Thank you very much for Meenakshi. You have 1 minute to complete your comments.
Okay, great. And thank you, Chair, for recognizing that moment of silence. I was just speaking to the role of BIA's community policing centers. I think that those organizations enjoy a close and often integrated working relationship with the police. And so I'm concerned about BIAs or community policing centers setting forth committee members, and I don't think that they should have an unsolicited role with the committee. And finally, I really do support the recommendation from staff to seek advice on community programs that prevent crisis and reduce police interaction ongoing. I hope that this can be folded into permanent reviews of the role of policing in Vancouver and future work to defund and divest from police wing. My last piece of feedback that I think is really important to hear is that this process does risk the very real potential to continue consulting people into exhaustion. And what I've heard from my colleagues, particularly at Vandu, is that people are tired. They are tired of kind of going all out in their consultations with the city and seeing very little change come forth. So I would like to see the city prioritize a quick start around this process, something that does an immediate funding of programs and initiatives that sets out ways to immediately reduce reliance on policing and criminalization, because I think we know people with lived experience are also being consulted to death.
Okay,
and it's not a good feeling.
Okay, I'm going to pause you there. You do have questions from Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson, up to 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yeah, the report says that the VPD is a leader in drug policy and points to their work on the Section 56 exemption. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Swanson. I think that statement is at odds with what drug users have been stating, particularly around the so-called Vancouver model of decriminalization. There was a letter released by Pivot, as well as the Canadian Drug Policy Coalition and the HIV Legal Network, that set out why the Vancouver model and the role of police in it is really undermining the rights of sex workers. The rights of drug users. And so, if we're intending to actually create a health-oriented response to dual public health crises, law enforcement don't have expertise in that area, and often are found to be working at cross purposes. So I think that, while they may outwardly support decriminalization, I've also seen feedback from folks like Garth Mullins pointing out that the threshold amounts that they've set out in terms of that Section 56 exemption are far too low and actually are potentially creating another kind of net to ensnare drug users in.
Okay, thanks. Another question. The report says that the information for the A part of the resolution, which asks the police to provide information on how much they spend in the 4 areas of homelessness, drug use, sex work, and mental health. The report says that's been submitted, that info has been submitted. Do you agree?
So I think it's been submitted in the report, A Community in Need, where the VPD stated that their annual costs were $1.05 million for mental health, $283 policing homelessness, about $4,000 policing substance use, and $0 on sex work. So we're looking at less than $5,000 annually spent by the VPD in the areas of homelessness, substance use, and sex work, which just seems unbelievably low to me. And perhaps they didn't understand that we were actually looking for figures around the policing of people who experience homelessness, the policing of people who use substances, and the policing of people who do sex work. Because the figures are, frankly, laughable when you look at the frequency of street sweeps, which Sarah Bligh was just talking about.
So we need an update there to get us some figures that really are accurate.
Absolutely. I mean, the idea that the annual figure for policing homelessness in Vancouver is $283, when we know that their daily sweeps downtown just makes no sense.
Okay, that's 3 minutes. So you do have more questions. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Over to Councillor Weed.
Yeah, thanks for coming to speak today. Recognizing you talked about making sure we're centering the right voices. In the 11 community members that are, if it passes today, will be recommended for the panel, I'm wondering if you can give me some indication of what type of community members you'd like to see on that panel, recognizing that this is something that'll come to the nominations committee, which I sit on. So I'm just wondering, how do we make sure we're voicing the right people on that panel?
Well, I think there's a couple of interventions that are identified in the report presented. So I think things like making sure people have stipends is good. That means that people who may not have income security can participate. I think, recognizing that 11 people, I know it's, characterized as a large committee, but it's hard to find 11 people who can directly speak to all aspects of this work. I would say go to the organizations that were identified in the initial motion. You're welcome to reach out to Pivot, and we can put you in contact with the other 50 organizations that have endorsed the recommendations we've put forth. I think that there's going to be a need to also convene something broader like town halls. And I do want to point out that I have concerns about the VPD's ability to nominate 2 people who they see as experts, because I think that, again, while they're not VPD employees, I don't understand why those experts wouldn't be identified by the committee based on their own needs.
Okay, thanks for that. It's very helpful.
Thank you very much. Those are all the questions you have today, but we do appreciate you coming to speak to Council.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the line, we have Speaker 10, Tanya Aganaba.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi there. We can hear you. You have 5 minutes to speak to Council, and I'll start your timer now.
Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Tanya Aganaba, and I'm a resident here on the unceded lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, representing Still Creek. I'm here today to speak not in favor and not in opposition of the process update and recommendations provided by city staff in response to the motion decriminalizing poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives. I say not in favor and not in opposition because I'm not really sure what is going to happen from this report that we've received. If this report is accepted as written, from my understanding, we won't actually see any concrete results other than these conversations or investments into any recommendations that have been made until sometime in 2023. And by that time, there'll be a new council and they will have the power to deprioritize any decisions that are made now. I want to thank city staff for the work that they've done because they do recognize it seems like they've grown a lot since this work began and that they've come to some realizations about who needs to be centered in this work, what kind of voices they need to hear from. But they mentioned a couple of times in the report that they were recognizing the urgency at this moment and understanding that no action will take place until 2023 kind of flies in the face of that. So for me, I think that there needs to be funding other than the $300,000 that is set aside for this work that is available for the folks who are going to sit on this panel to implement some quick starts that have already been mentioned today. This money needs to be, like I said, above and beyond the $300,000 that's already allotted to this motion. And as I said, will allow for some quick start of immediate recommendations. I also think it's imperative that this work is given a recurring line item in the capital plan that will allow for its continuation long after you all are gone and this moment is over. If the recognition of the diversity of stakeholders is really important to staff and council, and you do understand the impact of marginalization on folks' ability to participate, then I'm super confused why it's necessary to include on this panel folks who have very deeply ingrained relationships with the BPD and actually rely on them for their continued existence. I think this means removing representatives from the community policing centers from this panel, also removing folks from the BIA and the 2 BPD experts that were mentioned in the report. People are asking for autonomy and freedom to decide what community safety means to them. And we need to be able to do that without interference from those who have been instrumental in ensuring that the devastation caused by policing in our communities is not meaningfully addressed. Any panel that is convened should have the freedom and power to discuss and implement the defunding of the police and the reinvestment of those funds into community-led responses to violence and harm. I keep hearing today that the Vancouver Police Department is progressive, and I completely disagree. I just want to echo what Meenakshi said and what has already been said here today. What's happening on the street is very different from what you are hearing. They are not moving in the same direction with the same priorities as you as council members and as us as community members. And although they laud themselves as progressive, I think this belief in that is clouding our judgment when it comes to putting in place alternatives to supplant their power. Also, I just want to echo what's already been said about accepting the numbers that the VPD provided in their Our Community in Need report as gospel truth. I'm shocked that you believe that. I think it's ridiculous. There's no way that the VPD is spending $283 policing homelessness or $4,000 a year policing substance use. That just seems ridiculous to me. I'm curious to know how you are able to accept those numbers, and I'm even more curious to know what it feels like to know that they can override your decisions and priorities at any time. Relying on the police to be honest about what they're spending is a mistake, and they've shown time and time again that they don't really care about our priorities. So I would just like to highlight that the Defund 604 Network is launching a people's budget on May 1st to reach out to the community to find out exactly how they want to spend money, and I think that your focus should be on doing participatory budget processes like that, engaging the community, getting them to talk about how they would like to spend this money, rather than this panel of VPD friends and family. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You do have questions from Councillor Swanson, up to 3 minutes. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thanks so much for taking the time to look at this report and prepare your thoughts and tell us what they are.
Thank you.
I was just wondering, from your perspective, what would be the best thing that could happen with this panel and what would be the worst thing that could happen with it?
The best thing that could happen with this panel is that you scrap the inclusion of people who have deeply ingrained relationships with the police and focus on, like Meenakshi said, reaching out to the 50 organizations that have signed on to letters asking for city action, reach out to the organizations that were mentioned in this report and asking them who in the community they would like to see on this panel if they as organizations are not able to do it. Worst case scenario, we would be, we would have a panel that's made up of mostly cops and people would not feel comfortable enough to share what they really need to share. Best case scenario, we are really investing in building long-term relationships with people that last past this council and past this motion.
Okay, thank you so much, dear.
You're very welcome. Thanks.
Thank you very much for coming to speak to Councillor Tanya. Those are all your, actually, you do have another councillor who has questions. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby. 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for speaking to council. I have one clarification question, and I appreciated your comments when you said you were speaking in favor of support and had sort of mixed feelings about it. So this might be sort of maybe a simplistic or provocative question just to clarify. Would you, for example, recommend something as radical as not proceeding with this panel and taking the same amount of funding that's proposed and putting it into participatory budgeting for services to support those needs? Or would you see that that would still leave us with the bigger issue and the bigger problem that wouldn't be addressed?
I think the bigger problem that needs to be addressed is that community needs a space in which to develop responses to violence and harm. Switching to participatory budgeting is not what needs to be done here, in my personal experience, or in my opinion. I think that that's important, and that we shouldn't switch from one to the other. This work is important. It's very important that we do it outside of the scope of police presence or police appointed experts, or even just being guided too much by city. This is about empowering community members to understand that they have power and that they have the right to have a say in how our budget is spent and what we spend it on.
Okay, so following up on that, because we do have this specific report to consider, and so I'm trying to break down the specifics in terms of the decision before council today. If there were not two representatives who are, I understand, to be, as proposed, to be recommended policing experts, but not VPD members, if they were not part of the panel, and the panel does have an external facilitator to facilitate this work with staff support if needed, but not staff leading, would you support that construct, or do you feel staff are still too close to the process? I'm trying to really break this down.
I think it's important to remove anyone, and to make sure that we're not centering anyone that has deeply embedded relationships with the police. That means removing the VPD experts, removing the community policing centers, and removing the BIA. If we removed all of those things and focused entirely on community members, I would be in support of this.
Okay, and by removing not even as not sort of participatory or voting members, but even as advisory or resources to the committee.
I mean, if they want to offer themselves as resources, I think that's great, but I don't think that they should be given power in this process at all. They should be willing to give their expertise, but not get paid or have any power in this process.
Okay, so my understanding is that is how it's proposed, that they would not.
Just another second.
Sorry, they would not be paid and they wouldn't have a vote. Would that satisfy you? Yes or no? If you feel comfortable?
No.
No. Okay, great.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kirby Young. You have more questions? Councillor Weed, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks for coming to speak today. My first question is, you talked about making sure that this was embedded in our budget process, and our budget process will be happening this fall prior to the second phase of this panel. So I'm wondering, what are the quick starts? And you talked about a report coming. When do you see that report coming to council to ensure that we are centering these voices in our budget discussions?
The report that I was talking about is the we're doing a people's budget survey to find out what the community wants to spend this on. We will have the results of that in July, and we will be very happy to share that with you before you go into your budget conversations. In terms of quick starts, I think I'm not the expert that you should ask for these quick starts. I think the people that were mentioned in the motion are already providing responses and doing things in the community to respond to violence and harm that could use funding. I think there are people who have been on the call today who are doing things that could really use funding, and that there are many initiatives that are already underway that could use the support in terms of quick starts. I'm thinking about Bandu and the incredible action that they did on April 14th. Like, if you want to support people who are using drugs, they need your money right now. I'm thinking about organizations like Black and BC Mutual Aid, who are providing direct funding to Black folks in the community. There are initiatives that are already happening that you could choose to prioritize and get funding to immediately.
Perfect. Thanks for coming to speak today.
My pleasure.
Thank you for coming to speak, Tanya. Those are all your questions, but we do appreciate you coming to share your thoughts today.
My pleasure. Take care.
Next, we have speaker 13, Kathy Shimizu.
Hello?
Hi there, we can hear you.
Hi.
You have 5 minutes
okay,
to get to council, and your timer starts now.
Okay, thank you. Morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Kathy Shimizu, and I also am on the stolen and occupied traditional territories of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh people. I work in the downtown east side in collaboration with many frontline organizations who support the unhoused and precariously housed. I had checked off other around the motion because I support the recommendation from staff to seek advice on community programs that prevent crisis and reduce police interaction. And I'm very grateful to the staff for the extensive research they've done about alternatives to policing established in other cities. And this is really great groundwork that could support a pilot project and the organizations involved with it. However, I'm extremely disappointed in the approach that the city and staff are recommending in this report to spend the $300,000 that I feel should go to community-led initiatives, and but instead establish a long discussion and research that, to be honest, is kind of triggering for me because it sounds like a mini downtown east side local area planning process and makes me completely distrustful of the approach. And I know that those we're trying to serve are really not going to get what they need through that. So, and the report says that the motion is meant to include historically marginalized groups. But if we don't take action immediately, these words don't really ring true, and we really need to prioritize the safety of Indigenous and Black people and people of color, and especially women and girls and gender diverse and non-binary people. So I would recommend that instead of the panel, you take the funds and initiate a 6-month pilot program to meet the immediate needs of people marginalized by existing systems who continue to be traumatized and re-traumatized by negative interactions with the police every day. And they need community-led alternatives that could intervene in this vicious cycle that leads to negative outcomes on so many levels. And they needed these alternatives a long time ago. So while you run a 6-month pilot, you can seek out additional funding to keep it going and improve it. And I even made you a little budget if you want to hear it. But, you could, and also ask CCH to match. So if you establish a crisis line for $40,000 and get CCH to match that $40,000, hire a coordinator, a full-time coordinator, or 2 part-time people at $35,000, and $240,000 can go to the organization, $5,000 for the info sheets and outreach to share with the community who to call, where to go, what to do instead of calling the police. And then also still $20,000 for a researcher and a developmental evaluator to establish how it's working, how it's going, how it can be improved. And I think the groups that were named in the motion before are important to be involved, and then the other is to take advantage of the regular networks that have been established since COVID hit, and city staff are often at these sessions, so can be documenting outcomes of the pilot through the networks. Just to name a few, there's Pivot anchors a weekly meeting that city staff are invited to and often attend. Series anchors the coordinated community response network, which includes nonprofit social enterprises, housing providers, funders, and BIAs. We talk about policing and issues in the neighborhoods every week. There's a weekly meeting hosted by WePress for the Downtown Eastside Community Kitchens Network. There's a bi-weekly meeting held by Everybody Is In team, and DCH and Downtown Eastside organizations meet bi-weekly, and city staff have just been asked if they could come to that meeting as well. So there's a lot of interaction happening now. There's a lot of places you can get the feedback you need about what's happening on the streets. We talk about these things at those meetings already with many different groups. And then the coordinator of the project can be continuing to actually talk to the most important people, which are those that are on the margins, those living on the streets, those on the streets every day. We also had a plan for a block, kind of like a block-led initiative. So each block would be looked after by different organizations who are there every day, and those groups can hire the low-income folks with lived experience, the peers, to create employment opportunities and provide dignity to many people. So there's lots of alternative ways of doing this, and I just think it's really crucial that the money not get spent on in a way that doesn't actually get to where I think we're all going to go. And I really hope the city is committed to this process of decriminalizing poverty and really trying to support folks on the ground in the neighborhood who are doing this work already and need more funding, and could have the capacity.
You're just at your 5 minutes, but you do have questions from Councillor Swanson. Okay. So I will advance Councillor Swanson for 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Kathy, for plowing through the report and telling us what you're thinking about it. Do you think there's anything that's redeeming about it, or any ways that it could be used to get what we need, what you think we need?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the research that was done and the examples of what's working in other places or what could be established is really helpful. I'm not saying that you don't need to, talk to people, but I think they're really the key people to talk to are the people who, I think when we're talking about decriminalizing poverty and the violence that happens, there's all sorts of the reality is of all different levels and all different types of violence that are happening. But the people that are not protected by the police the way that others are the people that we're trying to support here in a different and the interactions on the street, like Sarah said, are much better handled by people that the people who are there trust, the people they have relationships with, and the groups that are working on the front lines are already doing this work. So I think that but I don't think that establishing a year-long process of kind of discussing it is not the right approach. And the community groups were counting on this money because they thought it was coming to them to get their initiatives off the ground. Sweetgrass Patrol, they're ready to roll. The Ward does outreach already, and like Sarah said, Ops could be doing different work. There's WISH and the Downtown Eastside Women's Center have opportunities to, and Ezra Collaborative, and Vancouver Aboriginal Community Policing Center and Smoke Signal. So there's lots of groups and Raise the Rates. They're out on the streets already, and they have. I think that there's just a better approach. So, I think that the idea that you would consult with the groups in the initial motion is absolutely that would be good. And yes, there's language in the report that's really good, but I just worry about the approach of setting up this panel as not what the money should be used for. Yeah, it's a year-long process, or you could compress it down to a very short timeline, and then use the rest of the money to really get it off the ground. And while you look for additional funding, it's going to need more than $300,000 for sure.
Okay, thanks so much, Kathy.
Thanks very much. You also have questions from Councillor DiGenova. So if you could please stay on the line. Councillor DiGenova, you have 3 minutes to ask your questions.
Thanks very much, and thanks for your presentation. I'm just wondering, in looking at the way that this committee is structured, and thanks for your thoughtful comments, what we're looking at here is very different than some of the other panels and committees we have. Sometimes what we will see our staff recommend is to go out with a request for proposal for a consultant. This is very different. It's a committee, but we're talking about remuneration for that committee. That being said, right now.
Oh, sorry, I can't hear you.
Just to the speaker, we seem to have lost Councillor DiGenova's video feed, so there may be some bandwidth issues. Councillor DiGenova, are you there?
Okay.
Let's just we're not getting a clear, audio, Councillor DiGenova, so perhaps we'll just give her a second. Councillor DiGenova, we're not getting a clear audio, so your video feed has gone. And no, we can't hear you clearly. I wonder, is your video turned off? We're not able to hear you. I wonder, clerks, if you wouldn't mind reaching Councillor DiGenova via text to let her know. Speaker, thank you for your patience. We'll just see if she can reconnect here. I don't think that is the
Chair
case.
Bligh?
Oh, we can hear you. Okay, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. I've called in and I don't have bandwidth issues, so perhaps IT could check my remote desktop connection to see if that's it through WebEx. Just because my computer has been turned off in the chambers a couple of times, that seems to be the issue. I wanted to ask the speaker a question. Is that okay?
Yes, please go ahead. I did stop your time, but you do have a minute and a half left.
Thanks. So just wondered if you thought that, I mean, we should be looking at providing remuneration for all of our committees, you know, just giving the example specifically of the Racial and Ethnocultural Advisory Committee, but we have many other committees, Seniors, Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, in really looking at what this is suggesting, which is a panel. I'm also looking at, you know, how other advisory committees may come to us and be concerned that, you know, they're giving their time and they're vulnerable and marginalized too. So wondered if you had any thoughts on that specifically.
Yeah, I don't disagree with remunerating people for their time and especially community members. I mean, you know, the lab committee did pay honorariums for attending meetings, and I just worry that you know, a panel with a lot of meetings and discussion is you always have to select, like even of course the terms, right? There's 11 community members and also don't and then, you know, and then you have to hire the co-chairs to facilitate, and so I'm just a little concerned about
this for all of our committees?
We're going to have to leave it there. That is your time, Councillor DiGenova. So I'm just going to thank you very much to the speaker for coming to speak to council today. There's no more questions for you, but we appreciate you coming.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. So that actually comes to the end of the speakers that we know we have on the line, but as part of the pilot, we are going to read through the names, but I'll just confirm with council there is nobody on the line. So I'll read through the names relatively quickly. And if somebody does join, we'll hear them. So Speaker 3, Garth Mullins. Speaker 5, Vince Tao. Speaker 6, Delilah Gregg. Speaker 7, Kevin Yake. Speaker 8, Flora Monroe. 9, Brian O'Donnell. Speaker 11, Donna Redding. Speaker 12, Kit Rothschild. And finally, Speaker 14, Emily Best. So hearing no speakers are on the line, this does bring us to the end of the speakers list. So I just wanted to say thank you to all those that did speak to council. And now would be the time for questions to staff. So if councillors could please put your name on the queue if you have questions. I'll advance Councillor Boyle. You have 5 minutes to ask questions of staff. Please go ahead.
Thanks, and thank you, staff, for the work that went into this. I actually, right now, only have one question, though. I'll listen to what other councillors ask, and I'm sure more will come up. I'm wondering, I appreciated the inclusion of a rep from MVAC on this, and I know that the host nations are busy with full plates in terms of the engagement that we and others are asking of them. So I'm just curious to hear what staff imagine those conversations might be like in terms of engaging Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations or residents as part of this process.
Staff, over to you.
Thank you, Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture and Community Services. Yes, we will need to consider that and reach out through our intergovernmental relations to hear how the nations would like to be involved.
Okay, but that, and just to clarify, that's on staff's radar. It doesn't need to be added. It wasn't an oversight in not being specifically named in the committee. It's just that it might be a different form of relationship.
Yes, it's too early for us to comment on what that engagement might look like. We really do need to hear from the nations.
Yeah, okay, great. Really appreciate that. My other question is, I wonder, maybe this is part of what the community representatives look like, but I'd be interested in if what you think about opportunities to engage youth in the process and feedback that comes back to council on this.
Thank you. Yes, in the committee composition section of the report, we did recognize that the overall diversity of the committee needs to reflect council's standing policy around representation on committees, and we did flag for there that we would need youth involvement, and through the community panel's engagement with the broader community, we will definitely need to see some kind of some youth engagement as part of that broader community engagement that they undertake.
Okay, thanks. And then my last question is around timing. Of course, we're all conscious that budget decisions get made in December, and if this report ends up coming back to council in January, I guess I'm worried if council hasn't sort of earmarked funds for the implementation of it, that we might receive a report in January that we're not able to do much on. And so I'd be interested in your recommendations in terms of whether you think there might be sort of quick start recommendations that could come to council before the budget, or whether it would make more sense to just earmark some funds toward implementation before we get the report, similar to how this 300,000 was set aside for this work, not knowing exactly what it would look like.
Yeah, so I'll start, and then maybe Paul would like to step in, the city manager. But certainly, as council did with this report, you could look at we could look at putting a placeholder forward for the 2022 budget for implementation of recommendations arising from the panel. So that's as you did here. So that's one approach, and certainly we could be directed to identify any early start or quick start items in order to bring forward recommendations. We don't have right now in 2021 additional funding to kind of just sitting there to allocate, but certainly we could be directed to do something like that. Paul, is there anything further you'd like to add?
No, I would echo that. I think certainly it's totally realistic and plausible for council to set aside funds in advance if there isn't a kind of fully formed, formulated operational kind of program ready to fund yet, as well as if there are kind of early quick start type measures that have a funding envelope associated with them, then council could consider those as well. So that's definitely something we could build into the 2022 budget process.
Okay, and as a follow-up to that, I'm wondering, I'm conscious if we don't do that, I guess my question is, what do you think it would mean to the committee to be asking all this work without any sense of council's commitment to actually implementing and following through on it? It seems like a lot of work to ask of community members.
Just 15 seconds.
Certainly, I think in approving this process, it would be sending a strong message that the council is invested in this process, and it would be very challenging for us to not take recommendations coming out of this process very seriously.
Great, thank
Okay,
you very
that's
much.
all of my time. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Hardwick, 5 minutes.
Yes, to staff. When did we start providing stipends and paying for committee roles? In my experience with the city, we have volunteers. People volunteer to sit on committees and participate in task forces. For example, I sat in the Mayor's Task Force on Housing Affordability in 2012. There was no stipend. I sat on the Development Permit Board for 3 years. There was no stipend. So when did we start paying stipends to volunteers sitting on city committees?
So in terms of this panel and what we're suggesting here is the intensity of work here and the time that we anticipate panelists will be taking to both kind of run a community engagement process, do extensive research. This is far beyond the once a month meetings that many of our committees participate in. We're expecting hours and hours of work every week. And if we are going to engage people with lived experiences, or even the community organizations, the community-based organizations that serve this community that work on very, very slim budgets, in order to engage
So
them.
is the answer then that we have not, as a city, had the practice of paying in this way, paying what would normally be seen as voluntary participation? Because otherwise we would be typically, and correct me if I'm wrong, engaging consultants or entities to manage a process.
Yeah,
so
we do.
The question is, when have we done this before? What is the precedent? I'm concerned about the precedent that's being set here, and that this is the correct structure to undertake these activities.
We do provide honorariums, which is basically what we're recommending here to participants on the CAT, for example. So it's been years in the work around poverty reduction, in the work with marginalized communities. We have a practice of providing honorariums for their participation and their advice.
Can you please provide that to council? Again, I am very concerned about precedent setting with this, and questioning again whether it, I'm not questioning whether that money ought to be spent, but that it be spent in a way that is not precedent setting for all of the voluntary committees of the city. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, we can certainly pull together some examples of where we have paid honorariums to community advisors and or consultants on these types of projects.
Councillor, it's Paul Moker here. I can add that there have been other instances in terms of panels convened to provide expert advice to city where the city has provided compensation. There was a panel convened by council to consider council compensation. Those folks declined to be compensated, but it was offered by council to them. My recollection, I will follow up to confirm, is that the Independent Tax Commission was also compensated for their work. But we can follow up with you on that. So there is precedent, though, where groups that are essentially drafted in by council to provide a substantial amount of work on a particular topic have been paid for their time.
Well, you can see my concern, Ms. City Manager, in if this then would be applied to other committees in similar fashion and become the norm, not the exception, because I think it's, I'm hearing it's the exception here. Tied to this, I still have a minute and a half, is how will this be then administered? Can you elaborate, please, on how people will further be recruited, and how their contributions, if they're putting in hours a day, are they going to be paid an hourly wage? Is it an overall flat fee?
So we are recommending in the report an overall honorary stipend flat fee. So we wouldn't really call it a fee. It would be kind of a stipend because it won't actually reflect the full time that they're spending on this initiative. We expect this to be extensive.
So what would be an average if it was a weekly, an average weekly stipend or monthly stipend?
Well, we're anticipating panel engagement from August through to March, which is, just going to do the math in my head quickly, it's about 8 months. And for the panelists, we're recommending about $5,000 for that 8-month, a stipend of $5,000 for that 8-month engagement.
We just did the 5 minutes, so I think we'll leave it there, if that's okay with you, Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, thank you.
Moving on to Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the presentation. A couple of follow-up questions. I'm just curious how the panel will consider any interim reports or reports that come out of the parliamentary committee that's currently reviewing the Police Act.
Yeah, so we would bring those reports to the panel's attention through the staff resource group.
Okay, great. My other question is with respect to the terms of reference and that the panel would certainly be seeking subject matter expertise and considering research. And I'm curious how this will be solicited in terms of will there be support for additional research? Will there be a call for submissions and presentations from various organizations beyond those represented on the panel?
Yeah, so we do anticipate, and we have proposed in the terms of reference that the panel is required to engage with the community and to have some type of community engagement process. We do anticipate that they would be requesting submissions as part of that community engagement process from the community and various other organizations. And as staff, we don't want to become too prescriptive around how the panel would undertake its work, but certainly we've identified that they might need to undertake additional research or reach out to other subject matter experts or other organizations, and so we would facilitate those as needed.
Okay, great. And then my other question is with respect to the terms of reference and stepping it back in terms of service delivery. In the context of the work we're talking about and we're talking about shifting a service delivery framework and who does what. Many of the services that we talk about, we've referred to nonprofits and local grassroots organizations. A lot of service delivery is still happening through provincial ministries at a local level. And I want to understand how this panel is going to consider the provincial service delivery framework locally and how they intersect so that we don't end up duplicating services, and that there is and how will we engage provincial ministries that are doing local service delivery in the city of Vancouver? Because to me, it's a fundamental and critical piece to all of this, and we're at risk of duplicating and not coordinating and not knowing the right hand what the left hand's doing. And so I want to understand how the panel will approach that.
I think some of that operational detail still needs to be worked out. However, we do have very strong working relationships and connections with Vancouver Coastal Health. We have ongoing staff liaison with SDPR, for example, and MCFD. And so we will be reaching out, as we noted, to those staff and those ministries in the appropriate departments to stay connected. Certainly, there's been expression of interest from SDPR to stay connected and to hear how this process goes and what's coming out of it. So we do anticipate that there'll be some information sharing, and the panel will facilitate any connections to the province that they may need.
Okay, I'll pause there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. Over to you, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. First of all, I just wanted to acknowledge the tension expressed by speakers around the time to do this panel versus the need for urgent actions. To the staff, is there a possibility for the panel to come forward with some quick start action requests, and especially in time for the next budget, but even using potentially budget this year?
We're anticipating the panel will convene in mid-August, and so we could certainly ask the panel to undertake as a first piece of business, seeing if there's consensus on what some quick start actions might be. So we could certainly add that into their proposed work plan.
That's fantastic. It's a great response. Thank you.
Councillor, sorry, it's
great.
Paul Mulcahy. If I could just to clarify, because you mentioned around reference to budget in the current year, and just to confirm that there is no funding allocated by council to support this initiative in 2021. So I just so we're clear on that, there is no, and I think Sandra referenced that earlier, but want to be clear on just kind of setting that piece up.
So we'd have to get creative somehow if we wanted to pursue it this year. Okay, good clarification. Appreciate that. My second question, the report notes that council advisory committees with associated mandates may be approached around this. Can you tell me what an associated mandate might be? And I'm specifically thinking I am one of the two liaisons along with Councillor Boyle to the Urban Indigenous Peoples Advisory Committee. And you know, given the high incidence of Aboriginal people in the downtown east side, et cetera, I'm wondering if that qualifies for an associated mandate.
Yes, absolutely, as well as the RECE and some of the other identity-based committees where we start to see kind of the intersections of identity and how and poverty and where those are. So yes, absolutely.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. You know, this report arises out of a motion last summer. I was the chair of the standing committee that heard the 400 or so speakers to it. And at that time, it was a number of the speakers that were very impressive were nurses and doctors. And I'm noting in the report also there is a need for experts to be involved, especially around mental health and addiction issues. But I don't understand how. Like, what is the avenue for health experts to be involved here?
So the panel can certainly reach out and connect with and seek information from any of the any community experts that that they see fit, and we as staff would facilitate that as well. We have a commitment from Vancouver Coastal Health to have senior staff at the staff resource group. So there's another avenue and connection into health experts that way as well.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I think that's important. The panel is also expected to undertake community engagement. I did ask a few speakers questions on this, and I'm wondering if there is the expectation that community engagement. I think it was Sarah Bligh that said reaching out to everyone is a good idea, but the focus needs to be on the homeless people and hearing from those who need the solutions. Is that staff's understanding of how this would proceed, that it's not going to be broadly community engagement as much as focused, but potentially include some broad community engagement?
Yes, that's what we've described in the report, is that you know, that everyone in Vancouver should have an opportunity to submit their ideas or their suggestions into the panel. However, the kind of the more focused engagement we're suggesting is centered on the communities that are impacted and named in the motion.
Okay. Thanks. And my final question. I note that there were during some of the speakers' presentations some interest in being involved, or their organizations being involved in this. And I'm just wondering if the panel ends up recommending in the end some funding for community organizations work. How are we going to inform those wanting to be involved in the panel, representative groups there, around issues like conflict of interest, that in terms of what recommendations might arise out of the panel
Councillor
versus
Carr, I just want to note that you're right at 5 minutes is not enough
Oh, I
time.
am. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I can send that question
No,
out. Thank you.
great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Councillor Fry, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I'll jump in and riff a little bit off Councillor Carr's questions around broader community engagement. how is staff contemplating that might be undertaken? I mean, I want to just sort of preface and highlight my concerns, having worked on the downtown east side local area plan in particular, and that sometimes this work, sort of with an intentional group and community, can become a bit of an echo chamber. And I'm really curious how staff are contemplating kind of socializing this to the larger community, recognizing that we do have a lot of folks who feel that the city is less safe, and that crime is on the uptick, and increasingly in other parts of towns where they're not used to that kind of thing. So I'm really curious how staff see a productive means to sort of broaden this conversation.
Yes, thank you. So in terms of community engagement, we are recommending, because it is an extensive exercise, that the committee be supplied with a community engagement facilitator or consultant that can support a robust process in terms of the discussion with the impacted groups and then that broader community engagement. To some extent, Councillor Fry, that's why we recommended having, for example, the community policing centers and the BIAs on the panel, because we do think that there is that it's important to have a variety of views reflected in this work. I just want to be respectful of the previous speaker's feedback around those representations, but that was part of that consideration. Mary Claire, is there anything further that you would like to add to this?
No, I guess my only comment, Mary Claire Zach, Managing Director of Social Policy, my only comment would be is that this isn't, as Sandra mentioned earlier, not a broad community safety plan. It is really focused on the groups that were identified, equity denied groups identified in the motion. However, we are going to make efforts to include the broader community if they want to provide recommendations, et cetera, et cetera. City of Toronto even did a survey that was open to the broader community as well. And so those are some of the things that the panel could consider doing.
Because I want to also recognize that this is, obviously a pretty fraught conversation and can be really polarizing and damaging language coming from all sides, and how we sort of protect everybody involved, the panel, the public, from harmful rhetoric and language that may come out of this. What happened to, I had submitted a motion that was referred back in June of 2020 that was supposed to come back once the terms of reference for the Police Act review were established, and that was a motion on community-based crisis management through understanding and de-escalation that really was attempting to address some of these kind of larger public concerns that we may hear. What happened to that referral?
Yeah, Councillor Fry, it's Sandra Singh here. Yeah, I just want to recognize that we have struggled to advance a number of motions, and with that one, with everything going on with the staff in terms of, it's a blended staff group that participate in these types of discussions. So we had the encampment growing at Strathcona that we needed to respond to. We have the issues with the Astoria and the washroom trailers, and so I want to be really, really open and honest that we lost track. And so when we pulled through and looked at the motions list that we have about 40 motions assigned to ACCS. And I saw that one that we hadn't advanced, my heart sank. I do think it's very aligned with what we're talking here. So we'll be able to bring that in and align that work with this motion.
I appreciate that. I do hear a lot of people feeling that they're being gaslit with their concerns. And I'm not saying that that isn't any kind of intentional thing. I think that's just how people feel, but I think it's important to recognize that this is multifaceted, and there is a larger public sort of accountability piece that we need to acknowledge. Lastly, and I know that I know we heard from speakers, why have staff not considered including the VPD in this panel?
Okay. Great, just 15 seconds.
Yeah, we did discuss this with the VPD. It was a model in Edmonton, and through that discussion, we determined not to include them, but rather to recommend the community policing experts. And it's because we think it would be at a very, very difficult environment for participants and for the VPD to have VPD employees on the panel.
Thank you.
We'll have to leave it there. Thank you very much. Councillor DiGenova, 5 minutes, questions to staff.
Thanks. First of all, can you hear me, Chair?
I can, and I'll just note, is this your second round of questions?
No, I asked one question of a speaker. So
Okay.
I was actually going to move for a second round of questions.
Okay, I'll just ask the clerks to reset Councillor DiGenova's timer to make sure that she has a full 5 minutes. And are you moving that now?
Yes, because other councillors have said they might like that. So yes, I'll move that.
So I'll just put that to council for a vote. All those in favor of a second round of questions, say yay.
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 Any opposed? Great. Okay, so we have a second round, and Councillor DiGenova, you have 5 minutes, and your timer starts now.
Okay, I'm still at 3:30 there. Thank you very much.
Sure.
First question, through the chair to staff, probably in ACC.
Sorry, Councillor DiGenova, we've lost your feed again. I wonder if you want to call back in. Councillor DiGenova, I wonder. Councillor DiGenova, we're not getting your video feed and now we're not getting your audio, so perhaps you could call back in and we could put you back on the line. We have checked with IT and clerks and they are not finding any challenges with your remote desktop. So it may be a bandwidth. So if you can call in. We're going to move.
Can you hear me now, Chair?
We can hear you now.
Great. So let's try this. I'll just keep my video feed off and
great.
see if that works. Although my bandwidth is excellent and I have Wi-Fi boosters, so I don't see what's going on, but I will talk to IT after. So my first question is to ACCS, and it's regarding the vulnerable and marginalized people that were referenced in that we often pay stipends or that we do have a history of doing this. I'm just wondering how that sort of pertains to recommendations for the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, the Seniors Advisory Committee, as I had mentioned before, the Racial and Ethnocultural Committee.
So I think in the context of staff, the staff work that we're talking about, there's I think the role that these community members are playing in our work is a consultative role that requires more intensity and time than usually than the community advisory committees. But Mary Claire, is there anything else that you would like to add to that?
No, I think that's that responds to the question, Sandra. Thanks.
Do we pay members of our urban design panel right now or members of our development permit board? I mean, do they specifically get paid for the meetings they attend and the documents they review, including the first Shaughnessy Advisory Design Panel, where they have to review architectural documents? I've been the liaison, so I've had to do this before the meetings. Do they get paid?
Councillor, I don't have that information. I'd have to ask clerks to respond to that.
I just want to make sure that we're being fair across the board with how we look at this. So that would be great. And another question that I have, and if possible, I'm just not sure. I'd love to hear from ACCS on this, and if there is anyone on the line from VPD, just wanting to make sure that, of course, and I hear that this needs to be a safe space, and the reason for not having the Vancouver Police Department on this committee, but just wanting to make sure that in the interest of not working in silos, if this committee wanted, or this panel, I should say, wanted to reach out and get that information from VPD, what would our staff's suggestion be? And then also if VPD is on the line, if they could maybe respond to that as well, what they would suggest would be the best way to kind of have that relationship for information sharing if there was the desire on the part of the panel.
VPD is committed to being on the staff resource group, so is available to the community panel for consultation and discussion. As well, we can certainly facilitate that connection to VPD as needed if additional resources or kind of additional insight is requested. So VPD is present in this process at the panel's need.
Okay, and is there any chance to have VPD comment on sort of the resources they could see maybe offering if asked by the panel?
So the two VPD representatives that we have with us today are here in anticipation of potentially some questions around the Section 56 CDSA exemption work. And we're not involved in the discussions related to the creation of this panel, so they wouldn't be in a position to speak to this. But we have been in regular discussions with VPD related to the panel, the terms of reference, and how they would input any information and support it.
Could they respond though, Sandra, on possibly like what the turnaround time for information would be? Considering the short time frame of this panel, I want to make sure that that information would be available to the panel, and I think that it would be best to hear from them as to whether or not they can provide that information and what resources they could kind of dedicate to that, if asked by the panel, of course.
Okay, we're just at 5 minutes there, so I'll leave it there. Councillor.
Okay, I'll put myself back on the queue for maybe that answer
Councillor
from
Dominato,
VPD.
up to 5 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Thanks. I'm actually let Councillor DiGenova go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor DiGenova, you have your second round of questions, up to 5 minutes. Please.
Okay, I'm going to cross my fingers and turn my video on this time. Perhaps if it's not putting VPD on the spot, just to sort of have that on the record publicly as to what the turnaround time would be or the resources that they would be able to dedicate if the panel asked them to, just in making sure that we're not working in silos here. If the panel needs information, wanting to make sure the panel has that information.
The conversations that we've had with VPD around that are that they will do what they can to meet the panel's information requests, recognizing that there may be some data that will be require extensive work and be very onerous or maybe not available. And so we'll be needing to connect with them on a case-by-case basis based on what the panel is asking for.
Okay, that's great. And VPD can't comment on that, or
well,
are they even on the line?
They're not here to comment on this.
Oh, okay. So I'll leave it there for now, and maybe I'll ask points of information in debate. Oh, actually, I have one more question. I was just wondering, how would this panel possibly in follow-up to Councillor Boyle's question, perhaps connect with other advisory committees, bodies in the city, including the newly formed UNDRIP that Councillor Boyle, Councillor Carr, myself, as well as Councillor Swanson now sit on?
So we had identified in the suggested report that were proposed approach that that the panel, as part of their engagement, connect in with community with the council advisory committees and seek any feedback or advice from them. And further, in terms of if the council committee that's looking at UNDRIP would like to have that connection, we can absolutely facilitate that too.
That's great to know, and certainly good to know. We haven't had our first meeting yet, as you know, but I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor DiGenova. And up next is Councillor Dominato. 5 minutes, questions of staff. Please go ahead.
Chair, I was prepared to move the report if there was no further questions, but I see Councillor Hardwick is now on the queue, so I'll take myself off and go back on. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Hardwick, over to you.
Great, thank you. I'm still grappling with this notion of paying for what would normally be volunteer contributions to a city panel. So what I'd like to know from staff is, did you explore different structures and different ways? I mean, if your objective was to pay in the case of 5,000 per or 7,500 for chair per year, or the 8 months over that period, did you look at doing it under a different structure other than a stipend?
Yeah, certainly, in Edmonton, what they did for their community, they called it a task force, but it was very similar. They actually offered an honorarium on a per meeting basis. When we took a look at the scope of work that we were asking this panel to do, we just recognized we couldn't achieve that within the allocated budget. Edmonton had well over $1.1 million to spend on their on their task force and their process coming to recommendations, and we're working within a much more modest budget.
Yeah, no, I got, you've got 11 people times $5 grand, you know,
Yep.
I can do the math. It's not to me about the money, it's about the precedent that's being set here. And that's why I'm asking about alternative structures to accomplish it. Because you could make you're making the argument that the amount of time that people are putting in merits payment. Whereas on any other committee, you would argue that you're arguing that the expert knowledge of those people doesn't merit payment, to which the logical conclusion would be, well, maybe we need to adjust the way that we are treating this overall. But we have decades of practice of volunteer committees, panels, task forces, etc., that have not been compensated. I heard from city manager one example of a tax committee and others that had said they didn't want to receive remuneration. So the question at hand here is a bigger one. So that I really, what I'm hung up on here is not the amount of money and not the fact that you see that in this instance that there is sufficient work that would merit it. My concern is the precedent, and asking very seriously if there's an alternative structure that could be utilized that would not have this kind of precedent setting or building on what seemed to be a very thin precedent in the past.
Given that we're working with marginalized communities and marginalized organizations that are working on very small budgets in service to these communities, I don't think we would see the participation in the panel that we need to see to come to the types of recommendations that we need to come to. So I think it would be a barrier to their participation. There are some people like me that don't have barriers to participation because but
I'm not disputing that. That's not the question. The question is the structure under which this is being done, because then you can argue the same point with the UNDRIP, with the a series of the different community panels, advisory panels, etc., that the city has. So I'm trying to unpack it and figure out maybe there's a structure that we haven't considered that could accommodate this without risking the precedent setting impact on other committees. So how much have you explored in looking at alternative structures?
So the only structure we really looked at was some type of, we did consider whether or not this should be, we do something like they did in Toronto, where there was a completely staff-led process with an advisory committee that was lighter impact on the community. But we do think that within our Vancouver context, this type of community-empowered, community-led approach to coming to the recommendations is the right one. That naturally led to this type of structure. So, Councillor, if there's another structure that you had in mind, we didn't have one.
Other nonprofits, I mean, clearly it's a nonprofit activity, but I can, when you have a problem like this, then you invent something that you haven't done before. It's good to look at other cities, but we can also be innovative and create things ourselves. Again, I'm not saying that people shouldn't be compensated under the circumstances that you're describing. I'm concerned about its impact broadly within the organization. And so that's why I would encourage that we be looking.
This is questions, so we need to.
Yeah, I know. I know. So
okay, thank you.
What I heard from staff is no, we didn't explore creating something we've tried to fit within an existing structure. So thank you very much.
I feel like I need to let staff respond to that, since it's go ahead, staff, and just a quick response.
I mean, the only other kind of model that we did very briefly consider but moved off on was whether we outsource the entire effort to a nonprofit to run an entire process and just contract it out. However, in that case, it's not really how we would generally want to engage with community, and we would like to, even though we want it to be arm's length, we do want to stay connected into it as staff. So
okay.
we think that's important.
Sandra, thank you very much. Just wanted to give you a chance to respond to preamble to that question. Okay, Councillor Swanson, over to you, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, like Councillor Dominato, I could move the report, and I have an amendments that I sent in.
There are 2 other councillors on the queue that may have questions, Councillor Weeb specifically. So It is your right to move the report, but it does mean that Councillor Weeb may not get a second round of questions.
Well, he can ask his question. I'm fine with that.
Okay, so I'm going to clear you off the queue and it'll just mean coming back on. So next up is Councillor Dominato.
I was also on to move the report.
Okay,
Thanks.
so are you happy to come off? Okay, Councillor Weeb, over to you.
Yeah, my first question is, can you talk about the importance of focusing on this work prior to us moving forward with the community safety plan, and just recognizing that we have some voices that need to be centered in this work, and just kind of talk a little bit more of that importance and the bandwidth of staff to make this work happen?
Thank you. Yes, so I think we would suggest that starting with the most marginalized voices and putting forward that work first is critical when we were to, if we were to look at a broader community safety plan, and that would just be good practice. And then in terms of our capacity, as you saw from the original one of the earlier slides in the presentation, our staff are well beyond capacity already, and we are struggling to meet the directions that have already been given to us. So we are working on a broader community safety plan at this moment. We would have to drop something significant in order to create the space, and we don't have a budget allocated for it either. So Mary Claire, is there anything else you want to speak to in terms of starting with this community first?
It is a good practice that we do this, and I think what it could do is help inform a broader community safety plan.
Thank you. I really appreciate. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Second, question I have is really on the resources, and there's been a couple conversations today about how do we resource this work. You've talked about resourcing staff capacity. We've recognized the importance of this work, and so I'm trying to figure out how we best resource this. So how do we ensure that it's in our budgets moving forward? How do we make sure it's informed our next budget? Recognizing we only have one budget left as this council. So how do you suggest that this council best resource this work and the staff group that can help support this work?
Councillor, I think there are really probably two options, although maybe Paul could illuminate more. One is that we have a staff team that can deliver a certain amount of work. So either if we want to take on more, either something has to come off or more resources have to come in. And for council, that's an issue of prioritizing within the work in ACCS, but also within the work across the city. Paul, is there anything that you would want to correct or add in that?
No, I think what we can do, Councillor, is do our best to provide you, council, with options. I mean, what I can say is your budget decisions in 2022 are going to be very difficult. You know, obviously we're not at the point yet where we've seen all of our revenues recover post-COVID. This year, we're well underwater in terms of our operating deficit and using reserves. So we will do our best to frame up the options, but I would say this is going to be a difficult decision. You know, the original motion does contemplate reprioritizing funding from policing to these services. Obviously, that's taking money that exists and moving it over. That will have significant implications in terms of policing services that I think is important for obviously to be considered through this process as well. And I imagine will be part of your deliberations for 2022. But we're certainly cognizant of council's interest in this point, and as indicated, we will be looking to ensure that we're building that in on our side in terms of doing the work for 2022 budget preparation.
Okay, so that's helpful for our budget process. The second thing that was brought up there by Sandra was the prioritization. How do we see council's role in prioritizing and maybe ensuring that this raises up in awareness, or how do we prioritize the work to ensure that we could take some things off the plate and ensure that this work gets focused on?
Certainly, as we develop our work plan and budget and service plan for the 2022 budget, we can highlight the existing ongoing initiatives and the work underway to kind of complete council motions that have already initiated or been started, and we can identify all of that for council and make recommendations around what might be slowed down or what might be stopped. I would flag that we've done that already to a great extent this year in ACCS with social policy and even cultural services, as we've looked at our work plan and pulled off many pieces of work that were ongoing but were not priorities necessarily of this council. So some of that, an extensive amount of that kind of detasking has already happened.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks very much, Councillor Reid. Councillor Swanson.
Yes, I would like to move the report, and I just sent amendments.
Okay, so I will, that is your right to do so. So the report has been moved. We'll, so we're now in a main queue. And Councillor Swanson, if you'd like to put yourself on on the main queue to move your amendments, please go ahead.
Yeah, so this is an amendment that has 4 parts. One is to repeat our request to the police board for itemizing the work that they do related to mental health, homelessness, drug use, and sex work, and the amount of money spent on it.
Since we're in the main queue, I'm going to move you over to an amendment Q1 as you're introducing your amendments at this point.
Okay, thank you.
The clerks to please put Councillor Swanson back on the list there, and we'll have you continue.
So basically, it's to actually get a full report for the motion that was passed before, where we only got kind of we didn't really get a full report. And then 2 is to ask the decriminalizing poverty panel to submit 2 or more quick start recommendations by December, so we can fund them in the 2022 budget. I think the staff said that this was possible. And then the next one is that we allocate 10 million in the 2022 budget for implementation of their recommendations, so that we can get some of those recommendations implemented before 2023 and before we're gone as a council. And then the last one is to ensure that the VPD's appointees can be resources to the panel, but not be part of the panel. I think a lot of the speakers said it's really important that in this panel we center, and the staff talked about this too, we center the voices of the people that are in the 4 groups that for whom we're trying to get community-led services. That is, we need to center the voices of sex workers, people with mental health issues, people who use drugs, and people who are homeless. And they're not going to feel too comfortable on a panel with police. And yeah, so I think it's, if we want police input, we can invite, the panel can invite that, but I don't think they should be actual members of the panel. So those are my 4 amendments.
Thank you very much, Councillor Swanson. I am going to advance Councillor Fry for speaking to the amendment.
Yeah, there's a lot to this amendment that would probably be beneficial for us to consider over lunch. Certainly, I note that the addition of running this directly to nominations subcommittee is a pretty significant undertaking. I do have an immediate amendment to D, though, that I can submit to an amendment Q2 if we want to go down that road now. You know, I think appreciate the notion of quick start recommendations. I don't think it should be limited to necessarily 2 or more. It should really be what this panel, which has yet to even be selected or appointed yet, it should be up to them to triage and come up with what their priorities are. What if perhaps it's 1, perhaps it's 2, perhaps it's 10. And I think that also in our diligence, we should be considering them. I'm not prepared to commit to funding and implementing them in the 2022 budget when we have no idea what they would be, who the panel is, or any of those things. I think it's a little premature to take that approach. Certainly, if we see an opportunity to fast track more commitment to that once the panel has been established and we see some sort of direction, that might be something to revisit. So I've submitted an amendment to D.
Councillor Fry, I'm going to pause your timer, and it has been, when I'm looking at C, so if clerks, could you please put the language back up on the screen for the original amendment? Before we go down the road of looking at amendments to amendments, I think it's, I need to confer with legal on the ruling of C. This is work that's already been completed. We may be dissatisfied, or Councillor Swanson may be dissatisfied with that work, but it is actually work that's been completed. So under section 8.7F, being frivolous, I'm going to confer with legal on whether or not this is actually in order.
Point of procedure.
Please go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
As it's our practice here to when one part of an amendment's out of order for the entire amendment to be out of order, I'm just wondering if that is the same situation in order to give Councillor Swanson the opportunity to withdraw it, if that's the case. Just trying to be helpful here, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. So what I'm going to do is, and that is correct, that it's not possible to rule a portion of an amendment out of order. The whole amendment would have to be ruled out of order. So I'm going to recommend, given our time, that we are at just up against the hour of lunch, that we actually pause this, and I will come back after lunch with a ruling on whether or not this motion is in order. So given that, I will also just take a moment, if I may, and pause on this particular item to acknowledge that it is recognized as National Administrators Day across the country. And I just want to take the moment before we go to lunch to thank our wonderful administrative staff right across the organization for the work that they do to help us do our jobs, and all of our city staff. So with that, I'll say let's recess for lunch and have a great lunch, everyone. See you back at 1 o'clock.
Point of procedure, 1 p.m. is when we're back. Thanks.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great lunch.
Everyone.
That's the perfect. Okay, time to get my laptop charged. Thank you.
My son doesn't like chocolate.
What? It's really good for like his life and longevity.
He
Okay.
doesn't like chocolate. And the other one would
I'm the same way, kind of. And the darker, the better.
Oh, I like dark chocolate. Too much is like it's a little too.
It belongs on like a charcuterie board, not like in a candy bar or whatever.
Oh, they do. Yeah, those are pretty good.
Apparently, Kit Kats are crazy popular in Japan.
Really?
And there's like Kit Kat stores with like
all the different flavors.
300 different flavors. Yeah, yeah. Council reconvenes in 2 minutes.
58. That's where I. 58 But we sold house. Sunset. Magic. Look.
Hi, Councillor Bligh. Do you want to do an audio test before we get going here? That 1 hour break is quick.
It sure is. Still drinking and chewing. I am here. You can hear me, I guess?
Yes, we can. Okay, Councillor Carr, do you want to do an audio?
Sure.
We got you.
I'm here, Tina.
Okay, thank you. I'm going fast here. Councillor Swanson?
Hi, Tina.
Hi, we got you. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Chair Bligh, just to let you and the others on WebEx know, we're just getting the 2 lines bridged. So as soon as that's done, I will let you know.
Thank you very much.
Tina?
Hello. Was that Councillor DeGenova? Okay.
Check your directory or dial 0 for assistance. Thank you from TELUS.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference, enter your access code.
Clerks, I see that the amendment is up on the screen. I'm not sure if the lines have been initiated or bridged or however you put it, but
I'm just double checking, Chair Bligh, that we're fully connected. Okay, we are connected. So over to you, Chair Bligh.
Thank you very much. So welcome everybody back after lunch to our standing committee meeting. We were, when we broke for lunch, we were dealing with an amendment put forward by Councillor Swanson to the report, and I had brought up that the motion itself needed to be ruled on in terms of being potentially out of order under section 8.7F of the procedure bylaw. And I will rule this out of order because the first part of the amendment in C is asking for council to repeat its request to the police board for itemizing the work that they do related to mental health, homelessness, drug use, sex work, and the amount of money spent on it, as the last report did not provide full information on this. So simply asking for the report again is deemed frivolous, whether it's justified or not, procedurally would be deemed frivolous and therefore not in order. So what I'm going to do now is take us back to the main queue and clear this queue. And the main queue, Councillor Swanson, you still have the floor. So over to you.
I submitted the amendments, another one that doesn't have C in it.
Okay, so I'll take us over to Amendment Q1 and we can consider that new amendment. And I'll give staff just, I'm going to clear this queue because that was for the previous amendment. And I'm going to give staff a minute to put the new amendment up on the screen and councillors can join the queue if they'd like to speak to it. And Councillor Swanson, do you have any other comments before we open it up to councillors?
Well, I just think that we can't have VPD on this committee. They should be, if they're needed, the committee can ask them what they need to ask them. I think we need money to do things fast. We had speakers saying that they can do things fast. We had the Sarah Blythe from the overdose prevention site. We had Kathy Shimizu talking about smoke signals, raise the rates, all the other groups that are doing things on the street now that could do a lot more if they had a lot of money, or if they had some money, not a lot. And I think we need to do quick start things because the situation is urgent.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Fry to the amendment.
Yeah, sure. I was gonna resubmit an amendment to the amendment, but can we get the amendment up on the screen, I guess? Just to, actually, I'll just submit the amendment to the amendment and clerk can add letters as appropriate. So,
Actually, Councillor Fry, let's move over to an amendment Q2, since this is an amendment, and I'll ask that you put yourself back on the queue, and I'll start your timer for 5 minutes.
Oh, I see Councillor Swanson's on the queue ahead of me, but I'm sure you can swap that around.
There we go.
Awesome. Yeah. So basically, looking at the original motion as the amendment as supplied by Councillor Swanson, and just recognizing that we don't even have the committee established yet or the appointments, and so rather than prescribing two or more quick start recommendations, leave that up to the panel to determine their quick start recommendations, and leave it to this council to consider them in our budget, rather than committing to funding something we have no idea what it will cost, its feasibility, its jurisdiction, any of those pieces. So leaving a little bit more discretion to council to do our due diligence and responsibility as stewards of city budget. And then the second amendment, rather than allocating $10 million, considering allocating funds 2022 budget. Again, rather than presupposing any kind of level of commitment, recognizing, of course, that the mayor's motion yesterday already set some sort of budget direction at 5% increase, recognizing that 10% or $10 million, sorry, would be about 1.5% of the budget right there. So.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councillor Fry. We're just giving the clerks a minute to pull up your amendment to the amendment on the screen for the public to see. And I notice Councillor Boyle is on the queue. So if those are all of your initial comments, Councillor Fry, I'll move us over to Councillor Boyle to speak to the amendment.
Sure thing.
Thanks, Chair Bligh. Just to say, I'm comfortable with the original amendment language that Councillor Swanson put forward. I do think it's helpful to reflect to the panel ahead of the immense work they're about to do, that it's our intention to fund and implement the recommendations that they bring forward. And I think, you know, of course, the budget will be tough and involve some tough decisions for us, but it is helpful to give some, I think, some amount to that, in part because we know this is a conversation the province is having as well. And I think to the extent that there may be opportunities for senior government levels of funding, it's valuable to have a hard number in there to say this is, you know, where we estimate we're looking first, and then to be able to have those negotiations to see where we might be able to access that funding ahead of our budget discussion. So comfortable supporting the original amendment language.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Over to Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'm opposed to Councillor Fry's amendment. I'm just going to ask everybody to transport yourself back to last July when we passed the original decriminalizing poverty motion. And almost 400 people signed up to speak, and probably almost 200 of them, or more than 200 of them, did speak, and we were all blown away by their eloquence. And what they prompted us to do was pass a motion that says that we should replace police safety services with community-led safety services for those four groups: people who are homeless, people who do sex work, people who use drugs, and people with mental health issues. We made a commitment to do that, and we can't do that unless we fund it. So that's why it's important. I mean, my problem with this amendment that I made is that 10 million is too low. Um, our priority, we all said our priority is to replace police safety services with community-led safety services. That's what we're supposed to be telling the province. We need to allocate the money for that. We need to reimagine these kinds of services like all the folks back in July told us we had to do. And I know it's going to be hard to get the money. That's why I didn't vote for a 5% tax increase. But on Monday night, we got a possible source when the school board decided to stop the SLO program in the schools to get the police out of the schools. So that should free up some funds. And I think we should stick with we need some quick starts. Our speakers today told us that they could use money fast. They said they didn't want us to yak about this endlessly. The situation is dire and they need money now to do what's necessary. So I think we should just keep the money in there and go for it.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor DiGenova, 5 minutes speaking to the amendment.
Thanks very much. If I could ask a point of information to our staff and ACCS.
Can you go ahead with your point of information?
Thanks. I'd just like to ask a point of information through the chair. To I guess to Sandra Singh, to who, if she wants to answer it or have someone else answer it. I'm just wondering. I mean, I'm very cautious about a question that was asked, I think, by Councillor Weeb, and rightfully so. Appreciated him asking it about the amount of work that ACCS has right now, and looking at the amount of work, but also the type of work. And one of the initiatives the council has put forward is childcare. Some of that's climate change. That's not specifically about this, but if the decisions we make here are going to affect that and hold those timelines back, I'm just wondering what do we have to deprioritize if this is coming forward in December? Because I would assume that if even a panel's considering it, that our staff would have to consider it as well. And I'm just sorry to put you on the spot, but I've been put on the spot with this amendment. So could you comment on that, please?
I think what I'll do is I'll ask the city manager to first comment and then redirect, since it's a broad question.
Thanks, Chair Bligh. Yeah, I'm happy to have Sandra take the first cut of that.
Okay, Sandra Singh, over to you.
Thank you. Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture, Community Services. Councillor, can I just clarify? You're referring to whether there was going to be funding held aside in 2022. What would be needed to be put aside to enable that?
Well, the quick start recommendations by December, I assume that if that comes forward, then that would be something our staff would have to review. Is that correct?
So I think if the panel is making quick start recommendations, yes, we would need to review that, and we would need to come forward and build it into the budget process for 2022.
Okay, and would you usually say that that's doable in December? December is kind of like a last moment kind of. I know that the budget, you start work on the next budget from the moment we finish budget. So I'm trying to look at the expectations here and not, give false hope to a committee that we're asking to give up their time.
Yeah, it is tight because usually we are discussing the budget by September or October in order to be at council for December. However, we could do something similar to what we did with this motion, is put in a bit of a placeholder, and then we would need to prioritize. We don't really know what would come forward from the community panel in terms of quick start ideas, but that's one approach that we could take, but we'd have to play it by ear depending on what they come up with.
Okay, and I know this is an amendment to an amendment, but it does significantly affect the amendment. So I'll just leave it there for now, but I may have more points of information when we get back to the amended amendment, if it's amended. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Carr, over to you for 5 minutes speaking to the amendment.
Great. Thanks, Chair. I really do appreciate this amendment by Councillor Fry, and I appreciate it for a number of reasons. First of all, actually, I'm reluctant to have this council at this point even direct the actual decriminalizing poverty panel. So I actually would have preferred to see not that they have to submit quick start recommendations, but that they should consider submitting them. I think that the value in this panel is that it will be unencumbered by direction from council. But I did listen carefully to the speakers, and it seems that there is very much an interest in moving quickly and having some actions happen early on. That may be difficult in terms of our current budget, but I appreciate the desire for some quick start kind of move. So I'm happy to support that language, even though, as I say, I'd rather not encumber and direct this panel. Secondly, I absolutely believe that we, as council, have an obligation to keep our minds open around the budget for 2022. I have no idea at this point the circumstances that the city will be in financially, or in terms of other pressures that are that we may face on top of the current pressures we face. This is an important issue to me. I do want to see action on it. I think this is an overall thoughtful approach, but I cannot at this point necessarily say that we are going to fund whatever recommendations come forth from this panel. There may be outside funding that comes into play as well. I am hopeful that that will happen. But the original language to allocate $10 million, as Councillor Fry already pointed out, is over 1.5% of the budget. And if there's only a 5% increase as per the mayor's motion, which passed this week, that would leave 3.5% to accommodate what are wage increases, because this is a year where those contracts are being negotiated. There, the issues around homelessness and housing. These are all critical issues that we have to, I believe, as a council, keep our minds open to considering in the vote that we will take eventually on that budget. So I'm much happier with the fact that we will consider allocating the funds for the panel's recommendations, and appreciate the fact that Councillor Fry brought those forward.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And just before I start, a quick point of parliamentary procedure. Can you remind me, can I amend this, or we're in a second amendment queue already?
That's correct. We're in a second amendment.
So I can't. Okay. I'll just speak to it at this point. I appreciate the amendment to the amendment, particularly in light of the recent budget updates that we've had and budget considerations. We're still in the thick of a global pandemic, and we have significant shortfalls. And from my perspective, it's irresponsible to be at this stage saying we're going to allocate $10 million towards something we know nothing about yet. The panel hasn't been convened. We haven't even finished this meeting. We really need to think thoughtfully. I think it's an important discussion. But I look at this, and one of the things that strikes me, time and time again, it strikes me in these meetings and in council, is that we're suggesting that potentially the panel could make quick start recommendations by December for the purpose of being considered in the 2022 budget. Perhaps we could start to reframe our conversations around recommendations that could be implemented without adding to our budget. There are many things that we can do without adding to the budget, and they can be policy changes. They can be done in collaboration with nonprofits and other partnerships. But we're constantly driving towards adding more money to the budget. That's essentially what it says. And I think that we need to start to reframe. We can do really good work collectively as a council and address these issues, but it doesn't necessarily mean adding 10, 20, 30 million more dollars to the budget. So from that perspective, this was a non-starter for me. I appreciate Councillor Fry's amendments because it is thoughtful and considerate of the fact that we are just embarking on our staff, that they just noted that they're working on building a budget for this year, but I couldn't support the initial amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, just to reiterate, one of the things we do in making the budget is not only add and subtract, but decide how much we're going to allocate to different categories. And this is a report that calls for a panel that would make recommendations to replace police services with community-led services. So the obvious place to get the money is from the police. We wouldn't be adding money, we would be transferring money or shifting money or reimagining how we spend the money. So I'm still against the amendment, as you can probably expect.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor DiGenova, you've got just under 2 minutes left.
Thanks. I just wanted to make it clear that my vote will be in favor of what Councillor Fry is trying to do, which to Councillor Dominato's point, I don't think it goes far enough. But at least it sets some parameters instead of talking about 2 quick starts. I won't be able to support the overall amendment if it's amended or not, because of the fact, and I'm just going to speak to it here because this is really important. We are considering this as a terms of reference and a way to move forward with the panel, but we are already deciding before their first meeting that they are going to have quick start recommendations ready for December, and that all of the work that we have put on ACCS, if we're looking at process, that they're going to work with finance to, in the budget, implement that in December while we're not quite sure when we'll be out of a pandemic. And then there's the comments that I just heard that I'm not quite sure, and I may ask a point of information when we get back to the main amendment as to whether or not in the charter, the Vancouver Charter, that we can move forward, looking at sort of taking $10 million out of a certain pocket of funding, when I understand that we're, currently the province is undergoing a budget review for policing. So I want to be clear that I'm going to support Councillor Fry's amendment to the amendment because it's better than the amendment. That being said, it doesn't say even that it's this December in here, which concerns me a little bit. And I feel that we're almost setting the panel up for failure because we're dictating to them by having any quick starts that that's what they want to do. And I thought the point of this was so that this expert advisory panel would inform council. And I was willing to hear that. But to already have a budget for them that's bigger than a lot of the other budgets we've seen, I don't know that UNDRIP has that kind of budget or other committees. That's concerning to me. So I will be supporting the amendment to the amendment because it's better than the amendment as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor DiGenova. Perfectly timed. Councillor Carr.
Yes. I just really wanted to make a point in response to Councillor Swanson's point that she just made around the VPD budget and how there could be a reduction in some of their services and then a reallocation. Councillor Swanson, I know, is aware. All of council is aware. But I really want to make sure the public is aware that we as council have no control over the line items in the VPD budget. We have to vote just as a whole for the amount that goes to the VPD. We could want them to fund or to remove funding in a certain area, but that is not within our purview to decide. They decide, the police board decides, and all we can do is fund an envelope of money. So I just want everyone to know that our hands are tied. It's not what I'd like. I hope there is really good reform coming provincially on this, but for now, that's our situation. And secondly, I also just want to encourage council to not be thinking that this time period before we begin budget deliberations is an opportunity to put in front of council priorities with specific amounts of money for the budget. Outside of the process where we will be receiving all the information, all the different and varying priorities, the amounts of money, the restrictions, the the difficulties that we may face in terms of not having the amount of money we wish we would to fund everything that we really do want. It will be a prioritization process, but it should be done, I believe, collaboratively and together with all the information on the table. This is an important item for me, and I think it is for all councillors, but we have other important items too. And I cannot make a decision, and I hope we don't, as a council, ask each other to make decisions one-off
Just
in the
drawing
lead
your
up to that
attention to
budget
the time,
process.
Mr. Carr.
Yeah, thank you very
good.
much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So that does end the speakers list to this amendment to the amendment. So I'll ask our clerks to take us to a vote, please. And I will need a vote assist in favor, please, clerks. And noting that Mayor Stewart is on a leave of absence for civic business, that amendment to the amendment passes with 2 in opposition, Councillor Swanson and Councillor Boyle. So taking us back to the amendment Q1, amendment as amended. Bear with me, just switching screens here. So Councillor Fry, you still have the floor and the vote results are up on the screen now.
Yeah, see that. Thanks, Chair. I'm good for right now. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I think that might have been a holdover, but I will be supporting the amended amendments. I think that they're a worthwhile addition, even having been amended. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. If I could ask the clerks to put the revised amendment on the screen, and I'll ask at this time that we sever when we get to voting, but I'll comment on one of them.
Yes, it does take some time to switch over. The work clerks are working on getting that amendment back up. Thank you.
Point of privilege.
Councillor DiGenova, go ahead.
My orange cone is still not working, so if I could actually ask for it to be emailed as well, that would be very helpful to have the form right now that we're looking at. Thank you.
You bet. Clerks, if all of council could be emailed the amended amendment, that would be appreciated. Okay, Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and appreciate that that's coming up on the screen. I'll just speak to, we spent some time speaking to the first 2 clauses, but I'll speak to the last one, which I recall is around not having a VPD rep on the community panel. And I think as council knows, I've circulated a number of amendments that will come later, but one did include consideration for inviting VPD to have representation and serve on the community panel. And so I'm going to speak in opposition to Councillor Swanson's amendment, and I'm coming at it, and I was going to speak earlier, but I'll speak now to the rationale as to why. I think that we have collectively identified there are systemic challenges in terms of how we respond to poverty, how we respond to mental health, addictions, and there needs to be systemic change. But I fundamentally believe that if you want to have impact and you want to get to really great outcomes and change the system, that you need to have all the critical players as part of that system and as part of that dialogue and that discussion. And while VPD and VCH, and you'll see my amendments coming later, are quasi-government agencies, they're funded by taxpayers, they are also community agencies that serve the public and they serve the community and are on the front lines and have a lot to contribute to this discussion around how we make this shift and how we do things differently. And that is what I have heard repeatedly from the 400 speakers that did speak to us last summer, and what I've heard as part of the discussion here. And I have spoken numerous times saying I support that, but I come from a place of professionally, when I was working for the province and was leading our department around student wellness and safety, unfortunately, I was privileged to know a lot of details about the very untimely and tragic deaths of many youth in our system, including Kimberly Proctor, Amanda Todd, Paige, Rena Verk, and the Schoenborn children up in Merritt. Paige being the most local story because Paige died, I believe, at the age of 19 in the washroom in Oppenheimer Park. And if you read several of the reports or reports of the independent youth and child rep did a report on Paige's circumstances, but there are many reports around other young people. Our system failed Paige. It failed a number of our young people. And repeatedly, you'll see in Paige's story, the report that Paige and her family had points of contact with social workers, with healthcare workers, with teachers, with police, and with the MCFD, with our in terms of the provincial system, and those points of contact, they were repeated, and yet there was breakdowns in communication, there was silos. And I'm not criticizing, but we know that there are problems. And so if we want to fix them and we want to do better, then we should involve the key players at the table. And I think that a really good facilitator could create the safe space that people want to see there, and so that people with lived experience can speak from their lived experience. But you could also have the benefit of someone who is working in the field, and for example, from VTD, from VCH, from VSB, for example, and that's why I won't support this amendment by Councillor Swanson, because I actually think that they don't have to be necessarily a voting partner in this, but I think they should be part of the dialogue, just as we saw with the sex work task force, which I understand was challenging at first. But I spoke with a sex worker who was involved with that work, and she said it was really constructive that they worked directly with police in that, in developing the framework that they have today and the guidelines. I'm sure it was messy, but I really think that we should give some consideration to being more inclusive with this community panel, so that we can get to better outcomes. And so that is, I'll say that now, and I won't be voting in support of the last clause.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. Councillor DiGenova, over to you.
Thanks. I'm actually just going to take myself off the queue for a moment while I check my audio because it's echoing. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, in defense of the last clause, it says that the VPD can be resources to the panel if the panel desires. So we're not excluding them. We're just giving the panel the say over whether or not they participate. I think the important thing is, and it's pretty much in the staff report, is that the people who are in those four groups, the homeless, the mentally ill, people who use drugs, and sex workers, need to be absolutely centered in this work. And we need to be absolutely listening to them and doing what they say. I noticed that there were a bunch of people from Vandu signed up to speak today, and they didn't come and they didn't speak. And why is that? Because they have been speaking to government for years. They've been speaking to government about the need to decriminalize drugs and to have a safe supply. And what's happened? They are literally still dying because their voices haven't been heard. So we need to set up a forum where those voices are absolutely heard, absolutely in the majority, and where we absolutely do what they say. And that's why I think it's important that the police can be called on if the panel wants, but that they shouldn't be actual panel members.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Kirby.
I actually have a point of order on another matter, and it just relates to what's on screen share. I thought that there was a memo from staff that had amended B, that because it still shows that the appointment of community panel members be delegated to the nomination subcommittee, and I understood that that has to come to council. I would have made an amendment on that otherwise, but we did receive a memo, so I wonder if we could have the correct version on screen.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. The clerks are fixing that as we speak, but I do appreciate you raising that point.
Thank you.
And
Appreciate
just a point of privilege, if I could have that emailed also, Chair.
Yes, clerks are on that as well. Any other comments, Councillor Kirby?
Can I ask one point of information through you to staff?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. On B, with respect to, I guess, ratification, if you will, of the recommended panel participants that the facilitator would be enabling and bringing forward. I'm wondering, because we do other external advisory appointments, I'm wondering why that you see the need for that to go to the nominations committee as well, given that we're hiring an external facilitator to bring those sort of that third party and I guess sort of external objective perspective forward. I wonder if you can comment on that.
So that's to Sandra Singh?
Probably, yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Okay, over to you, Sandra, if you don't mind answering that question, that point of information.
Sure, thank you. Yes, the recommendations for the appointments will come from a number of different places. So yes, Councillor, 8 of the nomination recommendations would come through facilitated community discussion. There would still be some staff consideration of those, but those are expected to come through that process. We anticipate, as described in the report, an open process for the 2 co-chairs, which play a bit of a different role and need some specific qualifications, and then the appointments through the named organizations. So the path to coming up to the panel composition is kind of it's a multiple path kind of process. Initially, we had thought that council could delegate this to the nominations subcommittee, and just as you saw last night, I hadn't realized that wasn't feasible. So it could come directly to council instead of going through the subcommittee. It's at the will of council.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Anything further?
Not at this point, thanks, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Hardwick, over to you. Speaking to the amended amendment.
Is it possible to, well, first of all, is the VPD on the line? Is there a representative from the VPD on the line that I could ask a question through you?
We do have VPD on the line. So you
great. Yeah.
Point of information, and I can direct it.
A point of information through you. What impact this would have on the VPD in terms of staffing, resources? Are there any implications from the standpoint of the VPD?
And I believe it's Flona that's on the line. You can answer that question, please.
It's Howard Chow that's on the line. So thanks for the question. And this will, depending on where it goes in terms of the data that's going to be requested and some of the information that's going to be needed, will have impact on our resources. In the midst of everything that's going on, it obviously will be prioritized, and we'll do our best to try to ensure that the committee gets the information they need. But clearly, with what we've been seeing coming out of the provincial review and just some of the questions that's out there right now, is that there is this information gap or void, and unless the police or VPD or police subject matter experts are part of this committee, I can just clearly see that this is going to be going down a lot of different rabbit holes. If even I ask something about Carr 87, something that's been talked about quite broadly over this past number of months, there's still so much misinformation that comes out of that, even from those that are in the fields that you would expect ought to know. So I think that everything from statutory authorities to, is this within their purview, the scope creep, and all those other projects that are going on, if the police aren't part of that, that becomes problematic.
We've heard a lot about in other projects through the city that there's concern about staff taking on new work, and which would take them away from other things. So is that what you're saying in similar fashion with the VPD, that this is going to create more work and rabbit hole?
Oops, sorry.
No,
yes,
go ahead.
It will absolutely do that. And we've seen this, at the tail end of last year with all the reports that was generated, and understandably, I mean, council needs it, but it does pull us from other duties, and it pulls people from other duties to do this, in particular with what we've got on our plate right now with the opioid crisis and the gang conflict and everything else. But on top of all that is the provincial review and the significant amount of work that we've been feeding that in terms of information and the inaccurate information that often is presented, and just having that information collected and provided. So this will create an impact, undoubtedly.
Are there any timing implications?
Yeah, quite honestly, I think we've all been involved in projects like this, and it is a very ambitious timeline, but I understand council's need and request and urgency to get it going. So we'll do our best to provide that information. But timing also as it relates to the provincial review and the information coming out of that. So as everybody knows, the provincial review is so comprehensive on all aspects of policing, and we've provided, you know, significant contributions to that. So I think that whatever this committee provides, you know, timing is really kind of critical on it. You know, hopefully it's going to not be in conflict with what the larger community or committee has done with provincial review, just because of the broader consultation that they've done.
So there's no way we can kill two birds with one stone. What I was trying to get at was some timing alignment so that that work wouldn't have to be duplicated, or, you know, that there might be some efficiencies.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping as well. So sorry, I don't believe that that's going to be the case. I think the provincial review is quite the monster in terms of size and magnitude and scope. So they have already extended, is my understanding, to the early part of next year, and you know, for any recommendation release. So I don't know. I mean, you know, with a stroke of luck, maybe it'll fall in line, but I think the challenge will be trying to reconcile the two bodies of information that are coming out.
Do you see any problem with being a resource to this panel as opposed to being part of this panel?
I think being part of the panel is important. I think it's very critical that we're part of it, because you know, I've been part of, you know, last 30 years, last 20 years, I've been part of committees where, and it's to no fault of the community members or to the panel members, it's simply, I mean, it's a very specific set of knowledge. Like I said, you know, even something like, I think Councillor Dominato brought up Page story. And absolutely.
Deputy, yeah, I'm sorry, we are at the 5 minutes. Those were a number of information,
Okay.
so I'm going to have to
Sorry
about that.
That's fine.
Councillor DiGenova, I'll advance you.
Thanks so much. Could I actually hear the rest about Paige's story? I was going to, I'd just like to hear the continuation of that comment. I also have some questions, but.
Deputy Chief Chow?
Sure. Thank you for that. And so even when we refer back to the Page story, but there's this information gap in terms of what people know, and there's always the thought that there's something better in somebody else's backyard, you know, across the country or down in the States. But that alone, you know, and a lot of people probably don't know, is that we were the ones that drove that with the Vancouver Rapid Response Youth Team, with MCFD, with VCH, and created a hub model back in 2016. And that was in response to the Page story. But, you know, and my point on that is that there is so much misinformation about what we do. You know, even in something as pervasively spoken about as Carr 87, people don't know that we're plainclothes. People don't know that it makes no sense to scale that, you know, significantly, because it is a responsive type reaction. And Carr 87, it's like the medical field just dealing with those that are in stage 4 cancer, relative to trying to look at those upstream reasons to prevent it and deal with it in that aspect. So just that was really my point on it. So thank you for that.
Thank you to the Deputy Chief for that. If I can ask a follow-up point of information through the chair to Deputy Chief Chow, is there any chance, I understand that this is about a panel, but I'd actually like to get some more information on some of the work that is being done with Carr 87 and your mental health team, and what's provided. Is there any way that council could have some more information on that? Not trying to create more work for you, as you've mentioned, but is there any opportunity for that?
Absolutely. Thank you. And absolutely, like, be happy to present. We gave some details back in the end of last year, but happy to do that again. You know, in terms of Carr 87, it's reactive responsive, like I just said. What we should be hanging our hat on is our assertive outreach team, which we put out, you know, has significant outcomes. And this is dealing with those people before they go into crisis. But we'll be happy to talk to you about all these things that we've won international awards for. But yet, you know, there's dialogue sometimes that, hey, let's look at what's going on elsewhere. And we absolutely should. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that we've got the answers for everything. But I'm just saying is that that's why it's critical to have us, I think, on the panel, is that we can provide that context, because we've looked at those places over the last decade plus.
Okay, thanks so much. I do have some other questions, but appreciate that that information. Another point of information through the chair to our staff, and I guess I'll delegate this through our city manager, if possible, would be what is the current budget for UNDRIP?
Thanks. Through the chair, the motion that council passed regarding the establishment of task forces called on staff to develop a budget and come back to council with that. So that's work we're doing currently.
Okay, so would that be like best practices? Is there a reason that $10 million? I suppose that would be a question for the mover of the amendment, but uh, would you think that it would be best to have any budget informed by staff?
Sorry, Councillor, for UNDRIP or for?
Well, for right now, we have $10 million sitting in front of us. So I'm just wondering if you or finance staff, and sorry to put this on you, but it's an amendment, could tell me where that $10 million is coming from.
No, I understand the reference in the amendment is to the 2022 budget. So it would be up to council to determine where it would come from.
Interrupt just for a second because that amendment did fail. And so
Yeah.
this motion doesn't actually stipulate an amount of 10 million. So we'll just keep the questions germane to the amendment.
Okay, there was some talk about other amendments, so I just wanted to check. Also, just wanted to know when staff would be reporting back to council with that budget for UNDRIP, which I think is very important.
We're to the chair. We're working on that now. So within the next quarter, Councillor, we do need to have some further discussion with the three nations as well. So I don't want to presume how long that's going to take. Obviously, we expect that they will be looking for resources as well for this. So we want to make sure that they have, we provide them a respectful opportunity to consider that and provide their input. But we're certainly keen to get back to council with that proposal.
Okay, thanks very much. I would like to sever the A to E to vote, please. Thank you very much.
So what I'm actually going to do is I've been conferring with the clerks, and they require a 5-minute recess to ensure they have the correct amended motion up on the screen. What we've been seeing is the motion in its entirety, but we haven't yet voted on the amended amendment. So what I'd like to do is call a 5-minute recess. We'll come back at 1:52 to vote on the amended amendment and hear from councillors if need be. Councillor Kirby Young, I see you're up there. I'm back. So 5 minutes questions, or sorry, a discussion to the amended amendment.
That's me, Chair.
That's you.
Perfect, thank you. I just wanted to revisit a question I just want to get my head around, and that is the point of information through you to staff, if I could. And that is just really trying to synchronize in my head this report coming back earlier than the provincial review, and how those will dovetail, because there will inevitably be information that's going to be impactful or relevant, and jurisdictional information that comes back, as well as proposed changes. So can I just get another perspective on that from staff, please?
Yes, Sandra Singh, are you able to answer that question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. We did leave the report back as a time period, anticipating that that the special committee report will come out, and we would like an opportunity to review those recommendations and the potential impacts on our recommendations. We do recognize it does push that timeline out to that kind of that later timeline, so kind of April, May. But as you noted, there could be material recommendations coming out of that.
Okay, so a quick follow-up on that then. So by council is approving these recommendations today, although there is a anticipated timeline outlined in the report, we wouldn't be specifically approving a timeline, and staff would have the ability to be flex on that in response to that report and impacts that may need to be considered. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that's our yeah, I think so, Councillor. The proposed timeline is what we would aim to work to, and we did recognize in the timeline in the deck kind of April, May is when we would be coming back with recommendations to council. So and of course, many things can happen between now and as the work progresses that could impact the timeline, and we would report back to council if anything material happens to do so.
Okay, so we're not, by approving this report and so the specific recommendations we have to consider now as amended, we're not locking ourselves into a timeline. You would have flexibility, and if there was something significant that came up, you would advise council of that.
Yes, that's how I would interpret it. Yeah.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Seeing nobody else in the queue, we can move to a vote.
Move to sever, please.
And
we are
yes, thank you. And we'll sever all three resolutions in the amendment. So staff, if we can please
just a point of privilege.
Yes, Councillor DiGenova.
The latest version that I have of this, it was sent at 1:38 p.m. So I would just want to make sure that I have the correct information to vote on. Can the clerk send that over before we vote? I need that to vote.
So the email that was sent at 1:39, which includes you, is also on the screen. We're voting on C, D, and E, and they are accurate.
So I would like that sent to me. That's my point of privilege, because unfortunately my orange cone, for whatever reason, is not
Councillor DiGenova, I'll send it to you right now. It actually has already been sent to you, but I'll send it to you right now so that you have a copy of that.
I just want to make sure I know what we're voting on. Thank you.
So the email's from 1:39. And so if that is all, Councillor DiGenova, we can go to a vote. Voting on C. And that amendment fails with 5 in opposition. Councillor Bligh, Councillor DiGenova, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Dominato, and Councillor Kirby-Young. So we will go back to the amendment, and now we'll be voting on D. And I'm just pausing to give staff a minute to bring the amendment up on the screen as they're showing vote results at the same time as displaying the amendments. And Councillor Swanson, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Kirby.
Under privilege, Chair, I'm just trying to reference my email because I'm not seeing it on screen. It's D, correct?
It is D, that Council consider allocating funds in the 2022 budget for implementation of the panel's recommendations for 2022.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it on the public display. Sorry about that.
Yes, you're right. I'm seeing in a brief recess. So clerks, if you could just, yeah, it takes a little while. Okay, there we go. So it should be up on screen for you now, Councillor Kirby.
Thank you very much.
And that motion passes with no one in opposition. And then the final resolution in this amended amendment is E. And that's up on screen now. So please, if we can go to a vote. And that motion also fails with 5 in opposition: Councillor Bligh, Councillor DeGenova, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Dominato, and Councillor Kirby. So Council, that takes us back to the motion as amended, and I will give clerks a few minutes or a couple seconds to bring that up on screen while I take us back to the main queue. And I see Councillor Swanson, you still have the floor, so if there.
I submitted another amendment.
Okay, so I'll take us over to Amendment Q1. Councillor Swanson, you're on the queue there. I'll advance you to speak to your amendment.
So this is just a replacement for the one that was ruled out of order. When the police gave us their 32-page report that was in response to our request for itemized amount of how much they spent on the 4 areas of drug use, mental health, homelessness, and sex work, they didn't give a complete report. For example, they said that they spent, I think it was $283 on homelessness, which is of course wrong, because even just evicting people from Crab Park took a whole day and a whole bunch of officers. So what this amendment does is ask for a more complete response so that the city actually knows how much money the police are spending in those 4 areas.
Okay, Councillor Swanson, can you confirm that you have sent this amendment into staff? Okay, yes, I see it up on the screen there.
Mm-hmm.
And so any other councillors wishing to speak to this amendment? And I'm also just giving council a moment to review the amendment as it's just been brought up on screen. Councillor Dominato, I will advance you to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. And I have a point of information through you to VPD that we have on the line, because obviously it's asking for a second report. And what I'm hearing from the mover of the amendment is that questioning some of the information that was received. And so I would like VPD to clarify what they did provide and what more they would add.
Okay.
Thanks.
Please go ahead with your question, Councillor Dominato. We do have VPD on the line.
So that is my question to VPD, is what information did you provide and what additional information would you be able to provide through a second report?
Deputy Howard, Chief Chow, please go ahead.
Thank you. And so, and respectfully to Councillor Swanson, so we did provide a report. I think it was like a 36-page report that we put together. I mean, essentially, that's the data. That's our analytical work on the data. It's presented. I don't know what area she would like us to explore more. It is a significant task for us to do this, and we are pulling people off the road to do this. So I think the understanding or misunderstanding, if I may, is that when we go into a tent because of a domestic assault, we're investigating a domestic incident. We're investigating a criminal offense. We're not policing homelessness. No different than if a person's running with a knife in an encampment. We're dealing with a police incident. So if those are some of the areas that you want us to flesh out, I think we made it very clear in that report, and it was a very comprehensive report. So I don't know what else we can provide other than to update with the latest data. And I'll give you an example of the latest data. When we looked at our drug charges against possession, we had 4 charges last year for personal possession. So it was even less than what the report had indicated that we provided in November. So I'm sorry, but I don't know really what more we can provide that's going to give you a different picture.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Chow. Councillor Dominato, does that satisfy your point of information?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor DiGenova.
I actually have a follow-up to that point of information.
Go ahead.
So through you to the Deputy Chief, Councillor Swanson's proposed amendment here doesn't have a specific date set to it. So just wondered, I mean, right now, without any direction, would you be sure of what you'd be providing to council? And if so, by when? And I know that you answered a part of that question with your answer to Councillor Dominatos, but right now, do you have the direction that you'd need if this were to pass to know what to provide, and when would that come back if you were able to do it?
I'm sorry, unfortunately, I don't have the amendment available. I'm just doing it by conference call. So, I mean, we could look at that, but I'll tell you right now, in the midst of what's going on and where we've got all our resources on the analytical side, I don't see that this is being, I wish I could say it would be a priority, but it's got to go behind some of the issues we're dealing with, like with the gang war and the stabbing and everything else over the past weekend. We're just buried under like most other city departments. So it would be something I'd have to look at and just see how much unpacking there is required.
Okay, thanks very much. And no timeline that you could put on that right now?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
That's all, Councillor DiGenova?
Yes, right now, that's all. I mean, in speaking to this, I too am not quite sure beyond the 36-page report what Councillor Swanson is looking for, but I see her on the queue after me, so maybe she'll clarify that. So I'll take myself off the queue and listen to her comments and make my decision accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'll elaborate a little bit on what kind of information I think would be useful. How much time is and how many hours and how much money is spent searching people for drugs, confiscating drugs, going to court for drug issues? How many hours would you spend because we have homelessness, like accompanying fire when they go to Strathcona Park, accompanying, how much time is spent accompanying city workers when they do street sweeps? How much time is spent patrolling areas of sex worker strolls? This is some of the kind of, and how much money does that cost? How much time is spent doing missing persons reports for supportive housing places? Things that could be done by other people. Those are some of the things that I think would be useful, really useful information for us to have.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Swanson. So we are seeing no one else in the queue. I'm going to move us to a vote on this amendment. And that motion passes with Councillors DeGenova, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Dominato, and myself, Councillor Bligh, in opposition. So moving us back to the main queue. Councillor Swanson, you still have the floor. Councillor Swanson?
That's a holdover.
Okay. Councillor Fry, you're 5 minutes speaking to the amended motion.
Oh, I think that's a holdover or a mistaken queue.
Okay. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to move a series of amendments one by one. So if I could ask the clerks to bring up the first amendment with respect to the Canadian Mental Health Association.
Okay, and I'll move us to an amendment Q1 while the clerks do that, and you can put yourself back on the queue, please, so that you can speak to your amendment.
Thanks. While they're bringing it up, I'll speak to it just in the interest of time. And thank you. I think there was advice that staff recommended this, that they be invitations, but the first amendment is that council directs staff to invite one representative from the Canadian Mental Health Association to serve on the community panel. And this stems from discussions that I've embarked on with Councillor Wiebe with the Canadian Mental Health Association around the work that they're currently doing in this area. And I believe they've also written council today about this report. They are in the midst of piloting peer crisis response model teams on the North Shore, North Vancouver, West Vancouver, as well as in Victoria. And there, what they're doing is they're convening community tables that involve different community groups, as well as, depending on the jurisdiction, police or RCMP or both, to look at a civilian-led a response to mental health and addiction crises. There's strictly 2, 3, 4 people involved in teams that are civilian-led, that involve social workers, mental health clinicians, and so on. And I know this organization. They have a fantastic reputation, credible. I think they would be a great addition to being part of this panel in terms of what they can bring in terms of knowledge and experience. And I shared all of this information, including their submission to the province. And I think it's very aligned with Councillor Swanson's initial motion, as well as the current report before us.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Carr speaking to the amendment.
Thanks, Chair. I'm wondering if I can ask a point of information through you to
Please
staff.
go ahead.
Thank you. My question is, how would this differ? Sorry, let me start by asking, do staff expect that one of the agencies that a resource person may be supplied from to support the work of this committee would be the Canadian Mental Health Association?
We could certainly reach out to them and ask that be the case if the panelists see that they would be an organization that they would like to connect to. Absolutely.
So there's no okay. So it will be. How will staff present the possibility to panel members if this fails? How would you present this opportunity to panel members in terms of offering an opportunity for them to invite a resource person from the CMHC?
So when we meet with when the panel convenes, I would anticipate we would have a conversation with them around who beyond the 3 organizations that we've named in this report that they would like to see on the resource group, or that they would like to be connected to. And then we as the staff would do what we can to connect them with those organizations. We could certainly advise them that council was interested in having CMHC connected into the panel, and flag that as an organization that's of interest for us as the city to have them to connect with.
Okay. And if there is a no vote, I mean, if this particular amendment fails, would you take that as an indication of lack of interest in council on including this association with a direct representative, as opposed to in no way it being a reflection of the potential desire to see such an organization be there in a resource capacity.
Yeah, we wouldn't interpret this as if this were to fail, we wouldn't interpret it as council saying that no CMHC should not be involved in this discussion in any way. But yeah, we absolutely wouldn't interpret it that way.
Okay, thank you. I really, Sandra Singh, I very much appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor DiGenova to the amendment.
Thanks very much. And it's my understanding we're just voting on the Canadian Mental Health Association right now. Is that that's a
correct.
question? Thanks very much. I support having more voices at the table on this one, and especially the Canadian Mental Health Association. I think that it's important that, you know, when we talk about, you know, and I think Councillor Dominato's amendments, we're only speaking about this right now, but just so I don't have to put myself on the queue for each one, it comes down to nothing about us without us. And I think it was said, you know, by a number of different speakers. It was also well said by Councillor Swanson, but I think that applies to each group. So everyone has to be at the table. And if not, my concern, and, you know, Councillor Weeb and I have also, you know, had some meetings and been working on this. It's about silos and trying to break down those silos and create ways to work together. So to give this panel the ability to have more of those resources, considering this very short time period that we're giving them, we're asking them to do a lot with a little. And what I mean by that is a little amount of time. And this is a lot of work, a lot of responsibility. I, in fact, hope that as we chip away at this with amendments, we're not going to lose potential panel members because they're concerned that their hands will be tied. So I do think that it's important that, you know, there is some consideration, and I think that this is you know, a very well put amendment. I will be supporting this, and to the other amendments also. I think it's important to, you know, I'll let Councillor Dominato move forward with those, but just wanted to say that in general. So the council and my support for that was on the record. I think that, you know, this is important, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's one way or another. Maybe there's a collaborative way. And as Councillor Dominato shared from her time at the province, I'm not sure if any other council members have been in a situation where they have needed to call the police because of you know, someone that they know, or they were in a situation with someone where they were put in a situation where they were feeling unsafe. But I have been in that situation a long time ago, and I actually fear for the lives of others if that call wasn't answered. That was a long time ago. That wasn't BPD. But I do think that it's important that this is informed by the Canadian Association of Mental Health and also the VPD. I think all members need to be at the table for this, and really appreciate the work that Councillor Dominato's put into this. So I will be supporting it, and just wanted to state that for the record. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I can support this. I think they're a good group, and their submission to the police board says they want to de-emphasize police, and that people with mental health should be centered in the services that are provided for them, and I think they would make a good addition.
Thank you very much, Councillor Swanson. And seeing no one else on the queue, I'll send us over to a vote on the amendment. And that amendment passes with unanimous support. So, Councillor Dominato, you have the floor in the main queue. Just check that we've got your audio.
I'm on mute. The next one is to invite one representative from VPD to serve on the community panel. I've separated these out so people have the benefit of being able to vote how they will. I already spoke at length as to why I think there's benefit to having the various community agencies, even the ones that follow in the next amendments, participating and being part of this dialogue so that we get to the best outcomes possible. So I won't
I'll
speak.
move us over to an amendment queue, and anyone that wants to speak to this can do so, including yourself, Councillor Dominato, if you'd like to add any other comments.
Not at this time, thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Just reset your timer. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks very much. And I'm just looking for the page of the report. It's a point of information to the mover of the amendment, which is this, Councillor Dominato, would this be in addition, so going above and beyond right now, the two non-police member police kind of experts that would be a part of this panel that passed when the amendment E failed? So that would still stay, but would this be in addition to that?
It could be in addition to that. I mean, if it was the will of council is to support a VPD member to be part of the panel, then you could have one policing expert instead of two. From my perspective, again, it was about the VPD along with VCH and others are community agencies delivering frontline services. And so what they bring, which is different from the policing experts, is that they're actually working in the field. And the example I gave earlier is the task force related to sex workers and how the benefit of having everyone at the table there in constructing the guidelines and working differently. And we just had a briefing, all of council, around that work. So that's the model and framework in my mind. So could be in addition to, or they could remove one policing expert. I'm not that, but I just thought that someone who's actually working in the field and involved already with the community would make sense.
Thanks very much. That's my question. Take myself off the queue.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, so I'm opposed to this. As it stands now, it'd be 3 people with the VPD perspective on the panel, and that's way too many. I don't think any should be on it. And it should be centering the voices of people who are policed, not the people who do the policing. I think that's a really important principle to maintain. It, the way it's set up now, the people who are policed have a slight majority, and I think that's the way we should keep it. And I'm going to vote against this.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Weed.
I will also be voting against this. I think that one of the things that staff brought forward is that this panel is supposed to be arm's length and there's going to be utilizing the VPD as a resource as the panel best seems fit. And we heard from Chow how important it was to ensure that dialogue was happening, but that will be on the priority set by the panel. So we'll be voting against this, as we've talked about this being an arm's length and really focusing the voices that need to be heard.
Thank you, Councillor Weed. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'll just echo those points. I think a lot of effort went into the balance of the panel, and I will be supporting the staff recommendations on that front without further VPD representatives for all the reasons other people have stated. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to acknowledge this is an overall a difficult conversation because it's a difficult issue that we are dealing with. And I think that there is a genuine effort to strike the balance here. I will admit to being torn on this one because one thing that concerns me generally in what we're seeing in this dialogue and a lot happening right now around similar issues in society is this polarization of people in different points on the spectrum and different views, and that results in either sort of increasing lack of dialogue or anything that resembles dialogue, and sort of just this delineation of different groups, and not a path forward to bring forward together towards a better outcome. Having said that, I also think that there is a demonstrated need to provide specific spaces for community to have these conversations. And so from my point of view, that's equally important, and I'm weighing both of theirs. I would be more concerned if there wasn't any VPD representation at all. There is an opportunity with the experts, and I think through that for the VPD to funnel in information to make sure that the panel is able to work from sort of a baseline of consistent information. And so I think there's an opportunity to do it there. So I'll just sort of acknowledge that I'm torn for the 2 reasons, because I think
both are equally valid in trying to get to a place where we can facilitate dialogue, but also creating a sort of a safe space for community to be able to have the discussion. Thanks. Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby. And Councillor Hardwick.
Through you a question to the VPD, please, Chair.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Similar question that I asked with a different amendment. What would be the, does VPD have someone available if we were to appoint them to this committee? What are the sourcing implications?
So, you know, like, I mean, I hear what all the other councillors are saying, and we've had a lot of discussion with this with Sandra Singh, and we respect the fact that this committee should have the ability to speak freely, and they may have some concerns. So we do support the recommendations that were put forward by the report from city staff, that it be 2 police experts that are appointed by the VPD that are going to have context. I think that's where it's critical, is it has to be somebody has relevance, has context, is pertinent, is, you know, has the recency of knowledge. And those are the ones that I think can probably provide, you know, the best guidance for this committee. So appreciate, you know, the thoughts from Councillor Dominato in terms of having the input of the police, but I think we could probably manage it with the appointees.
That's it for me. That answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. And seeing nobody else on the queue, I will send us to a vote on the amendment. And seeing all the votes in, that amendment fails with Councillors Carr, Councillor Fry, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Kirby-Yung, and myself in opposition. Going back to the main screen, just flipping between screens here. Councillor Dominato, you still have the floor.
Chair, thanks, Chair. Next amendment is to direct staff to invite 1 representative from VCH to serve on the community panel. Again, from the perspective of this VCH being community panel, and I recognize they're there as a resource, but sorry, as a community member. But again, they're doing a lot of direct service delivery in terms of our community, in terms of our neighborhoods, and I think it'd be real benefit. There's a lot of merit in that.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'm opposed to this one. This is for community-led services. VCH isn't a community-led service. It's a pretty entrenched bureaucracy. I know they do good things, but I think it's important to have this committee centered in people who are policed. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. I just felt compelled to counter that because I think that Vancouver Coastal Health does great work in our community. We often ask them to come to council. Our staff works with them. They have shared expert opinions with us before. So for that reason, I do support this and thank Councillor Dominato for bringing this forward. And I think that it's important, again, you know, if nothing about us without us at the table, and Vancouver Coastal Health is a part of that, and they are a funding partner, as well as I mean, just look at the work that they're doing right now. So if we even look at this in the context, or if this touches the pandemic at all, even if it doesn't, I think that they've informed a lot of the work that we've done here at Vancouver City Council. So I will continue to support their involvement as I have in past on numerous issues. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I think it's really important that the panel have a majority of people with lived experience and groups that are representing people who are policed. And if we start adding VCH, VSB, and all these other groups to it, that balance is going to be skewed in favor of bureaucracies rather than people with lived experience.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. See no one else on the queue. We're going to move to, Councillor Kirby-Yung, just in time. Please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry to be late on the draw there. Point of information to staff through you, if I might, Chair.
Go ahead.
I noticed in the report, I think it was around page 8, that there was some identification with respect to the possible constraints on VCH participation due to COVID demands. So can you clarify that? Was the intention that they would be a resource or perhaps more of an informal, not as formalized a resource as the VPD resources because of the current pandemic? I just want to be clear on that.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Sandra Singh here. Appreciate the question. We have talked with VCH. They indicated a strong interest in serving on the staff resource group to support the work of the panel, but they didn't express a strong interest and in fact did requested to not be on the panel.
Sorry, you cut out for me a little bit there. Did you see they requested not to be on the panel?
Yeah, they were not interested in being on the panel itself. They were interested in participating in the resource group and being of service to the panel as VPD and city staff are.
Okay. Okay, and that's articulated in the report already in the recommended composition, correct?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. And assuming no further comments, I'll move to Councillor
I am on DQ.
I'm calling on you, Councillor DiGenova. Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I just have another point of information for the mover of the amendment for Councillor Dominato.
Go ahead.
Sorry to put you on the spot, Councillor Dominato, but I understand this to say that this is to invite one representative. So, for instance, the recommendations to this, I mean, are maybe very different at the end than staff's. We've supplemented and added a lot of amendments. So, is it your intention that the invitation, be put to them in case they do want to participate in this after reading the council recommendation? It's just an invitation. They can decline that. That's my understanding from the way you've written this, but just wanted clarification on that if you don't mind.
Yes, it was just an invitation, and obviously, if their preference were to continue more in a support role, which an advisory role, which I think is articulated in the report, that they could do so.
Okay. The invitation never hurts, so for that reason, I will be supporting this.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor DiGenova. See no one else in the queue, we'll go to a vote on this amendment. And that, Dominato, over to you.
Yes, and I've circulated an amendment, and it is with respect to inclusion of youth and care in the community panel.
Okay, I'll put us over to an amendment queue if you can add your name there and speak to that.
And so this is...
Sorry, Councillor Dominato, I'm just going to flag that, clerks, we have the wrong amendment up on the screen right now. So if you can just, there's a recent amendment that was just sent a couple minutes ago, 228. That's the one that Councillor Dominato has indicated would like to move.
I'll speak to that. So in the interest of, as we're talking about depolicing on these issues and recognizing that youth in care often experience higher levels of poverty and experiences of being homeless, as well as around issues related to mental health addictions. They are some of our most vulnerable children and youth, and they are in the care of government in different capacities. And one of the tenets of working with the province was that we needed, as a society and as a government body, start to need to think differently about how we care for youth in care and consider them not just the MCFD's role, but all of the other agencies that have touch points with youth in care. And so if we're speaking about importance of lived experience on a community panel, I think there would be some benefit from reaching out to the youth and care community to see if there might be a youth or a member individual or organization that works with youth in care that might be represented there.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Kirby Young to the amendment. I don't see Councillor Kirby Young. I I believe your timer has started, but if you'd like to speak to the amendment, Councillor Kirby Young, please go ahead.
Yeah, I have a point of information or question through you to the mover, if I could. The
Please
amendment.
go ahead.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see this amendment. I think it's a critical identification of where people can sort of fall through the cracks in terms of their life experience. I'm wondering, when you say in terms of the definition of youth in care, if you would see organizations that have reached out and wanted to be involved in contributing solutions like this. It could also be nonprofits like Covenant House, for example, just as one example that comes to mind. Did you mean it to sort of be all encompassing in that perspective?
I did mean it to be all encompassing because there's other organizations, for example, and their names escaping me right now, Greater Vancouver Family Services. They also serves youth in care, for example, help them find housing. So different agencies within the city that do focus specifically on youth in care. So yes, it was meant to be all encompassing youth in care community. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Fantastic. Happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, to me, the crucial thing in this is whether the person who gets appointed is actually a youth in care or whether they're representing another nonprofit. I'm thinking of when we had the delegations for the all on board transit motion a year and a half or 2 years ago, and those youth spoke in terms of, you know, needing free transit and what happened when they got caught with no fare and that kind of thing. They were amazing, and they would be amazing people to be involved. But I'm not really so hot about having another nonprofit or another bureaucracy involved. So I think my tendency here would be to just leave it like it is, unless there'd be some assurance that the actual person that was appointed is an actual youth in care.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby, or Councillor Swanson, sorry. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. My comment actually was going to be similar to what Councillor Swanson said. I asked staff in the questions earlier about engagement with youth. I certainly think that that's an important piece of this work. I appreciated staff's response that was included in their outline, both of what the community representatives on the panel would look like and also in what additional engagement the panel could do. I agree that this is important and that there are important overlaps between the way that youth in care experience policing and poverty and the work that we're hoping that this panel will do. And I'm comfortable with the way that staff have already laid that out in the report. And I don't think this is worded too broadly, that it's not specific to identifying having a youth in care specifically themselves. I don't think we need more organizations on this. And to the interest in having a youth, I think that fits within what's outlined as the community representatives on the panel. So again, appreciate the intention of this, but I don't think it's needed. And I'd like us to stick with how staff have very thoughtfully outlined the balance of voices that can and should be included. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Chair. I wonder if I can ask a point of information through you, please.
Please go ahead.
Yes, to staff. Hearing the comments of councillors on this amendment, I'm wondering if you could respond to whether or not you would take direction verbal without a necessary amendment to this, that if this were to pass, that it would be a actual youth in care representative from the youth in care community.
Oh, if it were to pass, would it be youth in care?
Would you? Yes.
Yeah, the way we described the community member representatives, it was that we viewed it broadly. It could be people kind of in the community, or it could be service providers. So I think if council really wants this to be specifically a youth who is in care, then that would be helpful to clarify that. We did plan to include youth, and that was as we answered the previous question. We know this is an area of work. We know we need to there needs to be a diversity of age on the panel as per council direction. So this was built into our thinking originally, but if council would like to stipulate and add a representative, of course, it's at your discretion.
Thank you. Thanks for that. I really appreciate it. Chair, I actually just have forwarded an amendment to this amendment.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll take us over to an amendment Q2 and you can introduce your amendment.
Thank you. I simply added the words youth in care in front of representative to this particular amendment. Sorry, I just sent it off, so hopefully, sorry staff for such a last minute, but that council directs staff to invite one youth in care representative from the youth in care community.
Okay, seems pretty straightforward. I don't see anybody in the queue. Okay, Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thanks. I want to say I appreciate this too, but I really think we're getting too far into the weeds of this, and that staff have outlined a very good balance of voices in an attempt to get there. And I guess I would just caution us that the more we get into the very specifics of who's on this panel, the more we make it challenging, I think, for staff to achieve that balance in a good way. So I again appreciate this, but I won't be supporting the amendment to the amendment or the original amendment. I think that the point has been made well and appropriately that engaging with youth and youth in care is part of this work. I heard staff say that they recognize that before all of these amendments, and so I think we should stick with the language that staff put forward and give that space for a good balance to be created.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Carr.
Yes, just to make the point clear, there are a limited number of spots for community representatives, and there are many different subsets of groups of people within the community that is the most vulnerable. I feel particularly strongly that youth in care is a group of individuals who have been and continue to be very much at risk. And so, and I also listened to Councillor Swanson's response about about the potential addition of that particular kind of representative being could be very important in the committee's work. So, yeah, I just think council should consider how difficult it is to cover off all of the various groups and perspectives in terms of community representatives, but to really think clearly about how important a particular youth representative from the youth and care community would be critical.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, point of information to staff.
Go ahead.
I'm just wondering, when we say invite a member, does that mean that application will then go to the nomination committee? Do we see this as adding one more person to the panel? How does staff interpret this amendment?
Thank you, Councillor. Sandra Singh. I was just texting around that. The way I've been hearing it to this point is that council has sought to add organizations to the overall recommendations. So for example, for the CMHA edition, I hadn't interpreted that as taking place of one of the 8 community spots. I thought it was in addition to, so the panel is now 17 people. However, if council intended that differently, it would be helpful to understand that. So like with the youth in care, I was thinking of that as an addition to, but it would be helpful to have that clarification.
Okay, I would assume it would be an addition to, but I agree that the clarity is not in here. Thanks, appreciate that answer.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. Seeing nobody else in the queue, we will go to a vote on this amendment to the amendment. And that motion passes with Councillor Boyle in opposition. Okay, back to the amended amendment. Councillor Carr, you still have the floor. Would you like to?
I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Hardwick.
I actually have another amendment, so I don't know if I'm there yet.
Yes, you can amend this amendment as it's been amended.
Just trying to keep track of all the steps, Chair. I had circulated an amendment and then revised it. I'm also looking.
Is this amending the current amendment or is it a new amendment?
I think it's a new amendment. So
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So we just need to deal with this one first, and then you on the main queue you can move that.
Okay. Apologies.
Okay. So seeing no one else on the queue, I'll move us to a vote on this amended amendment. And that motion passes with Councillor Fry in opposition. Okay, so going back to the main queue and seeing that. So we're in the main queue now. Councillor Dominato, you still have the floor.
Nothing further from me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, thank you. I did put in an amendment, clerk, just make sure it's the most recent one. I circulated one a little earlier, and the city manager got back to me with some concerns, and so I've amended my amendment before submitting it.
Okay.
This is
move us over to an amendment Q1, Councillor Hardwick, and you're actually already
get on there again. Oh,
Go
am
ahead.
I good? Okay, thanks. Yeah, as I expressed and through my questioning, I looked at Appendix C and the way that we're looking at treating the stipend for participants in this panel. And it has given me pause for concern in the larger context of how it might have implications for our other advisory bodies. And so I know it's our intention that this be an isolated example, and we know that through the answers to my earlier questions, this is not a common practice. And there, I believe, was one example, isolated example in a taxation-related panel. So for that reason, this is just a little bit of trying to think ahead and future-proof to ensure that that we state that this is not intended to establish a precedent for other advisory bodies. I might suggest that that this does pose the question that we should have a re-examination of our other advisory bodies, but right here and right now, I would just like to have sort of the assurance that this not be used in isolation as a precedent.
Okay.
And I did check it through the city manager before bringing this forward as I described.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hardwick. So there's a few people on the queue to speak to this. Councillor DeGenova, please go. Okay, Councillor Fry, you're up.
Yeah. Sure. Unless Councillor DeGenova was accidentally bumped off there, I'm happy to speak to this. I won't be supporting this amendment. I will refer back to my own experience on the Downtown East Side local area plan, where in fact I got to know Councillor Swanson before either of us were elected. We had a practice at that table to offer honorariums to low-income folks who were participating, recognizing that this work, especially for vulnerable populations, can be exhausting work. It does take time. It does take a significant amount of resources that I obviously had the benefit of doing because I was self-employed and have a home and etc. But I do want to recognize that for folks that we're asking to do this otherwise volunteer labor, it's a significant ask, and I think it does deserve remuneration. And to the specifics of the amendment, this particular remuneration is not setting a precedent because we did in fact do it on the Downtown East Side local area plan, and I suspect that staff does this often when dealing with different vulnerable populations and asking for their expertise and input. So I'll be voting against this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks very much. I'm just wondering, I mean, right now, are there any other committees that have vulnerable and marginalized people serving on them that receive honorariums or stipends?
Is that question to?
It's a point of information, sorry.
Yes, so I'm going to ask the city manager to comment.
Thanks, Chair. In terms of advisory committees, we do not provide remuneration for advisory committee members. There are instances, as I understand, in terms of other engagement with members of the community where we may provide honoraria. But in terms of our standing council advisory committees, no, we do not currently provide compensation for any of the members of those committees.
Do we even provide, I mean, Councillor Weeb, who's coming after me, well, no, because we both sat as liaisons to the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, where some people have needed to park their vehicles at City Hall. Do we even offer free parking to those advisory committees?
I believe we do provide them with parking here at City Hall when they're attending meetings, yeah.
Okay, but that was something that that I understand was implemented after the pay parking. So, for me, I appreciate what Councillor Hardwick's put forward. I think that you can view it in different lights. I mean, uh, if we're asked tomorrow by advisory committees this why this panel and not others, I think that it's important that we have taken a stand for the reasons outlined in the report, the reasons that we've heard from our staff. And if we want to have a conversation about remuneration for committee members and how that's going to be funded and where that's going to come from, I think that that's a conversation to have separate to this motion. That being said, is there anything in, I suppose, legally that prevents the City of Vancouver from paying individuals? Yeah, that would be a point of information to staff. There's nothing that limits us from paying individuals instead of companies or contractors.
Through you to the city manager, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry I cut you off there. No, we will work with our finance department to ensure that we kind of follow the requisite taxation rules and so on. But no, there's no prohibition.
Okay, so I do support this. I think that it's well put by Councillor Hardwick, because if not, I think that we this allows to Councillor Fry's point, if this is something that we want to do and should be doing, that's something that we have to consider. I think it's very separate to this for all committees, or for at what level of participation do we consider offering a stipend or an honorarium? I know that it was considered in the review of council remuneration. I remember that being something that was offered. Councillor Carr and I were both on council at the time that happened. That being said, I also understand that the UDP is a number of experts and trained architects, and they don't receive a stipend. I also understand the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, other advisory committees have people who identify themselves as in the lower income bracket. So for that reason, I do appreciate what Councillor Hardwick's put forward, and I don't see this precluding us from bringing something forward at a later time. In fact, I see this as welcoming that. So for that reason, I will be supporting Councillor Hardwick's amendment.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I will not be supporting. I think that I'm hoping that it does start to continue to forward the conversation of remunerating the people that do so much work on our advisory bodies. I know that when we were working on the transgender variant two-spirited group, they were putting in weekly hours and had to get to the point that they left and started their own consulting company to be paid. I know that the Person with Disability Advisory Committee meets staff every 2 weeks, and I think we need to be recognizing that when we go to vulnerable communities and ask for their expert experience and their expertise, that they should be funded appropriately. I know this has been a precedent that we're obviously working with our First Nation representatives, and I think it's something we should be looking at with all people that are bringing significant experience and expertise to the table, and I think it's something we should look at. So I will not be supportive of this.
Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Chair. I also will not be supporting this. And I will not be supporting it for a couple of reasons. First of all, certainly we've had the input of advisory committees in terms of moving forward, what kinds of well, just what we might want to consider in terms of in sort of improving the way in which we operate our advisory committees. That I think happened last year. Seems like a long time ago now. But I do remember as one of the liaisons to the Urban Indigenous Peoples Advisory Committee that a suggestion that came forward from UIPAC was that elders be recipients of honoraria, which is very common within the Aboriginal communities, Indigenous communities. So I know that that is a consideration that we are looking at. From my point of view, what I'd rather see is that that staff come back to council with some very clear recommendations around what kinds of circumstances or considerations might be looked at for the provision of honoraria or stipends, remuneration of some sort. So I'd rather not close the door on this. We've done it before in other special circumstances. Let's just receive some greater detail from staff on what those circumstances, those special considerations are under which they would recommend offering honoraria or remuneration.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I think the principle of compensating people for their intellectual work for the city, especially if they're lower income people, is good. I remember, like Councillor Fry was saying, being part of the Downtown Eastside Local Area Planning Committee, and people got $10 an hour for attending committee meetings. And it enabled them to participate. Without that, they wouldn't have been able to. And without that, the city wouldn't have gotten their intelligence and their knowledge about the community. So I think that's a really important principle for the city to have, that we remunerate people whose wisdom we seek. And I just don't think this motion is necessary. Yeah, so that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson and Councillor Hardwick. Closing on your motion.
My amendment. I had intended this really just to be a statement to future-proof, but what became clear through the commentary of other members of council is that they do see this as establishing a precedent that they see as a positive. I'm concerned overarchingly, as should taxpayers in this city, that the legacy of volunteer committees in the city is now opening the door to I hate to say a double standard, but we are certainly setting whose opinions and expertise we see as important by socioeconomic status, not by what, for example, we talked about other committees like the Development Permit Board, the Urban Design Panel, the multitude of committees that are across the board. I have a fundamental problem with this. It puts the city in a very contradictory role when we're paying for feedback from people outside of the parameters of what we would normally do with a consulting firm, whether it be a nonprofit or social purpose organization or not. But the notion that the city is now going to start paying for feedback from groups that it deems to be appropriate, I think the taxpayers of the city better, hold on if this is going to be a practice that we're going to see increasingly. So all I had hoped with this was to and I was prepared to support this individual motion containing the existing stipend recommendations. But now I'm really given pause for concern that this is heading in the wrong direction and will in fact have the impact of establishing a precedent for other advisory bodies. So even though this will most certainly fail based on the feedback that I'm getting here today, I think it's shining a light on a fact that we can expect further expansion into this area based on the comments. Very concerned. Thank you.
Chair, you may be mute, but I'm just going to assume that you're saying, please go ahead,
I
Councillor
absolutely
Fry.
was. Thank you, Councillor
And
Fry.
I'll keep this quick, just because I want to make this very clear in case it wasn't heard before. I'll say it extra slowly and repeat what Councillor Swanson and I both referenced. This is not setting a precedent. This is an established practice. This was done during the Downtown Eastside Local Area Plan, specifically to engage low-income residents and vulnerable peoples in a process that would otherwise be exclusionary to them. This is not a precedent-setting example. This is a practice that we engage with low-income folks in particular, because otherwise these practices, these opportunities would be exclusionary to them. So I don't support this amendment, and I resent the implication that somehow this is a precedent-setting move, because it is not. And we have, Councillor Swanson and I both clearly indicated it is not precedent-setting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor DiGenova, you have just under a minute.
Thanks so much. I'm gonna go out on a whim. I'm not on this committee, but I'm gonna send this over as an amendment to the amendment, and that is indulge me. I did this on the fly here. So basically, what I'm proposing is that maybe the Auditor General Committee.
Councillor DiGenova, is this an amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, it's an
I'm
amendment.
going to move us over to an amendment queue and stop your timer.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'm just going to clear that queue. Actually, you're on that queue, so
okay. I
Point
was
of
hoping to get
privilege.
some extra
Point
time.
of privilege, Chair.
Yes, Councillor Hardwick.
Given the discussion here, I would like to withdraw my amendment.
Okay, what we do, I'm not sure that
I'll withdraw my amendment to the amendment. Thanks.
Okay, since now I'm just going to check with the clerk because we are going to need motions since these have both been moved. So if just for simplicity of process, Councillor DiGenova, you're withdrawing your amendment?
If Councillor Hardwick's withdrawing hers, I'll withdraw mine. I was trying to be helpful.
So since we had moved to a queue, we just need to vote. All those in favor of Councillor DiGenova withdrawing her amendment, please say yay.
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 Any opposed? Great. And then I'm going to just take a liberty, if you don't mind, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick is requested to withdraw her motion. All those in favor?
Yay.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much, Council. That takes us back to the main queue. Councillor Hardwick, you still have the floor if you'd like to continue your comments.
I'm just going to treat this as a separate motion under at a separate time and in the interest of getting this done. Thanks.
Okay, so right now we're speaking to the main motion, and those are your comments?
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor DiGenova to the main motion as amended. And you may be on mute, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. Yes, I was. And just a moment, if you'll indulge me, I'm just sending an amendment in myself here. I've just sent this amendment in. And the amendment is, and it's one that I think was you know, considered before, but I think that it is important considering the conversations and the amount of knowledge, and you know, also you know, Councillor Swanson talking about lived experience and
Okay, Councillor DiGenova, I'm going to take us over to an amendment queue. I'll ask
And this is about also, you know, I very much appreciate the list that Councillor Dominato had added. I think that, you know, considering the recent conversations at school board and the conversations here about lived experience and making sure that everyone has a voice at the table, but especially in looking at the 4-pillar strategy and the work that our staff, you know, similar to Councillor Fry's question, I had a question about sort of where staff are on that. I ran out of time to kind of ask that in my question period time. But, you know, I think that it's important to consider the fact that, you know, when we look at sort of future generations and the next generations, that they have a seat at the table here and that they're represented by the representatives that govern them. So for that reason, I'm moving forward an amendment that, you know, there also be representation from the Vancouver School Board, and that representative um, would also be invited to serve on this committee.
Okay, thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Seeing no one else on the queue, I'm going to move us to a vote. And that motion, actually, just noting Councillor Kirby Young is absent from the meeting, and she did indicate a while back to the clerks and myself. So in opposition, that motion fails. In opposition, Councillor Carr, Councillor Fry, Swanson, Weeb, Boyle, and myself, Councillor Bligh. Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. You still have the floor if you'd like to make any final comments to the motion as amended.
I would just like to move a recess so that we can review all of the amendments in the main motion before we have a final vote, and that be emailed to us. So I would ask for 5 minutes if possible for that.
Seems fair enough. So we'll take a 5-minute recess. We'll reconvene actually just about 6. So we'll reconvene at 3:10.
And the clerk can get that to us now?
They're working on it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Council.
Good afternoon. Thank you for calling into the teleconferencing line. The meeting will resume momentarily. Please stand by. Thank you.
pardon me, but we just got the amended motion 2 minutes ago. Is there any way we could extend for another minute or two?
We can do that. Just noting it is, we've only added C and D to the original motion, and they're pretty short additions. So if it could just be a minute, that would be great. And we'll just wait.
Yeah, a minute, fine.
motion, and then we'll have a clear indication of what we need to do now.
Can you hear me, Chair Bligh?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. So we're confirming that we have all the pieces properly into the motion. And it appears to be fully there based on what Tina Hildebrandt sent to you. We were just going through all the pieces to make sure we had it done properly.
Okay, I'm going to call a 5-minute recess, and I'm going to phone you, Tina. Thank you for that, but I must say that there's definitely pieces missing from the motion that's been emailed. So,
okay, so
we're going to call a 5-minute recess. We'll go to 3:22, and then we'll come back.
Okay, thank you.
And that motion passes with no one in opposition. And then the final.
Chair Bligh, just to
Chair
note
Bligh,
that
you're not on mute.
It's actually, I think they're playing back the recording. It's not me talking, actually. I think they're listening back to the recording to see what happened. So I appreciate you flagging that for me, though. It's going to give our clerks a few minutes. It's really tricky to follow.
Yeah, I was just going to send you a text message, Rebecca. There's 4 missing pieces. I've got them listed.
I've emailed them to the clerks. Thank you, though. But
Great.
if you want to forward it, that's great, too.
Right.
Should be fine.
to ensure that the next posted amended motion is absolutely correct. So I'm going to say let's give it them until 3:30 to do that. So we'll recess now until 3:30.
Can I just ask a
And
question?
I just wanted to finish what I was saying and just to thank council for their patience and understand how many moving parts are in this report today. Yes, go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. I just want to make sure to be clear for the public record that if that's sent to us at 3:30, I will need some time to carefully review it. Is that still going to be offered, or should
It's going to be an option. It's going to be an option for sure. And everyone, if you could monitor your email, because if it does come to you in the next couple minutes, you will have time then to look at it.
I'm refreshing every 20 seconds. Thank you.
Great. We'll be back in at 3:30. Thank you.
Letters, yeah, yeah. So do they want it emailed one last time?
Okay, Council, I see that the final motion that has been checked a number of times is in front of you and is correct. So I'm just going to ask before we are back, if there's a request to have more time allocated to be able to read through the motion as amended. And Councillor DeGenova, perhaps I'll.
Yes, I'd like to give us 5 minutes because the final motion was just sent today at 3:37, which was 1 minute ago. So I'd like to ask for 5 minutes, and my apologies for that. But without having it earlier, I just want to make sure that I have the information I need to vote.
Okay, so we will recess for 5 minutes. We'll come back at 3:43.
Yeah, there was a barely there. There was an abstention.
Andrew was a
Yikes. Sorry, Rebecca, are you there?
Yes, Councillor Carr?
Yeah, so in G, it is missing the words to serve on the community panel at the end as well. I mean,
I'm sorry. The last version I have at 3:37 p.m. doesn't have a G, it has an F.
Yes. I think you're meaning F, Councillor Carr.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Just checking. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry. The original one was missing an E. Sorry, I see the change.
Mm-hmm.
The one, right? But it still is missing in the word in the F. It is to invite one youth and care representative from the youth and care community
So
to
I,
serve on the community panel.
thank you very much. I'm going to send that note so that the public display will include that. I hope that we won't need a further recess
Thank you.
and that can
I
be
think
added. Thank you.
Thank you.
Got the whole thing as Carr said not as she submitted it. That was I'm just gonna bring up Carr again.
Okay, thank you, Council. We're back at 3:43, and I'm going to ask the clerks to reconvene the meeting, the public meeting, of course, so that the public can follow along. We do have the motion as amended, and staff will be updating that motion to include in F to serve on the community panel. So I'd like to open up for any final comments to the main motion. That's the stage that we're at now. And Councillor DiGenova, you have the floor.
Thanks very much, and thanks for the time to review that. It was helpful to have the motion in front of me. I would like to ask that we sever each letter separately. Also, I just wanted to ask a point of information through you, Chair, to the city manager, and that would be about the budget, because here it's asking us to, I suppose, approve in principle. So the council consider allocating the funds in the 2022 budget for the implementation of the panel's recommendations. Well, how can we consider something that hasn't been done? So would the panel's recommendations be coming forward from them with those suggestions that staff would then take and put into the budget? I'm just wondering. I mean, that's the process that I would have seen just from my time on council, but just wondering, because some numbers have been thrown out today, like $10 million, and just wanted to know. Thank you.
City Manager? Or over to Sandra Singh, whoever would like to respond.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I mean, the wording is what it is. It's really a consideration for council. I think council could earmark funds, and that was the discussion that you had earlier, that council could earmark funds in the 2022 budget pending more detailed recommendations to come forward. Obviously, that's all to be determined by council. We wouldn't see this wording as constraining. It's specified as a consideration.
Okay, so I just want to be very clear in speaking to this, sort of in my portion of the debate to this, is that when that time comes, and as we see this happen with other motions and recommendations, they come back from staff after the conclusion of work that we've directed staff to do. I'm confident that that will come back to us. I find it difficult right now to consider something that I'm not sure what that might look like, and what also we have to consider. We had a discussion just yesterday about the budget and the trade-offs that we might see. So I'd feel more comfortable deciding on that piece specifically at a later time. That being said, you know, I do think the work of this committee, or I should say this panel, is important, and I do support it, and I do support. I'm sorry.
Just ask councillors to
Someone's
mute.
not on mute, perhaps.
Thank you.
But I do think the work of this panel is important, and I do think that I'm concerned that there might not be enough time to considering what we've asked the panel to do. But that being said, looking forward to hearing back from the panel as they move through this work, and also appreciate having that information from the VPD, and also aside from the recommendation, would welcome more information on, you know, the work that currently is being done across different services and agencies, you know, to serve people who suffer from mental illness, and to address issues of mental health in the community. So for those reasons, I will be supporting a number of the recommendations as well. I think that it's always better to have more panel members than less. I was disappointed not to see all of the recommendations put forward in amendments by Councillor Dominato, and, you know, the amendment that I had moved to also include a representative from the VSB, considering the amount of knowledge they could bring from the good work that they've just done, you know, to the table. You know, I thought that this was about having more people at the table, not less. So I will support those, you know, portions that include the Canadian Mental Health Association. but wish we would have also included the Vancouver School Board, considering the 4-pillar strategy and the fact that prevention also and working with the next generation is so important in that strategy specifically, but also, you know, in considering what they have to say. I think that they should be at the table for decisions that are being made that will impact their future, as we often talk about here at Council. That's all I have to say on that, and I would just like to ask that we sever.
Thank you, and noting that we'll be severing the vote. Councillor Swanson.
Thank you. I want to start off by thanking staff for centering the voices of people who are policed in this report. I think you've done a pretty good job on that. And I want to say to the clerk staff, I'm amazed that you got our motion together after all those amendments and amendments to the amendments, and don't feel bad about the delay. So looking at the motion, what's bad about it? In my opinion, anyway, it takes too long. It's already been since July. There's no money for the recommendations, although there could be. There's VPD appointees on the committee, and we may not have any recommendations before the budget. The good things are that the VPD and the BIAs are in the minority, that the mandate and the scope, namely to make it a priority to replace police safety services to the 4 groups: people who are homeless, do sex work, use drugs, have mental health issues, to replace those police services with community-led services. That's a really good mandate. And the report also says that the panel must use an intersectional lens, that they must talk to the people that are listed in the resolution, that they have to recognize our commitment to UNDRIP, that they have to focus on equity-seeking groups, that the panel would get paid and it will have support staff. So I've been around long enough to know that all of this doesn't necessarily mean that we could have something good come out of this panel. It's possible. It might even be probable. Will there be good recommendations? I think there's a chance that we could have some good recommendations coming out of here. Will council act on those recommendations? I don't know. I hope so. But in the end, it's all going to depend on the folks out there who are talking about reimagining the police and supporting the community. So I'm going to vote for this, but I'm urging everybody out there who put so much pressure on us to get the original motion passed, keep up that pressure. We desperately, desperately need it. And we're going to be able to reimagine this whole safety situation so that it's more community led, but we can't do it. We can't do it without you. So thank you so much to everybody who came and spoke in July, who's helped me figure out how to put forward this motion in the first place, who's advised me on what to say about this report. I really appreciate all your help, and I hope something good can come of it. That's it.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Carr.
Thanks so much, Chair. I just, number one, want to really echo the thanks of Councillor Swanson to staff for their work in moving this motion forward. First of all, well, for their work in moving this, the motion from last summer forward into this report. An incredibly thoughtful and comprehensive approach on the part of staff. And also staff support today in our process, a very deliberatively collaborative and difficult process. So echoing again Councillor Swanson's thanks to your patience with all of us, and to the community who came out in support last year and came out today. That was an amazing meeting last July. on this motion by Councillor Swanson with the 400 signed up speakers. It was it was incredibly eye-opening. It was poignant. It was hard at times to listen. I was very moved by those who came to speak, people who came with the expressions around their lived experience, around concerns around family members, frontline workers, doctors, nurses, police. Just it was amazing, an amazing process, and I think this report reflects that, and a very, I think, sensitive process in moving forward. I also want to appreciate those agencies that took the time and answers to some of our questions today to say, no, we really don't want to be on the panel, but we do want to be there to support in an advisory capacity. I really appreciated hearing those words from various people. And I thank Councillor Swanson for her diligence in moving this forward. So I am going to be supporting the motion as amended. And although it seemed like an incredibly arduous process with all the amendments, I think it's a stronger motion, a more embracive motion as a consequence. So as I say, I'm happy to support.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. I'll also be supporting this motion as amended in its entirety. I am disappointed that we didn't, that the amended amendment that gave a little bit more assertive direction to contemplating this through the, with quick starts at the budget time, didn't make it through the cut, although I, on the whole, am appreciative that we didn't end up writing a $10 million blank check either. I think this is important work, and I think that we could likely see some really positive city building outcomes from this. I do want to highlight though, and I appreciate the work that staff has done on this, and I appreciate Sandra Singh's acknowledgement that that the motion that I put forward that was referred back in June of last year, seeking community-based crisis management through understanding and de-escalation, remains unresolved, and for me that's an important part of this larger question. I think one of the speakers acknowledged this as well today, that that this work can't just exist in a vacuum, that this work has to sort of contemplate the larger city on the whole. And obviously in my neck of the woods I hear a lot of folks with various anxieties around what they perceive as threats to safety and security. I hear it a lot from folks in Yaletown. I hear concerns that people feel that their concerns aren't being heard, and I think there's legitimate worry that this work, if done in isolation, won't really resonate and bring forward those positive implications for the larger community. And when I say that, when we talk about what this work may bring about as far as retasking policing, it does not necessarily address the root of the call for policing coming from other members of our other residents of our city who may be frightened, who may be intimidated, who may be grappling with some really difficult issues in urban life. And I think it's appropriate that we don't gaslight those concerns, that we recognize that there are a number of complexities here. And so it is my real hope that as this process unfolds, that we see some really engaged opportunities, even visiting with the larger community, and for this task force to hear some of the larger concerns and build up a more of a sense of mutual understanding, because I think that's where we're going to get the real results. When we can look each other in the eye and say, I hear what your concerns are, I validate your concerns, here are my concerns, you can validate them, and that's where we're going to get the results. So I hope that, and I take some comfort in the understanding that Sandra Singh expressed, and acknowledging that referral motion, that they were remiss in not bringing that referral motion back, and that hopefully that work will come to us soon, and that kind of idea about a wider ranging citywide initiative, not just working with isolated groups in isolation of the others, but really bringing that conversation for all Vancouverites, because I think that's going to be the key to you know, our pandemic recovery, and for us growing as a city and really embracing opportunities to retask policing and come up with newer, modern, progressive solutions for safety and security for all Vancouverites. So I'll be voting for this in its entirety otherwise. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And in a similar vein, I was going to comment on the overall report and some similar points to Councillor Fry. But I'd like to start by saying I appreciate it has been a long day, but I also think it's an important discussion. And obviously it warranted a lot of attention and interest, as we know from, as it's noted in the report, 400 speakers last summer. And I think there's a lot of public interest in this as we're examining and I would say examining and challenging some of our existing systems. And this isn't happening just in the context of this report and policing, and specifically in response to mental health, sex work, homelessness, poverty, and but we're seeing this across the board in a number of areas, as I think is sort of a shift in our consciousness as a society. And so I think it is a really important conversation, and I appreciated the dialogue today, even on some points we didn't agree on in terms of amendments. I think there is a recognition that that we can potentially serve people differently, the notion of more of a community-led approach, and to engage members of the community in that discussion, as well as I appreciate that the panel itself will be looking to other research that's out there, other organizations that are doing work in this field, which is why I highlighted the CMHA, because they are embarking on this and creating community panels and groups in other municipalities. And I think they have an interesting framework. But I do also think there is an opportunity, thinking about that CMHA framework. It ties in, I think, it's very aligned with the motion that Councillor Fry had brought forward around de-escalation and peer supports in the community and in neighborhoods. And um, I do think there is an opportunity for this work to benefit the broader community, because we are hearing concerns around public safety from other residents in their neighborhoods. We've heard much from, as Yaletown was noted, but also Strathcona, but also from small business owners. And I think this work may very well inform some of our broader community safety conversations. And I think it is fair to acknowledge them. I think everyone's entitled to feel welcome and safe in their neighborhoods and in their communities. And I think we have been going through a very tough time with the pandemic the last year, but I think increasingly feeling challenged in that area. But I'm happy to support the amended recommendations. I appreciate the thoughtful dialogue on this topic. And so I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Over to Mayor Stewart. Mayor, just make sure your audio is coming through okay.
Thank you so much. Council, just wanted to say thank you for all your work today. I've been had a leave absence to deal with other civic business, but I have been following along with the debate as I can. Thanks for all the debate and thought that's put into this, and of course the staff who've really carried the bulk of this work. So thank you. This is an extremely important topic for council to make sure we're finding the right balance of support for some of our most vulnerable residents, and to make sure that we get this all right. So I just want to say that so thanks for all the work. I'll be supporting this motion. I am also preparing my own submission to the Province's Police Act review that I'll be getting in before the deadline of Friday, and I will incorporate and support council's own submissions, but I do feel as chair of the police board and as mayor, I have perhaps a unique perspective that should be shared. So again, thank you so much for all your work today, and I'll be supporting this report as amended.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Over to Councillor Hardwick.
Great, thank you very much. Been thinking very carefully about this report. Clearly, the whole subject area is one that has been of key interest to the public, not just in Vancouver, but across the Western world. So as we move forward in our investigation of it, it does make sense for us to be doing an in-depth community-led initiative around this. So I, in general, am supportive of the direction that this is taking. My one concern that I did articulate is that I see a pattern that I'm concerned with in the approach that we're taking with remuneration around this panel. And because that has not been able to be addressed, that is going to be my one reservation in supporting this fully. The rest of the clauses in this, I understand it'll go through the nomination subcommittee. This says consider allocating funds. It's not just outright allocating funds. It's including it for an in-depth discussion when we get to the budgeting process. It is asking the VPD for a second report. We did hear from the VPD, and I'm hoping that they will provide as much information as possible to enable a balanced perspective in our review of this material. And I was grateful for the addition of the Canadian Mental Health Association and the Youth and Care representative to the committee. There might have been some others. So on whole, I am supportive of this initiative, but I am also proceeding cautiously because of my concerns about some larger issues that are more procedural and administrative than in the intent of the overarching question that we're addressing through this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hardwick, and over to you, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll be brief because I know that we have a number of speakers who have been waiting on the line for the next item all afternoon, and I'm aware of that. But I just want to say in terms of this, it's an incredibly important discussion that Council has been having with respect to more community-led and, if I can term it, sort of community-driven or socially service-driven response. But I just want to kind of draw the conversation up a little bit to sort of suggest that this is, in my mind, speaks a lot to harm reduction. And I think that we need to really start balancing out, if you go back to the 4 pillars analogy or whichever analogy or model you care to sort of utilize or consider, if you look at it as sort of a 3 or 4-legged stool, I always say that stool is unbalanced. And I really think we need to draw this up to continuing to challenge and advocate for resourcing and investment in all of the upstream drivers that result in these situations. So it's poverty, it's homelessness, it's mental health, and other susceptibilities that lead people to addictions. And so whether that is investment in housing, that is, expansion of treatment, that is, look at a different delivery model about how we actually try to change this paradigm and move people forward to a better reality. And I think that that's actually the most important and the biggest conversation that we need to have. So not suggesting that this is not, but it is mitigation in a way. It is dealing with existing sort of deeply embedded challenges and sort of the realities that people are living in. But I'm really interested in how we get to a step into a place where we are actually trying to prevent people from getting into these challenges at all. And I actually think that's where the attention needs to focus and shift, and not just council, but at all levels of government, and a concerted, collaborative, significant effort in the same way that everybody has rallied together to deal with the pandemic. We need to rally together against these sort of bigger societal issues. So I've been fairly quiet during this conversation, but I really wanted to express those thoughts, and that I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Seeing nobody else on the queue, I'll move us to a vote. And actually, sorry, the fatigue is setting in. We are going to sever. So just to note that we're going to sever in our vote, and we'll go through each one individually. So we'll start with A. And that motion passes with no one in opposition. So next we'll go to B, and I'm just going to move a little slower to allow clerks time to flip between screens. So we're now voting on B. That should be up on your screen. And that motion passes with 1 in opposition, Councillor DiGenova. We will now vote on C.
Just to note, Chair, that Councillor Kirby Young's clock's running. Probably doesn't matter, but.
No, it doesn't matter, but thank you. That motion passes with Councillor DiGenova in opposition. And we'll now vote on D. And that motion passes with Councillor Dominato and Councillor Bligh in opposition. Myself. And then we'll now vote on E. And that motion passes unanimously. And then finally, we'll be voting on F. And that motion also passes unanimously. And I will just verify with the clerks if we need to do one final vote on the entirety of the motion.
Sorry, I was getting my microphone on. No, that takes care of the full voting. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And thank you. I just want to recognize the good work of our clerks who consistently support council with great skill, and also to staff for their work on that report, and to council for your attention and work on this particular item. So we are now complete with item 1 from the agenda today, and we are now going to move to our referred council members' motions. We have 2 motions on the agenda that were referred from yesterday's council meeting to today's standing committee meeting in order to hear from speakers. After hearing from speakers, we'll go into discussion on the motions. I'd like to remind council members that if amendments are brought forward, they must submit to the clerk in final written form before the council member introduces them, and please ensure the city clerk has received your amendment before it's your turn to speak. So we'll start with the first referred motion. It's item 3, affirming support for a Formula E World Championship event, including a conference focusing on climate change and sustainability, musical and cultural event, and the Canadian round of an electric vehicle race, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Kirby Young and seconded by Councillor Weed. We do have speakers on this motion that are on the line. So as I'm bringing up that list here, I'd like to invite our first speaker, who is Royce Chwin, President and CEO of Tourism Vancouver.
Hello, have I got audio?
Hi, you do. We can hear you loud and clear. You have 5 minutes to speak to council, and I will start your timer now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Roy Chwin, CEO, President of Tourism Vancouver, Vancouver resident, and Tourism Vancouver supports the Formula E event. Firstly, I want to thank you, Mayor Stewart, Council, and City staff. We appreciate the work that you're doing for our city and our residents. This has not been easy on anyone, including City Council and staff. And thank you to OSS and Formula E for considering Vancouver and bringing forward this electrifying opportunity. We understand there's interest from other competitive cities for this event. Now, Formula E can be a great recharge for our city and tourism industry. But now I wish to share with you some news about, I wish I could share some good news about our industry, but I simply can't. Broadly, the tourism sector has taken an absolute beating in Vancouver. Cities have been hit disproportionately harder than other regions. Preliminary stats for 2020 indicate that overnight visitors are down 72%, domestic visitation dropped 64%, US and international visitors dropped 80%, occupancy for downtown hotels at the end of 2020 averaged about 28%, and that's a 65% drop year over year. Not to mention the impact to attractions, retail, and the flatlining of our event sector. With this drop in visitation, so goes the economic impact, estimated at just over $9 billion lost, not to mention a projected loss of about 70,000 jobs. And 2021 is not looking any better than 2020. So this is no longer a story about recovery. This is a full-out rebuild and restart for tourism and the visitor economy. This is about focusing on new opportunities while trying to preserve what's left. Formula E presents a great opportunity to focus on something new that is more than simply a race. This is a great story about technology, education, arts and culture, family engagement, an event that clearly supports the sustainability vision that Vancouver has. As you know, the BC government passed the ZEV Act in 2019, which has step-up targets for ZEVs to 2040. And infrastructure investments are also ramping up in 2021. As you know, the federal government and BOSA committed $275,000 to install 34 chargers across 6 sites in Metro Vancouver. And in 2019, a third of all electric vehicles registered in Canada were registered right here in BC, just about 11,000. Clearly, we are in the driver's seat as it relates to actual policy and initiatives that move us towards a renewable green economy as part of the overall economic mix for Vancouver. We applaud the city for that. Bringing the Formula E event to Vancouver in 2022 amplifies the message that Vancouver is sending about new technologies and a continual investment in the dialogue about sustainability and a regenerative economy. These are messages of sustainability leadership. However, sadly, we can't assume that all of our event and festival producers will be able to come back after more than a year, or in many cases 2 years, because of the necessary COVID fighting restrictions to support public health and safety. Our tourism industry is looking to the City of Vancouver to make a clear statement about supporting the rebuild of our sector. Events and festivals are a critical part of Vancouver's ecosystem and desirability as a great destination. So what does another city get if we decline? Well, the projected economic impact of the event, 80 million, about 3,000 jobs, and 195 suppliers, of which 90% are considered local, not to mention the global media that we'll get the highlight here in Vancouver about this initiative and what we're doing. And as we understand it, no financial investment by the city to host the event. So turning down this event also sends a message, and we don't believe it's the right one. A no sends the message that we're still focused on today when we should be laying down the track for tomorrow. This important event is but one of the many vehicles that could do that. It also signals to connected business, to potential tourism investors of all shapes and sizes, that tourism is important to Vancouver's long-term, responsible economic growth story. Council, please consider a vote of yes. A yes vote for Formula E, not only a vote for the event itself, but it signifies to our beaten-up sector that you support tourism and the value of the people employed by the industry, that it's important to the fabric and the DNA of Vancouver. Let's do this. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much. You do have questions from Councillor Kirby Young. So Councillor Kirby Young, 5 minutes to questions to speaker.
Yeah, thanks, Royce, and thanks for waiting. I know that you waited hours, so I appreciate it and your comprehensive comments. I have one follow-up, and that's really if you outline the economics and sort of the rationale very clearly. I wonder if you can comment from a human level and the conversations that you have regularly with, sort of the tourism small businesses and the individuals who work in and run them, what this means on a human scale to have something like this on the horizon, if Vancouver says yes.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor. Significant. I can tell you I'm on daily, weekly calls with a variety of tourism operators, and they are devastated. They are frustrated beyond belief, recognizing the work that we need to do to get this pandemic under control and get it to an epidemic stage so we can start the movement of people. But they are looking for hope. They are looking for not just looking at our feet, but announcements that will indicate the support for future events and activities that will start to rebuild and generate that economic activity and get people back to work with purpose. And something like this is a major signifier of that hope and forward progress and effort. Right now, it seems to be lacking, and that's why it's not just about this event, which is great, but it holds a lot more weight and a broader, stronger message for our tourism community that has just been pummeled.
Great. Thank you, Royce. I'll leave it there.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Councillor
Councillor.
Kirby. And you have another question from Councillor DiGenova. Please go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks, Royce. Just had a question for you as to, why now and why maybe this, for lack of better words, this idea didn't maybe, grow legs or become something that was considered earlier when a motion was moved back in council before even my time here in 2014 when Formula E was proposed.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I can't speak to what happened in 2014, and I do understand there's been attempts to bring this event here, but I think the circumstances and the environment that we're operating right now highlight the importance of this event in a very different way. And that was in the lead up to 2019. We know our city was very busy. We had all kinds of festivals and events, and all of these things were happening. And right now it's been flatlined. And now we want to make sure that we have the ability to bring in events forward, that we can start to rebuild the sector. And this is a building block towards doing that. And I think the importance of recognizing what this motion could mean, what the support this it could mean for industry is significant in so many different ways.
Thanks. Just quickly, also wanted to ask if there were other neighborhoods or areas that would be suitable for this, and the proponent was willing to consider them. Would that be something that your organization would support? Consultation with different neighborhoods or with Vancouverites to see where they'd want to see this.
We'd be pleased to have any discussion about ensuring that we could bring this event to Vancouver and to make sure that it works. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Royce. Those are your questions. We appreciate you coming to speak to council.
Thank you.
Next up, we have speaker number 2, Matthew Carter, President and CEO of OSS Group. And I believe there's a presentation that will be displayed on the screen.
Yes. Good afternoon,
Hi.
Chair and Council.
Matthew, thank you very much. I just need to ask, are you a resident of Vancouver?
I'm not, no.
Okay, thank you. So you have 5 minutes to speak to council, and I'm just waiting for your presentation to be brought up on the screen. There we go. It's up there now, so I'll start your timer. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. My name is Matthew Carter, and as you say, I represent the OSS Group. We're a private company with over 30 years' experience in motorsport. In 2019, we were asked to assess the possibility of promoting a round of the Formula E World Championship here in Canada, and that process led to me being before you today. Our proposal is to bring a 3-day climate-focused event to Vancouver in 2022 and beyond. The event will be known as eFest. eFest will consist of a 2-day business conference focused on sustainability, climate change, electrification of mobility, and the adoption of artificial intelligence to shape our future. 2 music concerts will bring a sense of collectivity and inclusion, and the electric race will showcase the possibilities of electrification on our transport solutions for the future. At OSS, we're laser focused to use this international event to make a difference. As you can see from this slide, we're passionate about inspiring change. Change in business thinking and culture, change in the perception of what green and sustainable event can look like, and change collectively in our future thoughts, processes, and actions. We will prove that a net zero carbon is achievable and sustainable within the business world, within our private lives, and at a major international event. We will positively promote all areas of electrification of mobility. We will show businesses, small and large, how they can affect change. We will also offer a focus and give momentum to and stimulate Vancouver's green and sustainable ambitions. Our business model, whilst keeping Formula E very much at its heart, is more than just a race. And as I said, we want to use this platform as an opportunity to effect change in as many areas as possible. If you can move to the next slide, please. As this slide shows, we'll hold a creative business conference within the parkland at Falls Creek. This two-day event will be known as Evolve and will be self-contained within the purple area in the centre of the screen. Commencing on Thursday morning, Evolve will focus on sustainability, climate change and electrification of mobility, and we include 2 days of keynote speeches, workshops and breakout areas. Friday will be an opportunity for the local residents to experience the circuit and the activations that will be taking place throughout the circuit. Included will be a paddock tour, a celebrity race to enjoy, and an hour that the track will be fully available to the residents to enjoy a kind of fitness challenge. This will be an opportunity for people to walk, cycle, run, or even rollerblade around the circuit in a safe and secure way. Friday evening, we'll have the first of 2 concerts being performed within BC Place, this being the e-live element of the event, as you can see in green. I believe that a culture can be shaped through music and art, and bringing world-class performers to create a sense of collectivity and communicating with art will instill the foundations for change. The whole site and the concert venue will be an immersive experience, showcasing technology and sustainability in unique ways. Fans will have access to a live art gallery where local artists will display their creations to represent our challenges, goals and solutions. Saturday will be race day, and everything will be focused on track activity. Activations highlighting the problems we face and potential solutions will be scattered throughout the site. The E-Pre will conclude with a podium celebration at around 6 p.m, and our whole event will close in a ceremonial way with a final music concert within BC Place. If you can go to the next slide, please. As you can see, the site was chosen as it has limited impact on the residents and the streets. The majority of the circuit is on private land, and improvements in technology mean construction of and dismantling of the infrastructure required to hold this event is much faster than ever before. We have worked within park areas before, and through constant dialogue with residents, we will ensure that the impact on everyday life is minimised. As you can see, the proposed circuit is 50% less impact on public streets than the IndyCar had, and we propose to only have 48 hours of complete road closures, with access at designated times during this 48 hours. If you can go to the next slide, please. From day one, we've been cognizant of the need to leave a legacy behind year on year. We have many ideas, including charging stations, interactive installations for children to learn from, local art left for the enjoyment of residents and visitors, and also a mission to leave the park areas behind in a better condition than when we found them. We will engage with residents to finalise and evolve these legacy plans. If you can go to the final slide, please. Using statistics from comparable cities, we were able to compile these numbers, which reflect an economic impact on Vancouver of around $80 million. We really think and hope that this event will kickstart the economy in Vancouver. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. You do have questions from Councillor Carr. So Councillor Carr, up to 3 minutes questions of the speaker.
Great. Thanks so much. Very much appreciate this presentation. So my first question is around the events that you've talked about, the Evolve Festival. Now, is this a festival where people have to book tickets? This would be, people living in Vancouver. So a paid event, or will there be some free parts? Or if you could just describe a little bit the concept, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, so Evolve is the business conference side of our event, and that will be very much a paid for ticket event. So we're aiming at business people, and it's a creative business conference, and we're hoping to use that conference as a way to help businesses to see the future and to see how they can make a change with regard to sustainability and climate change. So very much that part of the weekend will be paid for tickets. There's many other areas of the weekend that will be open to the public at either much reduced or even at some points over the weekend free.
Okay, great. Have you had discussions at all in preparation for this, for the development of a proposal with the community in Vancouver, especially in the local area?
We have, yes. So we've had discussions with the Falls Creek Residents Association, and we've taken time to listen to their concerns and also to get them involved in the process going forward. So bear in mind, we're more than a year out from when this event is likely to take place, we felt that it was poignant for us to reach out to the residents to make sure that they understand exactly what we're proposing, and that they can be involved in solutions, and they can be involved in how exactly we're gonna put this event together, and they can get involved, and they can see it as part of something that they can get involved in and that they can be part of. That's very much part of what we're doing.
Great. And one final question. We've had races here before, not e-races, but races where the noise in particular had a very disturbing effect upon local residents. Can you tell me or describe for me what an Formula race is like in terms of noise impact?
Like we've got a caller coming up who's from Formula E following straight on from me, but to give you an idea, I can't really describe the noise because it's a very strange noise. But in terms of decibels, comparable to IndyCar, so the IndyCar was something in and around 140 decibels. A Formula E event produces about 65 decibels, which is well within the city guidelines. And to give you an example, is about 25 decibels less noisy than the SkyTrain.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. And then Councillor Boyle, 3 minutes to questions to speaker.
Thanks very much. I am just hoping to clarify. I understand the pitch has been that hosting the event wouldn't have additional costs for Vancouver taxpayers, and I'm wondering if you can speak to that and how we guarantee that. My understanding is in Montreal there ended up being a number of other costs that were borne by the municipality. So just wondering if you can speak to the costs to Vancouver taxpayers to host the event.
Yeah, absolutely. It's our mission to bring this event at no cost to Vancouver. Just to very briefly touch on the event here in Montreal was brought by the city itself. So they were effectively the ones that dealt with Formula E and negotiated, and therefore they were there to bear the brunt of the costs and the expenses. We, as a private company, are taking on all of those costs, and we've said that from day one. So everything from civil work through to security, through to everything that needs to be spent is to be covered by us as a private company. It's a pledge that we've given, and I think it's also referenced in the motion. But 100%, we're looking for no additional funds from Vancouver whatsoever.
And can you help me understand, to the extent that city staff would need to work on some of the routing and other things, does that mean that that staff time is reimbursed through the company, or it's just extra costs outside of city staff?
It's an interesting point that I've not really thought about. I mean, we have very much drawn we've drawn the track, and we've worked within cities before. So we have very much designed the road closures and the diversions. I'm assuming that there will be some involvement from city staff as to how we cover that, whether we reimburse that or we limit the amount of time that they spend on that is something for down the line. But very much we've drawn the track, we've got approval for the track, and we understand exactly what streets need to be closed and what diversions need to be made. So I would say there'll be very limited resources needed from the city.
Okay, thanks. And then I have one other question, which is, as I'm sure you're aware, the proposed track and area has a lot of pending changes coming over the next few years. And again, my understanding is the hope is this would be a multi-year occurrence. So I'm wondering what awareness you have about those changes and how those would be incorporated into possible shifts each year.
Unfortunately, we're right at
3 minutes. I'm so
3
sorry.
minutes, Councillor Boyle. Yeah, sorry.
That.
Okay, we're going to have to move to the next councillor. Councillor Kirby Young. Please
Fair
go
enough.
ahead.
No worries. Maybe I can pick up a bit on Councillor Boyle's question because I think I can tie it a little to mine. And I was going to ask with her question in terms of the urban environments are often changing, and Vancouver is no exception. As Councillor Boyle referenced, there are potentially changes in this area. So my question is, you were aware of that in choosing this location, and I guess the other part of the question to allow you to answer fully is it correct that these races are held typically in urban environments, generally speaking, and that's a conscious choice, and you do so in order to, for example, have good access to rapid transit so that people can get there sustainably, but you are well aware that you're in environments that are constantly changing. So can you speak a bit around sort of the selection of this specific site and why and how that relates to others in other cities?
Absolutely. So it's one of Formula E's missions is to go downtown, is to race downtown because there's limited noise and zero emissions. They're allowed to race in places that normal race cars can't go to. So it's very much part of their ethos is to race downtown. And obviously, urban areas change a lot. So it's very much a temporary track and a temporary facility, and it's one that we can change year on year. We've spoken to all of the landowners over the last, we've been doing research on this for almost 2 years now. And we're aware of what's in the pipeline to be changed, and we're aware what needs to change. So, as I say, it's a temporary track, so we can move corners year on year, and we can amend it to make sure that it fits in with the surrounding areas. And in terms of, just finally, and in terms of choosing this area, as I said in my presentation, we chose it because of the limited impact that it has on public streets, and we chose it because of the proximity to BC Place for the concert. So it was we did a feasibility study, and we looked at a number of different sites across Vancouver, and this was the one that very much came top of the list.
Okay, and then on that note, was the access to the SkyTrain funneling in there and the rapid transit a consideration?
Yes, absolutely. So again, one of the ethoses of Formula E is that they don't particularly want spectators to arrive by a vehicle or by gas-powered vehicle. So we very much needed to look at all the public amenities to make sure that we can get the fans to and from the site quickly and easily.
Okay, and one other question, I have 30 seconds left. In terms of if council decides, approves this motion and says, yes, Vancouver would like to be the host city, what's your next step in terms of being able to confirm that Vancouver would in fact be the host city?
We just need to formalise our agreement with Formula E, which is just waiting on this vote. Once that's done, we can start to employ people in Vancouver and set up an office there and get the event going.
Okay, thank you. That's my time, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Young. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks very much. Great information through the other questions. I'm just wondering, were you aware that actually Vancouver City Council had passed a motion back in 2014 directing staff to look at this and bringing a Formula E championship to Vancouver?
I wasn't aware back in 2014, but I've been aware of it since we've been talking to people in Vancouver. The sport has moved on a lot since then, and as I tried to explain in the presentation, what we're offering is much more than just a Formula E race. So the three components with the business conference and the music as well as the race is very unique. It's a unique concept even to Formula E, and it's a model that we're hoping to showcase in Vancouver and to prove that the concept works. And then maybe I'm hoping that this will become the sort of the jewel in Formula E's crown, and that they can use this business model and take it to other cities around the world. So it's very much a different proposition to a normal Formula E race, and it's a very different proposition to anything that I can imagine would have been presented before.
Okay, thanks. And when did you become aware of sort of the direction that was given to Vancouver, or sort of engaging with Vancouver? Did our staff engage
in what
with
way?
you at all?
So well,
staff engage with you, or did you reach out to City of Vancouver staff? Just because it's
we reached out to the city. Okay. Yeah, no, we reached out to the City of Vancouver. So as I said in my presentation, we were approached by Formula E to look for a city to host a race in Canada. We did our due diligence back in 2019, and we narrowed it down to a number of cities, which I'm sure is not too difficult to work out. And we, as a company, as OSS, we decided that Vancouver was the best fit for many reasons. Because of your aspirations to be the greenest city in the world, it's a city where Greenpeace was first formed, the number of electric vehicles that are there on the streets. So it just made a lot of sense for us to come there. So it was very much us that approached Vancouver. It's very much the reason that we came up with a business model that required no investment from the city, because we realised that could be problematic. And that's why we're before you today.
Thank you very much. Thanks for answering my question.
Thank you very much, Councillor DiGenova. And thank you to the speaker. Those are your questions, and we appreciate you coming to speak to council today.
Okay, thank you.
Next on the speakers list, sorry, I'm not sure if I heard somebody there. No, okay. Next on the speakers list.
I was on, sorry, Chair. I actually was wanting to ask a point of procedural question.
Yes, go ahead.
Which is, I'm wondering if you can let us know how many speakers we do have on the line for this item. And my reason for asking is about whether or not to table a motion to actually complete the business today.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. We do have 3 speakers on the line. We have all speakers except speaker 7 to speak to this item. So it's 3, 4, 5, 6. So 4 more speakers on the line. And then the following item has 2 speakers. Yes. So if we're going to move that motion now, that would actually give the speakers time for the next item to get on the line if we were going to complete and not take it in a break.
Right. Yeah, I actually would like to move the motion to complete the business of the meeting without stopping at 5.
Great, thank you very much. So there's a motion on the floor to complete the business and not take it in a break, which I think is doable.
I'm on the queue.
You're on the queue. Okay, go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
Well, considering I will have to pick my child up at childcare and won't be able to extend that, and considering I know we haven't had the report back on the gender audit, but I would hope that we would kind of go by the system that if someone was in that situation, and considering I have no other options, and we usually break from 5 to 6, I won't be able to attend. I won't be able to participate. This has happened once before. So I don't support it, and I would hope that others wouldn't. But that's everyone gets a vote. So I guess we'll see. That's just so that I could fully participate in this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Just to simply say, personally, I can't continue through dinner. I'm fine if council goes ahead without me, but I am unable to continue past 5. I can continue after 6 o'clock, but not at 5 o'clock. So that's all.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. So I think best thing to do is go to a vote, a recorded vote on this one, seeing no one else on the queue.
Chair,
Yes.
do we have to automatically proceed to vote? Is there an opportunity if councillors are expressing that they can't participate to withdraw the motion as opposed to voting? I am sensitive to people that have childcare responsibilities. I think as long as we can signal, try to potentially afterwards, I'd like to maybe move a motion to at least hear the last couple of speakers. I know we have people on the line long distance.
Well, that is an option, of course, but wasn't, and we are in the middle of a vote. So I think we're going to have to proceed with this vote accordingly. I noticed Mayor Stewart is not voted, but I don't see him in the meeting. Or clerks, can you please confirm if the mayor is in the meeting right now? Because we are in the middle of a vote. Oh, okay, I just have confirmed that he's actually had to step away. So we'll count that as absent and an abstention. So that motion fails with 5 in opposition: Councillor DeGenova, Fry, Swanson, Hardwick, and Boyle. Okay.
Could I move another motion? Could I move that we actually, because to Councillor Kirby Young's point, and really appreciate her added suggestion on this, that speakers could be completed and then debate and decision could take place after an hour-long break. That would be great. So could I please add that, because I couldn't amend it because we're in a vote. Thank you.
Okay, so the vote is complete. So the motion is that we hear from speakers.
Yes, that would be, and then that we would take an hour-long break to give everyone a chance for a break and dinner. It's been a long day, and then we would return to debate and decision to complete the business.
Okay, so that's the motion on the floor. If anybody, if everyone is clear on the motion, then we can go ahead and vote to hear from speakers before we take a dinner break. So all those in favor? Oh, I see that the clerks have pulled up a recorded vote, so please go ahead and vote on screen. And that motion has passed with no one in opposition. So we'll continue to hear from speakers. Thank you very much.
And just on a point of privilege, I'd like to say thank you to Council Chair Bligh for that. Thanks.
Not a point of privilege, but noted. Thank you. So we're going to move to the next speaker, Oliver McCrudden, from the city's development director for the Formula E.
Yes, good afternoon.
Hi, hello. We can hear you. You have 5 minutes to speak to council, and your timer starts now.
Chair and Council, Formula E is the first ever 100% electric single-seater racing series. We're a world championship racing in the heart of some of the world's most iconic cities, such as London, New York, Rome, and Paris. My role at Formula E is as the point of contact for city officials and promoters around the world as they seek to partner with Formula E to host a race event. Since receiving early plans, I've been very impressed with the OSS Group event concept. Their analysis and event planning has been exemplary, and their vision for a race event in your city makes it clear to me that Vancouver would sit beautifully alongside those other names on our global roster. Events are central to what we do, and the OSS plans for a Vancouver E-Prix deliver on our guiding principles, namely to run a sustainable event, leave a positive legacy, and raise global awareness on air pollution and electric vehicles. The Vancouver E-Prix would be broadcast in over 150 territories around the world by more than 40 broadcasters in over 30 languages, including via TVA and TSN in Canada and CBS in the US. When you add our digital platforms, we promote our host city partners and take our key messages to 192 territories around the globe. In pure motorsport terms, we feature the most competitive car manufacturers lineup of all motorsport series worldwide, with 9 of the world's leading manufacturers featured on our race grid this season. But Formula E is so much more than a race. Those global brands are part of an ecosystem that travels to all Formula E events, activating and networking in host cities around their electric vehicle programs and sustainable mobility messaging. Our collective vision is to accelerate sustainable human progress through the power of electric racing, and we partner with host cities which share that purpose, forward-thinking cities who want to be part of the discussion. We race in city centres rather than purpose-built racetracks because that's where the clean air issues abound. By presenting a familiar sport in a new way, we deliver those vital messages to a new urban audience whose futures depend on it. 9 out of 10 people breathe polluted air every day, and the World Health Organization estimates that tragically around 7 million people, 2.5 times the population of the Greater Vancouver area, die each year from exposure to fine particles in polluted air. Electric vehicles are estimated to have 30 to 50% less impact than internal combustion engined vehicles, so we're offering a real alternative to transition to a low carbon economy and mobility system. A Formula E event blends racing and reason. We were the first motorsport championship to receive ISO 2012-1 certification, the international standard for sustainability in events, and more recently we became the first sport ever to achieve net zero carbon certification since inception. Our mission is the race for better futures. We aim to make a difference, and a Formula E event in Vancouver can make a difference. It can promote positive change. Sports and athletes have the power to touch hearts and minds, inspiring people to lead more sustainable lives and take action. It will be a platform to showcase Vancouver's current and future agenda and to inspire new conversations and new industry. The future of mobility in smart cities is connected, autonomous, shared, electric, and renewable. This event will be a live test lab for this. The requirements for a race in terms of power, charging, communication, and technology infrastructure are not far off what a city infrastructure would look like in the next 5 to 10 years, with technologies such as the integrated Internet of Things, unified communication, sustainable power generation, and microgrid distribution. This event will bring the public and private sectors together to witness the challenges and see the opportunities. It will be an event to inspire, a place to get people on the road to a better future, a catalyst for improved sustainability, and a stimulus for investment, business, and employment growth, even more important in a post-pandemic world. To conclude, I firmly believe that with council support, Vancouver will be an outstanding host city venue for a Formula E race, which in turn will be a thrilling sustainability showcase with Vancouver as an example to a global audience. Together, Vancouver, Formula E, and the OSS Group can deliver a powerful, essential message, and I do hope this motion is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you do have questions. Councillor Kirby Young, 3 minutes, questions to speaker. Councillor Kirby Young, you're on mute.
Yeah, thank you for that. I will be quick because I know you've been waiting. Thank you for that. But it would be helpful on the record to ask a similar question I asked of an earlier speaker representing Formula E. Can you describe, if council does determine votes in favor of this motion, what the next steps are and how and when a formal determination of Vancouver as host city would be made?
Yes, absolutely. We are sitting waiting for this vote, and we will enter into a contract with OSS for the project to move forward, and we will submit our calendar, including the Vancouver event, to our world governing body, the FIA, in June for them to ratify that.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young, and thanks very much, Oliver, for joining us and waiting on the line to speak to council. Those are all your questions. We do appreciate hearing from you.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Next, we have Ian Tostenson, President and CEO of British Columbia Restaurant Association.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you. And Ian, I do have to ask,
great.
it's indicated whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
North Vancouver. Almost.
North Vancouver. Yes. Okay, great. Thank you very much. You've got 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Mayor and Council, thank you so much for taking the time to consider this. I want to take a slightly different tack because I think the economics and the attributes of this event are obvious for how Vancouver is aligned. The proposal itself. I want to just say that I've had the privilege to work over the last year with the OSS group, and I admire their patience, determination, and frankly, the professionalism. They've reached out. They've reached out to me as a cheerleader for our city. They've reached out to me as representing restaurants. And here's what I think happens with this event. We are going to lose $2 to $3 billion in sales in our industry in Metro Vancouver, which translates to roughly 10 to 12,000 employees and maybe 2,000 businesses. That looks like the collective damage. And there's nothing that's going to restart this industry better than an event, better than enthusiasm, better to get people out. I worry each day about the mental and the financial stress that the people that work in this industry, not just the owners, but the 10 to 12,000 people that really have nowhere else to go who need stability. And that's been one of they're the greatest assets we have in this industry. And I really believe in my heart of hearts, an event like this that's so well planned and will be so well curated will provide that, and this is my ask, is we need to provide hope. We need to give this industry, the hotel industry, the economy of Vancouver and British Columbia, some hope that we can actually talk about an event, look forward to an event, align with values that are of the future, and learn. This is not just a race. This is education. This is entertainment. I've done events with the David Foster Foundation in Vancouver, and they are legacy events. And I really, really have nothing much more to say that from my heart, I ask on behalf of all the thousands of businesses that I know will have something to look forward to. Right now, it's bleak. Right now, we're shut down. And there's not much for the business owner to be looking at their bankers to say, I'm almost at the end of the rope. But booking an event like this for the future gives people an investment in business and people that work in these businesses a whole lot of hope. And Council, I really, as a citizen of British Columbia, and you know I put my heart and soul in this industry, with tears in my eyes, I really ask you to approve this. It's that important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are no questions, but we appreciate you coming to speak to Council today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Keith Morgan on the line.
Good evening. Is it almost evening? Yes. Keith Morgan. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and in fact, I live on the proposed track area on the towers. I'm speaking in support of this motion. So you've heard my obvious personal interest in this, but it's perhaps my professional background that leads me more to want to contribute some thoughts. Most, in fact, all will echo what you've already heard, so I'll try to be brief. I spent more than 35 years as a reporter, columnist, and editor at the Province and the Vancouver Sun newspapers. Latterly, I was the driving editor for both newspapers, covering all matters auto. My role took me around the world to a variety of car events, and specifically to a number of Formula One weekends, you know, the noisy cousin to the Formula E series. No earplugs necessary for e-races, as you've heard. In fact, you can even hear the music at trackside when they whiz by you. The noise you might hear in the background right now actually is SkyTrain, by the way. Formula One and E do have some key things in common, though. The events are second to none in the sports world in terms of entertainment, organization, and presentation. The pricing of this race is guaranteed to attract spectators reflecting much wider demographics than any other live motorsport I can think of. That said, among the high flyers there will be a very high Hollywood celebrity quotient, which is always good for wider exposure. You know how great they are at social media. So, you know, it will travel around the world via their iPhones or whatever is their chosen cell phone. You don't need me to tell you about the positive economic impact. You've heard much about that already. But I will confirm the world's eyes will indeed be on our beautiful city again in the middle of the summer. I'm sure that will kickstart international interest in this city and British Columbia for tourism year 2023 and beyond. But the glamour of the race alone will not be the sole focus of global interest. You've heard about the conference much this afternoon. It will generate international media attention. It's unique. It will be our chance in this city to show our green credentials and future clean transportation aspirations. All auto manufacturers with electric cars in their portfolio will head here to show off their mobile technology. That's a boon for our new car dealerships. In fact, this week I've talked to 4 manufacturers, just informally, and they're just waiting for the green light for this to make plans. I could go on, but I think others directly involved have already made some very good cases about logistics and the multiple benefits. So I'll just close by telling you that now I've also chatted to a number of my neighbors in the towers along Quebec Street. I have to report there is considerable enthusiasm for the event. Noise was always a problem, as we know, with the Indy Series. In this case, I think the noisiest noise will be coming from the balconies above the track of gleeful people watching something we've all been waiting for. My balcony is actually full already, and I've just got a waiting list. Thank you again for the opportunity to talk to you, and I do hope you will pass this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. There are no questions, but we appreciate hearing your thoughts today.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
Next, we have Speaker 6, John Irwin.
Yes, good afternoon, Council. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you. You have
Great.
5 minutes to speak to Council. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair Bligh, and good day, members of the committee. Thanks for having me. Good day, staff. Just wanted to quickly wish everyone a good Asian Heritage Month next month, May 1st to May 31st. And to my sisters and brothers in the labor movement, a happy May Day, especially for those on the front line of essential services. Yeah, I'm speaking in opposition not to the concert or the sustainability conference, which I'd obviously be in favor of, but to Formula E. I reviewed the noise online, individual cars, and they do, I beg to differ from the previous speaker, sound quite noisy to me. They're not really quiet. But I guess my main concern is the fact that this promotes automobile use and automobile production. The tires on all vehicles, have a polymer plastic in it, which creates microplastics. And when they move over the roadway, especially at high speeds, they kick up the microplastics. This was just covered on the April 16th edition of CBC Quirks and Quarks for people who want to check it out. I also have a problem with the Formula E sponsors. I think you can tell a lot about an event by its sponsors, and I think we really want to pause and ask if we want to get involved with an event that has sponsors like Saudi Air, and of course the Saudi regime has a poor track record on women's rights and other issues. Michelin Tires, which is anti-union, has fought unions off for many years, and of course produces the tires that create the microplastics that we're talking about. Antofagasta, which is a British-based global mining company that basically has a Chilean subsidiary that a small community in Chile, Camanes, took to court over mine tailings in 2019, and Save the Boundary Waters lists many other pollution issues in Chile with that firm. I'd also like to note that e-car promotion, I think it sounds very logical and reasonable, and I would definitely be in favor of us switching our commercial and corporate fleets over to electric. I think that is very sound and makes sense. But I did a quick calculation, of the 1.58 million vehicles as of 2015, so it's a bit conservative. Each would require 4,000 kilowatt hours per year to run. And basically, that would result in an inordinate number of 6,320,000,000 kilowatt hours. Or to make it more understandable, we'd need 1.2 Site C projects to run our fleet on electric power. So obviously, everybody moving to electric cars isn't always necessarily a solution. I'm also kind of, little puzzled by, we started the term off with a great motion on slow streets and slowing traffic down and moving to a format where we celebrate racing cars. I find that a little bit difficult. And I just wanted to quickly, before I wrap up, talk about, maybe we could have a tour to Colombie-Britannique, a major bike event, because we definitely have the topography for that and the views for that. So, and I just want to quickly mention, I'm not sure, I do feel for people in the restaurant industry and the hospitality industry, but I don't think a 3-day event is necessarily going to solve those issues. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much for coming to speak, Commissioner Irwin. There are no speakers for you, but we appreciate hearing from you today.
Great. Thanks. Take care, guys.
And then finally, Speaker 7, Elizabeth Ball.
Yes, thank you very much. I am absolutely, can you hear me? Just so I know.
Can hear you. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. I am absolutely delighted to support the motion, and I'd like to thank Councillor Kirby Young and Councillor Wiebe for bringing this forward. I, as you all know, have been a long supporter of this option. I'm sorry, it looks like you're talking. Did you need something?
I'm not sure who you're referring to.
I'm sorry, to Councillor Bligh. Sorry.
Oh no, I'm not. It's a delay. If you're watching the video, there's a delay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And now I'll go on with my enthusiastic support. One of the things that excited us most about the idea of moving forward with a conference like this that sort of hit all the aspects that Vancouver has been stressing in the last couple of years, both all the green programs, the climate sustainability, the idea of bringing in the 2 music concerts is a great idea. But one of the things that excited us most was the response of young people in the community. And I was really interested to hear the word hope used. And I think this year is another very important year to bring hope to young people as well. When we spoke to them earlier about the possibility of a race like this, they were so excited about possible options for employment or for being able to just volunteer or learn about a major event like this. And it was something that was just so exciting. It didn't matter whether I was talking to young women or young men. Every one of them were supportive of this idea. And so one of the things when I went to a Formula E that I saw was all of the educational materials about safety and about trying to save the world. And I believe that many people will buy a car and prefer to buy an electric car, but they will be inspired by a race, and it will make a difference to them. So I think it's a way we can look at the future and also give people right now something they can look forward to in a very, very difficult time for all of us. So I once again really like to thank Council for entertaining this idea, for both the Mayor and all of Council for entertaining the idea, and for Councillor Kirby Young and Councillor Wiebe bringing it forward. I think it's a brilliant idea, and I really congratulate OSS for their design of the event. So that is my enthusiastic affirmation.
Thank you very much. You do have questions from Councillor DiGenova?
Sure.
Thanks so much. Former Councillor Ball, I miss you. I have to say that first. But,
thank you.
Our council meetings are a little longer these days, but I do have a question for you on this, and I was just wondering if you happen to know if there was any reason. I mean, we ask this all day long in the council about our own motions these days, but, you know, we know staff have so much work. But do you know of any reason why your previous motion, which was passed unanimously by council in 2014, did not move forward?
I do have just 1 or 2 ideas. I do have my ancient notes from that time. And the first one was that staff were overwhelmed. I'm just writing the quote down here. I'm very busy at the time, but we'll be working on the motion and will get back to me as soon as things have calmed down. And that was about 3 months later. And then pretty well the same message came through over and over again, with staff trying very hard to get the work done on it, and then eventually letting me know that there had been a different, perhaps a change in direction or view from whoever was giving instructions to staff at the time, and that they were not going to move forward with it at that moment. So there was absolutely nothing expressed to me at any time about any problems with the idea. There was actually only very positive ideas about the event. So I can tell you quite honestly, talking to staff and talking to the proposal promoters at the time. It was only enthusiastic, and certainly, as I said, to every group that I went to see before I brought this forward, was only enthusiastic. So I'm quite sure that this will be something that Vancouver loves, and I do hope that Council again votes unanimously for this amazing event.
Thanks very much. I think that's about my time. Councillor Bligh can let me, or Chair Bligh can let me know. But thank you very much, former Councillor Ball.
Okay, we'll leave
Thank you.
There, okay, I'll leave it there.
Great. Councillor Kirby on.
Yeah, thanks, Elizabeth, for being here. I just wanted to thank you for your enthusiastic support in championing this. I appreciate it. And I have to ask you a question, so I'm going to frame it as a question, but I think you were on council for 2 terms, correct? And sometimes it's
3, actually. A lifetime.
I can imagine. Thank you for correcting me. Sometimes it takes a while for these things to come to fruition. I know it was different proponents that were involved in the early days, and there was a different model that there may have been investment required from the city. So would you agree that sometimes there's an ideal moment in time when the time has come, so to speak, to host an event? And this is where we are now.
Exactly. And I think particularly with the pandemic, being able to offer something like this will be huge.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Elizabeth, for coming again. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
And just another councillor for questions, Elizabeth. So Councillor Carr, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I just have to take the chance to be able to say something to you in person, Elizabeth. For those who don't know, we did serve on council together, and I was a new council and sat beside her, and she gave me all the coaching to get accustomed to actually being a councillor. Incredibly generous and wonderful. So I'm wondering if you could just remind me of the reasons why you said that staff were just too busy or had other things and they just never got back to you. But the reason why do you think that they actually did support it and it truly was just a situation of being extraordinarily busy with other things? I mean, in other words, was there generally staff and council support at the time?
Oh, yes. I received wonderful support from the staff because they helped me actually make sure that the original motion was all in order and help me know what Vancouver would need to be able to move forward with a contract like that. They did introduce me to the people at the VPD who would be looking at offering the kind of support we would need. They were extremely helpful, but they were overwhelmed with so many motions that had come through. And, I think maybe sometimes you can only do what you can do. And I can only say staff were always very supportive to me.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. I really appreciate that and the time you've taken to come and speak to us. Thank you again.
It was a long day for all of you. I've used up 3 batteries. Have a good day. Okay.
Thank you very much for speaking. Those are all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much, Elizabeth. So that actually brings us to the end of the speakers list for this item. So this will be the time that we will take for our dinner break. And the request, of course, is for a full hour, which is reasonable after a long day. So we will come back at, well, let's say 10 after 6 and reconvene the meeting and complete this item and our last item of the day before. Have a great dinner break, everybody.
Thanks, Chair.
Everyone.
Have a good dinner.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing.
Tina. I'm just checking to make sure we're connected to the line, and yes, we are. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and over to you, Chair Bligh.
Great, thank you very much, and welcome back, Council. We recessed, just before we recessed, we heard the end of the speakers list for item number 3. And I'd like to just once again thank speakers for speaking to Council. We're now going to move to debate and decision on this motion. So I will ask if there's any discussion.
Point of privilege, Chair Bligh, is Councillor DeGenova.
You are on the queue.
Thank you.
You are on the queue. So I'm actually going to advance you and start your timer. Please go ahead.
And that's for me, Chair Bligh?
That's for you.
Thanks so much. I had sent some amendments into the clerk. And the first is, so I should give you the heads up that I'm trying to move 2 amendments. One will be the whereas clauses. So that just on a point of procedure, I would do that after the vote on the resolution, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. So if the clerk could maybe put up the one that I put forward for the resolution.
And I'll let you know, Councillor DeGenova, when that's up on screen, as I'm sure you're not able to.
Thanks so much.
Actually, I'm just going to flag. The clerk is mentioning. Okay, I think we're good to go. Yes, please go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks so much. So this is simply asking staff to consider. Again, it's just a consideration. It's not directing staff to do this or tying Formula E coming to Vancouver if this is something that's unattainable. But I would hate to see this be a missed opportunity. It's something that we have seen with other events in the city. We saw this with the 2010 Winter Olympics. We also see this with the agreement that we have Park Casino, obviously not now during the pandemic for the casino part, but also for the resort, hotel, restaurants, and food services, that there are employment opportunities, perhaps for the downtown east side and the adjacent inner city. So I'm just hoping that this, similar to those agreements, and the community benefit agreement could also be considered here. And I think that it's really important that we just don't miss out on this opportunity. So again, it's just asking staff to consider and examine this, and hoping that this will be seen as, almost a friendly addition. I know we don't have friendly amendments here in that we have to move them forward this way, but really looking at local benefits and economic recovery after COVID-19 for our city.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I failed to move us over to the amendment queue, so I see there's councillors to speak to this. So I'm going to move us to an amendment queue and ask those councillors to add your name to the queue if you'd like to speak to this amendment. And Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, if I could ask a point of information through you to staff. I'm wondering, staff, if you could edify us regarding the agreement during the 2010 Olympic Games. I wasn't on council at the time, so I'm not aware of what that agreement was. And any other agreements which are, unlike Park Casino, which is an ongoing operation, but any other agreements of this sort related to one-off events.
Thanks, Chair. Paul Mokry here, City Manager. Unfortunately, Olympics was before my time as well, but I'm wondering if any of the other staff, I know we've got Lon Leclerc and other staff on the line, whether they're able to speak to that question.
Yeah, Lon Leclerc, General Manager of Engineering Services. I also don't recall any specific public benefits other than the kind of legacy buildings and things that were delivered partly in conjunction with the Olympics that was received. I would mention, though, that not too long ago, Council did adopt what we call experiential marketing and private event policy. And we've administered only one example of that, which was in 2019, but we do have one planned for 2021. Both were on the Vancouver Art Gallery, and the first one delivered $100,000, and the second one was $25,000. If we were to treat this Formula E for an event of this magnitude, it would equate to about 250,000 or up to 400,000 if we were to treat it under that pilot policy that's in place right now.
Great. Oh, thank you, Lon.
A point of privilege,
go ahead, Councillor Genova.
I just wanted to also offer to Councillor Carr that I had some answers to that and specific information.
I'm happy to.
Actually, just a second. This is not that is not a point of privilege, and so we just need to make sure we're staying within the procedure bylaw here. So I'm going to continue on, please. Councillor Carr, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. To staff again, I'm aware of some of those agreements that provide revenue, sort of economic benefit, but this particular amendment asks for employment and training opportunities, specifically to the downtown east side. So I'm just looking for some, and I'm quite happy to hear from Councillor DiGenova, the mover of this amendment, in terms of any information she can provide if staff cannot, regarding the previous cases of employment and possible training opportunities, specifically on the downtown east side, but doesn't have to be, with one-off events.
Okay, so it's a point of information to the mover of the motion.
Well, if staff, yeah.
Yeah, Councillor DiGenova, can you just wait 1 minute, please, and I'll just call on you once I'm asked the question.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I first was wondering, the answer I did get from staff had to do with financial contributions through such agreements, but I'm wondering if there's a knowledge of any training opportunities. I know that that's the case with the Park Casino, but in one-off events. And otherwise would like to hear also from Councillor DiGenova if that's possible in terms of an answer to that question.
So I'll first direct that to staff to answer first, and then Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you.
Thanks. Through you, Chair Bligh, the city's current policy with respect to community benefit agreements does pertain to development projects, so it is longer term. We're not aware of other events. Certainly, I'm not aware of other one-time events that have contemplated that type of concept. Not to say that it couldn't necessarily be discussed. I'm not sure in the case of the Olympics whether VANOC may have had agreements, but I understand that Councillor DiGenova may be able to provide further context on that.
Thank you very much.
Over to you, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much. And I'm just signing on to WebEx, but I'll answer the question here. And I actually am happy to send over the Beyond 2010, the motion that I brought forward regarding the possibility of having a future Olympics. And in the whereas clauses, I outlined a number of those different opportunities. Some of them were construction and training jobs that were provided, and that training obviously stayed with those people afterwards. And then also everything from the floral bouquets that were delivered to the athletes were sourced by social enterprise, nonprofit organizations, and organizations specifically vulnerable and marginalized people in the downtown east side and other communities throughout BC. So it's laid out there in the motion, and I understand that staff did look at that motion before it came back to council, and I did have some conversations also about that. So if Councillor Carr, I obviously defer to the city manager on this, but I know that Michelle Collins, who is in charge of sport hosting, has some information on that as well. So again, it's just asking staff to consider this, and I said similar too. So I hope that answers your question, Councillor Carr.
Thank you. I just wanted to ensure there's time for Councillor Carr to respond before her time is up.
Thank you, Chair. And that is helpful information, and I'm satisfied with that information. Thanks so much, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor DiGenova, you're next on the queue.
Oh, I was just on the queue. My apologies to try and answer Councillor Carr's question if she had that, but happy to send over that information. I'm just scrambling to do that now.
Okay, great. Councillor
I hope there'll be support for this. That's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, well, on that note, I'm happy to speak in support of this. I really appreciate Councillor DiGenova bringing this forward. This is reminiscent of work that I was doing in the community prior to being elected. And my good friend and former city staffer, Wes Regan, compiled a pretty extensive report around downtown east side community benefit agreements. we variously contemplated opportunities through, as Councillor DiGenova articulated and referenced. We saw that with the Park Casino and with the Olympics. We imagined that there might be an opportunity with the St. Paul's site construction. It's worth noting that groups like Embers, which do some really tremendous and successful work in the downtown east side with hiring folks who may otherwise have barriers to employment, they greatly benefit from these sort of community benefit arrangements. So I think this is a really appropriate and thoughtful addition to this motion that I'm also happy to support. And I also would just like to tip of the hat to David LePage, who did a lot of work in this capacity, and also the late Hendrik Hokema, who was a champion for CBAs and really moved the dial on the Olympics. And Hendrik left us a number of years ago, but this was something that would bring a smile to Hendrik's face. So thank you for that, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks very much, Councillor Fry. Over to you, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I wonder if I can just ask a follow-up point of information through you to staff, just on a point that came up earlier. Yeah, thanks. And that's sort of, I think, just noting that in the motion, it does consider and contemplate in discussion with both sort of some Fall Street residents ahead of time and well as the event organizers, a fairly significant legacy commitment for public electric vehicle charging infrastructure stations, as well as access and participation for at-risk youth in the program. So I'm just wondering if staff would sort of consider that in the overall discussion with that, as well as the possibility for employment through a community benefit agreement, because that will also provide, I think, substantive value to the city, and that legacy was envisioned to sort of be a direct parallel to the sustainable electrification nature of the event. So I wonder if staff can comment on that, but it would sort of be value also in the legacy piece from the EV charging stations.
Certainly, Paul Mocher here. That's what we understand the intent of the motion to be. I would say, at this point, in terms of discussions between the staff and the proponents, we haven't had any. We are not aware of kind of what is being proposed with respect to the legacy commitment, but obviously the motion does set that out. So, understand that this amendment would be potentially broadening that in terms of what that legacy might be. In that there would be some additional steps that the proponent might take in terms of producing the event to engage, as is discussed there, maybe vulnerable community and for employment opportunities and so on. So, yeah, don't see it as misaligned based on our reading of it.
I guess just suggesting follow up on that, that those pieces could be connected. They could tie into each other. I think that's the
yes.
I'm trying to draw together. Is that?
Sure. I think the one distinction, just on the wording, this amendment calls on staff to essentially explore it, as we understand. The wording of the motion as it was originally proposed, as we read, those community legacy are mandatory elements kind of the agreement with the proponents. But yes, they could all be considered together for sure. That would make sense.
Okay, but this could be an additional exploration, and if it's something it's workable, and if it's not, then staff would report back.
That's how we're reading it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kirby-Young. I have one quick follow-up question myself. Point of information to the city manager is that there was that in the staff comments, there was concern about staff bandwidth and the sort of concern around workload associated with this motion. I just wonder, does this particular amendment cross over into other? I know typically, I think ACCS works on the community benefit agreement. So I'm just wondering if it is a manageable addition to their workload if this amendment goes through. I'm in big support of community benefits agreement, but I just want to understand what the impact is.
Yes, certainly it does add an additional dimension. Thanks, Councillor, for the question to the work and staff workload. I mean, this is a major event that we're talking about, so that is definitely a consideration for us. I think the level of effort that goes into producing or developing a community benefit agreement for an ongoing project like a development is quite different than I think what would be contemplated here. This is a much shorter period of time, so we would definitely scale the effort to that as well. I think on that, we are just to clarify, we are reading the motion as calling for kind of full cost recovery too, just in terms of the staff effort piece. That's what we read this motion as calling for. So, you know, again, if there's any misinterpretation of that on our part, it would be helpful to hear that from council. But I think there will be a significant effort required by the city to help put on this event, and we are seeing that those costs would be recovered.
Great, thank you very much, City Manager. Seeing nobody else in the queue, I think we can actually move to a vote on this. Point of privilege?
Point of privilege?
Okay,
maybe. So sorry, I was just having an issue getting online there. If I could be added to the queue, please. Just if I have a moment left, I'm not sure.
Yes, you do. Go ahead.
What I'd like to just note is I just sent an email to council with that motion and specifically noting whereas number 6. So to Councillor Carr, further to her point of information, it just notes the fab shop that was created along with 100 jobs and training specifically for construction. So that's just an example. But again, there might be opportunities with private companies to employ local people as well. So I don't see this as possibly being something where the city of Vancouver would undertake all employment opportunities, but maybe those companies would be considered first, or those trades or proponents of the event. So just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. So we can now go to a vote on the amendment.
And if I could please have a vote assist in favor. Thank you.
Yes.
May I also get a vote assist in favor? It's Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. And that motion passes with none in opposition. Going back to the main queue, Councillor DiGenova, you do have the floor with just 3 minutes remaining.
I think I just very quickly would like to say, and just I'll defer to you to let me know, Chair Bligh, as to when the appropriate time would be to, in fact, I suppose, move the whereas clauses.
I'll let you know at the end.
Yes, I just wanted to thank Councillor Kirby Young and Councillor Wiebe for bringing this forward, and also thank former Councillor Elizabeth Ball, who brought this forward and this idea forward in 2014. I think that sometimes it takes a lot longer than we think to get legs to something, to get it off the ground, or in this case, to look at sort of green new ways and events. And I think that this could be a form of economic recovery. And as we've just had a report back from the COVID-19 Recovery Committee, I think that it's really important to note that. And just also wanted to thank Council for their support on the amendment, because I see some opportunities here. So thanks very much to Councillor Kirby Young and Councillor Wiebe, and I hope we will all be able to be vaccinated and enjoy Formula E racing in our city, and that it will bring great opportunities here. So thanks, and thanks to staff for the work that they might do on this if this all passes.
Thank you very much. Over to Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just going to speak in support of this for a number of reasons. One, I think that the proponent has done a lot of work to bring back, after an initial testing of the water, so to speak, a proposal which I think is in the best interest and is very good for the city. Not only one in terms of contributing to the possibility of rebuilding and revitalizing our tourism industry, which, as our first speaker has noted, is has been very much hard hit by COVID, and an event like this would make a positive difference. But secondly, in terms of keeping the community happy, working with the community and bringing on board the Cost and Residents Association in support of it, which for me is very important. Thirdly, in terms of minimizing costs, in fact, the cost will be borne by the organizers, not by the city. That to me is important, especially at a time when we have, because of COVID, faced some pretty difficult declines in revenues, and it'll take a while to get, even as hopefully we recover from COVID faster than then longer, it will take a while to recover. And I really love the idea of the promotion of the electrification of the transportation sector and cars in particular. It's happening slowly, and this could help speed it up. I like the educational aspects of it, the involvement through a conference of businesses in terms of opportunities. Job and economic opportunities being spoken to by that process. And then, a fun event, which I think all of us are yearning for. And I'm hoping that we will all be vaccinated and get to that point of really enjoying an in-person event in a year. So in support.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll also speak in support of this. I'll admit it's somewhat incongruous as a champion of slower, safer streets. The idea of fast cars hurtling through our downtown streetways and roadways doesn't immediately jump to mind as something that resonates with my values. But I recognize that this is a special event, and this isn't encouraging regular street racing. This is about really supporting a recovery effort, and it's something that aligns with a lot of our intent upon shifting from quite literally fossil fuel emissions to zero emissions. And I think that in that sense, it's symbolic. I think it's, we'll never find events that appeal to everyone, and I think this event certainly won't appeal to everyone. And I recognize that, but I think it has a wide-ranging appeal, and I think it brings a lot of opportunity as we look towards recovery effort. And I am looking forward to being pleasantly surprised. I know that that often a lot of these events where the racing may not be the highlight for folks, the ancillary things like the concerts and the trade show and the opportunity to view electric innovations in that capacity are all equally compelling. So I think this is a timely piece. I love the fact that it's really, unlike previous iterations of this proposal, there's very little risk to the city as far as who's covering the costs. And this, I think, brings a lot of opportunities. And I'm excited also about the legacy pieces that it's promising to deliver. And really also appreciative of Councillor DeGenova's amendment to include a look at CBAs and how we might incorporate those to bring real employment benefits to folks who could really use it the most. So I'll be voting in support. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair Bligh. I have a small amendment that I circulated that I'm hoping staff can bring up, which is just to note the language in the motion specifically names legacy chargers in that False Creek area. But my sense is that that may not be the part of the city where they're most needed. And I want to make sure, particularly with that equity lens, that we are expanding charging infrastructure in neighborhoods where it is most needed, which tends to be neighborhoods with older apartment buildings where it's harder for residents to charge their own vehicles. So just wanted to make sure, considering this is pretty specific directive language, that that flexibility is built in so that we residents across the city and in neighborhoods where they're most needed are seeing the benefit of that infrastructure.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. I've moved us over to an amendment Q1. If anybody would like to speak to this amendment, Councillor Kirby Young, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I sort of just have one comment, which, and I know Councillor Boyle asked this question yesterday, and I'm a little bit torn on it because I think the legacy of EV infrastructure is fantastic. I was struck by something that the Northeast False Creek residents said during conversations with them around the sort of respect the host protocol that they had developed and working closely with other event organizers, whether it was Dragon Boat, Cirque, and all that. And I think, maybe just some context for the way that it was written originally. I think Councillor Weeb and I were thinking, and I won't speak for him, he can jump on if he wants to, but we're sort of thinking that it was really around recognizing the neighborhood that is sort of the host per se. All of Vancouver is the host, but specifically impacting this neighborhood. So that was the original intent behind it. I don't disagree with sort of the need to put them, sort of identify where they're most needed. I'm just cognizant of some of those conversations, but I do know that in general, the False Creek residents were very enthusiastic about the legacy concept of having EV infrastructure in general. So I'd be interested if Councillor Weeb has any other comments to add to that, but that was sort of just the original thinking to share with council, that it was just sort of around respecting the host neighborhood, if you will. Maybe that's a good way to put it. But I appreciate Councillor Boyle's comment as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. I too am torn on this, and I actually had a point of information to staff as to sort of when we look at sort of community amenities and the way that we structure that. I know we have citywide sort of benefit programs through DCLs, but also understanding CACs, usually we generally look at the way that those are administered and spent in sort of the community. And in the fashion of sort of the amendment I moved, and realizing the downtown east side and adjacent areas were right next door to False Creek, that was one of my considerations. Just wondering if policy sort of supports um, the benefits coming to the neighborhood that hosts the benefit, or that hosts the event, or in terms of how we look at the community amenity contributions from some of the applications we see in Vancouver through rezonings and such. Does staff have any comment on that and the way that we structure those? I understand the Olympics is a little bit different and bigger.
Staff?
Thanks through the chair. Yeah, I mean, there are a whole range of different constructs with respect to community amenity contributions. Some are delivered obviously on site in kind in the developments themselves. There are some that are local. There are some citywide CAC applications as well. So it's a whole range.
So could we expect that staff would already, if there were opportunities or benefits that staff thought would better serve the community, that you could bring us back a number of different options or recommendations if you saw fit, that may address some of these issues?
Well, I guess we're reading the motion is quite specific in setting out what council's seeking here. So we wouldn't be pursuing a set of different options subject to other direction council may want to give us.
Okay. So just wanted to make sure, because I know we've seen that on a few other things before. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Weed.
Yeah, I think that having it where it's needed, recognizing that the community talked about that they were really excited about this opportunity in False Creek, and recognizing that we do have some city-owned properties and easy park lots that could be pretty great places to put more charging stations in the region. But I think that as we go through, we'll figure out where the most needed is space, and I do think that staff will come back and the proponent will come back, and if this area is the space that deserves it or has a need for it, that it will come back here. So I'm okay with this, recognizing that we do need to look it through an equity lens, but I do think that we will recognize that this area is highly needed for charging stations, and that the community really wants to see them there. I think it's important that in their conversations with the community, they did talk about being a good host, and I think that a good part of that would be to bring legacy to that neighborhood, recognizing how many cars come in and out of that neighborhood and the need for charging stations.
Thank you, Councillor Weed. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'll ask the clerks to take us to a vote, please.
Councillor Dominato, I'll take a vote. Is this in favor, please?
Thank you. And that motion passes with Councillor DiGenova and Councillor Kirby-Yung in opposition. Back to the main queue. Councillor Boyle, you still have the floor.
Yeah, thanks. I just thought I would say a few things in closing on this motion, and thought I would just start by saying this isn't car racing, electric or gas. Car racing is not really my thing, but I asked quite a few people for their thoughts and opinions on this, as I often do when I'm wrestling with important issues we deal with, and I was surprised to hear the amount of support that I did from across a whole range of kind of audiences, including from my parents who live right alongside the route, who gave me a good pep talk about how we can be fun, and that they would be willing to put up with the inconvenience because they thought it would be interesting. So all of which was helpful for me to hear and informed my decision. I do feel strongly that electric private vehicles aren't the climate solution we most need. We really do need to focus much more on public and active transportation to reduce congestion, to improve health, and to include access for more and more people. But again, I heard that this was exciting and interesting as part of that shift to a lot of people. I really appreciate the assurance in the motion and in conversation with the proponent and with staff that costs won't be borne by Vancouver taxpayers. I appreciate Council's support for that amendment to make sure that these legacies in terms of charging infrastructure are placed where most needed for residents across the city. And the last comment I want to make, and I'm not amending this in, we've had a long day, but I think it's really important that there be engagement with both Hogan's Alley and Chinatown in the planning and hosting of this event, both to mitigate negative impacts on those neighborhoods and important changes happening, and also to increase local benefits. You know, I think even of all of the visitors that would come, making sure they know how close they are to some of the incredible local businesses that we have through Chinatown, so that they can walk over and support those businesses as well, so that those connections are made and those neighboring communities are also able to benefit from that increased traffic, particularly in the struggling businesses there. So I hope that piece is included, and I will be supporting the motion, the event.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. Next up, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, so I'm really not big on romanticizing private cars and consumer culture. I'm really upset that much of the hotel industry that wants this so bad isn't providing recall rights to its long-term, mostly women, mostly racialized workers. I like the idea of promoting slow streets, maybe a bike race. And I think the alleged benefits of this 3-day event, like with jobs for people in the downtown east side and everything for a 3-day event, I think it's really overblown. So yeah, I'm not too not in favor of this.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Weed.
Yeah, I just want to thank staff for the amount of work that has been done over the last 2 years on this, and ensuring that council had a lot of information about what would work and couldn't work, and the proponent for really stepping up over the last kind of 13 months to ensure that they could deliver on some of the requests that the City of Vancouver had. And I think that the proposal and the motion in front of us today really delivers on that. I think the excitement is throughout the city. Just like Councillor Boyle, it has been pretty amazing the amount of people that have come up to me excited about this. It'll be interesting how many new fans we can get in the City of Vancouver in this sport. And I just think the idea of getting a conference to better understand the Internet of Things and all the amazing technology advances that have come, and to see them in person and have these conferences and concerts and other things to really kind of showcase what's really going on in this world, which is growing on a daily basis, as well as supporting our industries and recognizing that it's time to show some hope and really kind of take Vancouver where we need to go and bring some excitement back. So really excited. I want to thank Councillor Kirby Young for all the hard work she's done on this motion, and I think that it's really going to showcase Vancouver coming into the next year of what can happen and what we can do and how we can have a lot more fun.
Thank you, Councillor Weed. And closing on the motion, Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to thank Councillor Weed for partnering up with me on this. It's been a great team effort to bring this forward. And also the staff for taking on this challenge that I think we heard so clearly would mean a lot to a lot of people. It really has been articulated that I think that this is a win-win for a number of reasons. And like Councillor Boyle, I heard a lot of support from across a broad spectrum of people. It offers hope for our hobble tourism industry. It's a carbon neutral formula for pandemic recovery, enabled us to build back better, offers some green inspiration. And I think, it's been said too, it would just be fun. People are looking for some hope on the horizon. And we heard loud and clear, I think, from a number of speakers I thought were really articulate. It would reference the fact that the Formula E representative spoke to the fact that these typically happen in city centers because that's where the urban pollution, the air quality issues are. So it's really, I think, trying to address that head on and, bring that to people's attention, which is so important. We heard from Royce at Tourism Vancouver around how significant the impact has been on the tourism industry with, hotel occupancy being down 65% year over year. And I think he said something along the lines of a no to this event would send a message Vancouver's focused on today when we need to be laying track for tomorrow. And we are looking for hope. And then I was also struck by, what Ian Tossinson said from the BC Restaurant and Food Association, who's probably one of the biggest champions that we've seen in economic recovery. And he said, I think with tears in my eyes, I wholeheartedly ask you to approve this. I think that really speaks to the spirit of what a lot of people are looking for, something on the horizon and a window at the end of this COVID time. And this checks, I think, so many boxes that we've talked about. So I really appreciate kind of the consideration by council and the perspective around the table. It is a very unique event in terms of inspiring, I think, evolution and change, and it brings in a broad spectrum of people, not just those folks that are already committed to sustainability, but bringing in the other people that will have a great chance to learn about it. And there were so many interesting opportunities that we talked about, for example, such as partnering up with Science World to provide a mission for Science World to be able to do things like exhibits around the technology and the cars. And, I think that there's going to be a lot of spin-off benefits from this. So excited to see things like Grid Kids in Vancouver and getting kids excited about electrification and all those other elements to it. So I'm happy to support it, and I appreciate the dialogue around the table today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. So with that, I will actually just pause for a moment and invite City Manager Paul Mokry to offer any final remarks before we go to the vote.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Appreciate the opportunity. There's a couple of points just if we could clarify, just so that we ensure that staff understand and are proceeding on the basis of council's intent here. First, and this is a bit of an aside, but just with respect to the 2014 motion that was passed by council, and I did send all of you a copy of the memo that was provided to staff, so provided to council in 2016. So just to confirm that staff did do work on the basis of that motion. There were discussions with a number of different proponents at that time. None of the proponents had a sufficiently robust plan that staff could evaluate it for council. And at that point, there was significant potential cost for the city. But we did report back to council in 2016 on that. So just wanted to confirm that. With respect to this motion, again, I've spoken to the cost recovery piece, so I think that's clear. Thank you for that, council. That's helpful for us. And then just the second is the timeline. So the motion, as it's worded, references July 2022 as the date. Some of the discussion that we've had to date with the proponents has focused on the Canada Day long weekend as the actual date. We note that the motion doesn't actually stipulate that. So we're seeing that there's, in terms of the other elements of the motion, in terms of balancing impact on community, for example, that's one of the issues that we're going to have to work through with them is the date. We typically have up to 16 major events in the city on that first week of July, and adding another event of this scale has the potential for conflicts there. So, that's one of the issues, again, subject to any other clarity, council, that you think you may need to provide us. We would be looking at the month of July and working with the proponents to land a date that works for them. But we do see that as a significant element, again, in balancing impact on the community and our ability to actually support the delivery of the event. So those are, thank you very much, Chair. Those were the kind of the clarification points, unless there's any other questions that council has for me, for our team.
I appreciate that, City Manager. I don't see anybody on the queue, and so I think we'll continue.
I guess, do you want me to quickly respond to the July comment?
If you want to go back on the queue, Councillor Weed, that would be helpful. I believe you still have time. Yes, you have lots of time.
Yeah, so just quickly, in speaking to the proponent, they recognized the date and they can be flexible, and they said they would work with staff, recognizing they might be able to do the weekend after. And so I think the conversation between staff and the proponent can look at a couple weekends in July to find a time that works. And I think that is fair. And they are completely in understanding of what is happening in the city and have looked at the schedule.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. So I think that the sort of note is, it's noted from city manager that the date may not be locked in, and something that we ought to consider as this progresses. And I think that's been heard loud and clear by council, so appreciate that, Paul. So at this time, I'll take us over to a vote. And if there is any need for a vote assist, please let us know.
Vote assist in favor. It's Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. So that motion passes with 1 in opposition, Councillor Swanson. Thank you, Council.
Point of privilege.
Oh, yes, thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Good reminder. This would be the point where you can.
Yeah, there we go. I've already sent it in. So it's a change to the whereas clause, and I understand we have to wait for the resolution.
Can you put yourself back on the queue? That would be the best way. Thank you.
I am.
Okay, great. I'm just wanting to give the clerks a chance to show the vote. Come back over to the screen. Okay, please go ahead.
Great. I just wanted to, out of acknowledgement and appreciate that, you know, even Councillor Ball acknowledged, or former Councillor Ball, when she spoke with us earlier this evening, now it is, acknowledged the work that staff did on this. And I did want to Mr. Mokry, or sorry, to our city manager, Paul Mokry's point, acknowledge the work that staff have done on this. Sometimes we don't see things move forward right away, even when council gives direction. And I think that really what had to happen was a proponent needed to come together here. It needed to be the right time and the right place. And now we have this to look forward to. But out of acknowledgement for the work that was done and the unanimous support of council then, I was just hoping to add the very factual information that you know, in 2014, and I wasn't on that council, Councillor Carr was, that there was a motion that was unanimously passed, and there was support there from council. And I have shared this and spoken with Councillor Weeb and Councillor Kirby Young in advance, and don't want to speak for them, but understood that this would be welcomed. So I'd like to add this to the whereas clauses.
Thank you very much, Councillor DeGenova. So I can see that the addition is up on screen, and I'm not seeing anybody else on the queue, so I think we can move to a vote to add this to the whereas clause to the original motion. And if anybody needs a vote assist, please let us know.
Assist in favor, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. In favor. Thank you, clerks. And Councillor Carr has not voted. And I see.
I have a vote assist, pardon me, in favor.
Yes, thank you. So clerks, vote assist in favor for Councillor Carr, and that passes unanimously and will be added to the whereas clauses of the motion. That completes this item. Thank you very much, Council. We have our final item today on our agenda, which is motion, is the next referred motion is item 4, incorporating a bike safety index into urban and active transportation planning. This motion was moved and introduced by Councillor Fry and seconded by Councillor Carr. We do have, we have 2 speakers signed up. We have the second speaker on the line, and that is Nathan Davidovich. So Nathan, if you're there, you can come off of mute.
We are just getting him connected. Chair Bligh.
While you do that, I'll bring council's attention to a letter that's been sent to us by speaker 1 and was received by our clerks just before, just about 5 or 6 minutes ago.
Chair Bligh, the speaker is on the line, and as far as we can tell, he is
I
on.
rather hear
There
what
he
the
is.
first
Thank
speaker
you.
has to say.
Okay, Nathan Davidovich, we can hear you. So you have 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead. Nathan, are you on the line? Nathan,
Hello?
yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, but what happened to speaker number one?
Speaker number one is not on the line, so we're going to move to you.
Because I wanted to hear what he says because he has more expertise. But whatever. If you want me to talk whatever.
Well, you're welcome to go ahead. You
Hello?
are signed up as a speaker, and unfortunately, he's not on the line.
Well, I do support Councillor Fry motion. He knows a lot about safety. He had an accident with his bike. I remember, so I think it's a good motion that he brought forward. But we need way more protective bike lanes in Vancouver. 11% of the streets are supposed to be designated as slow streets, but that will take, who knows, 20 to 30 years the way the staff is going to do it. We need to copy from other cities in North America and Europe. We only have few protected bike lanes downtown, and we need a network that most people can agree on, and city council should vote on that, not staff. We already have a weak mayor system, and the mayor has only one vote, but for the last 15 years, we've had a weak council system as well. The staff is making most of the decisions, and
Nathan, I'm just going to direct you back to the motion just to keep your comments germane to the motion would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, well, okay. What I would add is that Councillor Fry should bring it up in front of Metro Vancouver Regional District, because the Capital Regional District, they have a traffic safety commission, and that's what we should have for Metro Vancouver, because it's not enough for Vancouver to just have safer bike routes and so forth. We need the whole region to have a network of safe cycling and walking as well, and we need the city bylaw that designates the bike network streets in Vancouver. We don't have such a bylaw. So those are basically my comments, but there's other things.
Thank you very much. There are no questions, but we do appreciate you coming to speak to council and sharing your perspective.
Yeah, okay.
So I will just double check with the clerk and call for speaker number one, Tariq Syed.
The speaker is not on the line, Chair Bligh.
Okay, thank you. So again, I'll just draw council's attention to the letter in your inbox, and perhaps that's in place of him, them being able to come to our speak at council tonight. So with that, that actually completes the speakers list for this item, and we can move to debate and decision. And I see Councillor Fry, over to you.
Yeah, and just I'll probably come back on to close on it, but I just want to reflect it. I'm disappointed that Dr. Syed wasn't able to attend. This is based on a culmination of his work, and I think it represents an exciting new dimension to how we analyze and do active transportation, and recognizing that that walkability and cyclability don't necessarily infer safety, and that there are like both physical and literal kind of conceptual gaps in those systems. And it's important to kind of really highlight them as we move forward, and really as we get more people, and we want to encourage people who might otherwise be afraid to engage in active transportation to feel more comfortable. So this is an important part in kind of doing that work. And I know that there was a letter from one of the directors of Hub that did not support this work. I think that there's it would have been good to have Dr. Syed here to really thoroughly explain it, because this isn't anything that really detracts from our staff's current work plan. In fact, staff reported back that it's not a significant extra burden. It's really an exciting opportunity to highlight some of the really great work and innovation that's happening right here in Vancouver at UBC that is being imported and exported throughout the world. So it's some really dynamic stuff happening at the Transportation Department of Engineering at UBC.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. I will advance Councillor Carr for debate on the motion. Please go ahead.
Great. Yes, thanks, Chair. And I just had the opportunity to read the submission by Tarek Syed, and I really think this is important information for Council. If you haven't had a chance to bring it up, I thought it would be good to put on public record if he isn't here. So I'm going to take my time to read some of his points, because I think they're very compelling. And they're compelling for me particularly because I have attended a number of City Studio presentations where students from the post-secondary institutions around Vancouver work with our staff, and there was a couple of those sessions that really focused on cycling and came up with the exact same conclusions, which safety is a huge, and the feeling of safety is a huge deterrent. They focus a lot on youth in some of those projects, and women in terms of cycling. So these are the points made. Studies show that the fear of accidents with motor vehicles is the most important deterrent to riding bikes. Bikeability indices that are commonly used to quantify how conducive an environment is to cycling do not usually consider measures of objective crash risk. 3, typically there is an implicit assumption by the traveling public that a bikeable environment, i.e. a bikeability index, means safe for biking, but this assumption may not be true. 4, in many cases, the association between existing bikeability indices and objective safety or crash risk has not been thoroughly examined. 5, 2 recent published studies by UBC show areas of the city of Vancouver with higher bikeability, as indicated by bike scores, are associated with greater cyclist crash risk. 6, if the City of Vancouver zones are ranked according to the bike score and crash risk score, the correlation is very weak, indicating the need to develop a new index that considers both attractiveness and bikeability, which is bikeability, and objective safety or crash. And finally, there are new studies that develop a comprehensive index to represent both cycling attractiveness and crash risk that can be adopted by the City of Vancouver. I'm very impressed by the points that are made by this particular submission, and would be I'm very happy to be supporting this, and very much appreciate Councillor Fry for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Over to you, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. And look, I have been bike commuting across every part of the city for 20 years. I have 2 young kids who bike in the city now. So I am somewhat reluctant to be a bit of a wet blanket on this. But I actually was really struck by the letter that council received from the chair of Hub, because it spoke to the questions I had when I first read this motion. So I'll just highlight a couple of those. One that they pointed out is that cycling crash and injury data is incomplete. That speaks to my experience that all of the accidents that I've had, I haven't reported anywhere. I have just hobbled home or gotten back on my bicycle. And more so the point that, you know, we know what improves cycling safety, and it's actual and tangible improvements to infrastructure. And, you know, I appreciate that this would only take a small amount of staff time, but a lot of this work has been done. City staff and Hub have a very comprehensive map of the gaps in our cycling infrastructure and priorities in terms of infrastructure improvements to ungap the map and improve those routes for people. So again, while I appreciate this is kind of an academic exercise, it's helpful to have some numbers. It wouldn't take a lot of staff time. I really think the thing that makes cycling safer for people is those tangible infrastructure improvements. That's what makes me feel better about my kids going out on bikes around the city. You know, it's what makes seniors feel more safe. People seeing those changes matters more to me than the numbers that we're able to calculate. So my preference would have been that this work happen in an academic context and can be of use there. But again, that our staff focus the limited time that we have in terms of active transportation staffing on moving forward on those priority issues in order to improve the tangible infrastructure and improve real safety for cyclists of all ages and abilities across our city. So I won't be supporting this. Again, I feel very awkward about that because I love all of the things cycling and active transportation related, but you know, we hear this on many issues. We are at a point where we can't just do everything. We need to be making some priorities clear, and so I'd rather that those infrastructure improvements continue to be our priority for making actual cycling safer for residents.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. Over to Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks. Can I start with a point of information through you, Chair, to staff?
Please go ahead.
Thanks. I know there's lots of emails flying back and forth and feedback from staff, but I just want to clarify on the record if staff can speak to Councillor Fry's statement that this would be very little effort or expense. Can you just recap on the record what the effort or expense would be to do this?
Thanks to the chair. I'll ask Lon Leclerc to address the question.
Yeah, Lon Leclerc, General Manager of Engineering Services. We'll be meeting with Dr. Tarek Syed. We have some meetings set up. We meet with the Department of Transportation regularly. We do have a strong partnership with BCH, and so we do get collision data or injury data on a road system that most municipalities in the world don't get, because mostly collisions are just reported either through vehicle damage or through ICBC type things or through police attended collisions, but we do capture everyone that's admitted to a hospital. We're committed to the Vision Zero, and so any tool that we can use that helps us get towards the target, which is 0 fatalities and serious injury on our road system, we're going to use. In terms of what we would be doing immediately, the teams are really busy right now in terms of the rollout of changes on our street network with road space reallocation for this summer. So we might not be too active on it immediately. If it's taking too much time, it's something that we may work into a work plan for later in the year or next year. But to the extent that it's easy to apply or to work through, and if it helps us in our work, we're going to employ it right away.
I appreciate the philosophical response. I wonder if you could drill down for me, Lon, just in terms of if you have a sense of, are there going to be hard costs to it? And do you have a sense of the scope of staff effort?
Well, at this point, we wouldn't see any hard costs, no. We have a number of tools that we use in analytics, and we're always looking at the top collision locations and trying to map them and prioritize the changes that we make on the street network to reduce those collisions. So I don't see it adding extra work for us.
You don't see it adding any extra work, even though it's a new index? I'm trying to square those.
Yeah, it's a new index, but the fact is that we're always using new tools and indexes. We're actually, there's no perfect way to do this work. And I would say, as I mentioned, I think we're at the forefront of this. And so we're experimenting with a number of different ways. Like safety exposure is another one. We try to correlate collision frequency with how many people are on the facility. It is one of those things where it turns out if there's twice as much cyclists, you often get twice as many collisions. That doesn't necessarily mean the facility is less safe. But so we're working through the science with this through the science on this all the time, and our teams are using whatever tool is available to us. That's all I can say. It's like we drop tools as quickly as we pick them up if we find them useful.
Okay. Thanks. I'll move on to providing a couple of comments. I think Councillor Boyle expressed a lot of the kind of considerations that I had. I was really struck by the letter from Hub Cycling, and I remember first engaging with them when I was on the park board, and they're extremely engaged and vocal advocacy group. And so it really struck me when we got a letter that said from them, we don't need another planning tool. Instead, we need appropriate investment in addressing the many gaps in the active transportation network that we've already identified. Concerned that developing new indices will divert resources from just focusing on completing much needed route improvements. And so the philosophy, so the spirit I came away with there was that they just wanted to sort of get on with the actual implementation of solid infrastructure. And that's a pretty compelling consideration for me, as is sort of the comment back that staff are really busy with the rollout of street reallocation and those things. And I'm a big fan of sometimes there's an opportunity for planning and measuring. It's important, but sometimes just doing, and particularly when you're in a pandemic and your resources are stretched. So I have to admit that this is a pretty tough one for me, particularly when the large cycling advocacy group is not on board. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. So I have been informed. I have been informed that the speaker is actually on the line. We would need a motion to suspend the rule, given that it's one speaker. If it's the will of council to hear from the speaker, then we can do that. The speakers list, of course, closed almost 10 minutes ago. So just flagging that that is the case. That
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes, please go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
Just in fairness, I mean, if we've had this happen before and there's a speaker on the line and we haven't allowed them to speak, I'd just like to know that, because I just think it's, you know, I'd like to support this. I also just would like to know just to make sure that this hasn't happened in the past, and the clerk has told the speaker no instead of the chair being able to inform us.
Yes, I hear you, and that's why I indicated it's the will of council. But there are times where we haven't let speakers speak after the fact. So I'm going to move on. Councillor DiGenova, you have, unless there's a motion, Councillor DiGenova, you have the floor for debate this motion. You're on mute, I think, Councillor DiGenova.
Sorry, I'll defer to Councillor Fry if he'd like to move that. I'm supportive of it, but I'd be supportive of it then in the future. Just wanted to note that. I do support this. You know, as the mom of a 3-year-old who's I'm trying to teach my daughter how to cycle. She's mastered her balance bike now, but like it's about finding safe spaces in our city, and I think that looking towards this and certainly appreciate the letter that's been sent in by the speaker, but also the motion from Councillor Fry. I'm hoping that, you know, for those who are timid, who perhaps, you know, to some of the other questions and conversations, who haven't ventured out, especially families, looking at it through that lens, I think that this index is really important. That being said, you know, I am cautious of the amount of work that staff have. And I don't want to cherry pick that. I want to be very careful with what we put on staff, but understanding that staff already are working, you know, would be having some of these conversations. I'm satisfied by that and happy to support this motion for those reasons. I think that as one of the greenest cities, and as we move forward with active transportation, it's very important that we try our very, very best to try and foster not only education but communication. And I'm hoping that this will help to do that. So for those reasons and others, but I'm not going to belabor it. It's been a long day. I am supportive of this, and I would be happy to support the speaker if speaking if Councillor Fry is moving forward with that. So I'll let him go ahead, and also hope we'll do that in the future for other speakers. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I would like to put forward a motion to suspend the rules and hear the speaker. I think, especially given the amount of credence being given to the letter from Hub, which I think perhaps misunderstands the work that's going on at UBC in this department. I think it's important to have the sort of head of the department speak to it.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. The motion does require 2/3 of council present at the meeting, and just noting that there is 9 council members present at this time. So we have a motion on the floor. It is debatable. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, I'll move us to a vote. Actually, I'll just call a vote. All those in favor?
Yeah.
Chair, I was on the queue, but
Oh, Councillor Kirby Young, that was likely right at the end. I'm going to allow Councillor Kirby Young to make her comments, and we'll go to a recorded vote just because it is 2/3. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby Young.
yeah, thanks. I'll be super quick. I'm always hesitant to vary the rules because we do it for one group, we have to do it for others, and we have not done it for others, and so it does feel like we're cherry picking to support an argument versus just consistently applying a process. So if we do it now, then I feel that council will need to do it in future for other situations, and so that's my feedback on that.
Appreciate that. So I will move us to a recorded vote. And that motion passes with Councillor Kirby Young and myself in opposition. So going back to the main queue, we do have the speaker who has joined us, Dr. Syed.
Oh, hi, can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you. Already I was listening to the whole discussion, but I couldn't connect for some reason, so my apology for that. I think the points have already been made, and thank you for the councillor who read my letter and the 7 points. What I'm trying to emphasize is that there is a big difference between perceived safety by cycling advocacy groups and actual objective crash risk, which is not based on the number of collisions. It is much more than that. So we have our tools that we can use to estimate an objective crash risk. And you will be surprised at the point number 6 in my letter is that the relationship between existing bikeability scores, such as the bike score, and the crash risk for the ranking of zones in the city of Vancouver is extremely low. And actually, it is the opposite. Areas of the city that are ranked highly on the bikeability index are the ones that have the highest crash risk, even after correcting for exposure. So, and this index that has been developed is being implemented in many countries, not only and other cities, not only in Vancouver. And then for the issue related to resources, I don't see any additional resources whatsoever on the staff. So I don't understand the point made in one of the letters. The model is there, and it uses many of the variables that the city already collects. So implementing this index should allow the city to identify areas that need improvements and mitigate safety issues when they exist. So the additional work or resources required by the staff is minimal, if any.
Dr. Syed?
Yes.
Okay, is that the end of your comments?
No, I think already my comments were made in the letter, and I will be happy to answer any questions about the methodology or why we need that, and I will be happy to answer that.
Great, thank you very much. I just wanted to ensure that we didn't lose you or disconnect. You do have questions. Councillor Boyle is on the queue for questions. You have 3 minutes to ask questions of speaker. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Dr. Syed, and I really appreciate getting the chance to talk to you. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on the kind of balance of new measurement tools versus like building the infrastructure that we know we need and key sites that we already know are important or key gaps that we already know exist in terms of where city staff should be focusing their time and energy.
Actually, this index should allow the city and give the city staff the ability to identify areas where need the most attention. So it will not compete with spending money on doing infrastructure improvements at all. Very minimal cost to implement this index, but it will allow the city to identify and target areas that will lead to the most benefits from a collision reduction or a crash risk reduction point of view. Existing tools used by the city and many other cities are not ideal. And most of not only the research community, but cities like in Europe that are very advanced with bike safety understand that. And they are always trying to update their tools to use the latest ones so they can target and use their budget in the most efficient way. So this is a tool to allow us to spend our budget on the areas that need the most attention. It will not compete with infrastructure spending at all.
Okay, and on that, I guess, can you help me understand, because my sense is we have a number of tools, and certainly as a cyclist, I feel like there are clear areas where we already know gaps exist and we need to be making those investments. Like the list of where we need improvements is already longer than we have the infrastructure funding for. So is your sense that this new tool would give us different priorities, or just how does that shift the work? I guess I see we're already way behind on in terms of those infrastructure needs.
Again, I disagree with that. What the public would think that where the gaps are not the ones that we can identify based on objective safety measures. So you can perceive that this is the area that will need the most attention, but actually it may not be. And we need an objective tool that will allow us to identify and rank the areas that need the most attention.
Is there a difference between where the most accidents are currently happening and where the routes are that people wish they could be cycling? Like, I guess I see some difference in where accidents are happening now and where people might rather be biking if we had infrastructure that would be safer. So rather than just sort of bandaging up where cyclists are now because there aren't better routes versus mapping out and making improvements to a broad.
Boyle, I'm just going to.
Sorry, I'm caught on 3 minutes instead of 5 again. Sorry, Dr. Syed, I thought I had more time, but appreciate all of your thoughts and work on this.
So, Dr. Syed, you do have more questions, Councillor Carr. There's a limit of 3 minutes to questions, Dr. Syed, so that's why councillors are wrestling with that timing. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks so much for being finally able to call in, Dr. Syed. I'm interested in continuing the line of questioning that Councillor Boyle had started, and really in terms of understanding your perspective on where priority investments are. My first question is, would you say that a city like ours identifying where there are not potential, but where there are the actual most fatalities or serious injuries should be a priority in terms of investment in the infrastructure change?
If I can modify your statement a little bit, identifying the areas that have the highest crash risk is extremely important and should be part of infrastructure funding decisions. However, the point I'm trying to make is that an area with a little bit more collisions doesn't mean that it is the areas that need the most attention. We identify areas for improvement based on what we call potential for improvement. You need to correct for many factors. You need to correct for what is normal for this facility and what is actually happening. And the difference between the two is the benefit that you will get for implementing specific countermeasures or specific measures. So we have to correct for exposure, the number of vehicles, the number of cyclists, the number of pedestrians. We have to correct for the road network shape and connectivity of the network. We have to correct for all of that to get the actual safety level of a specific location or a specific zone. And this is not directly the number of collisions that are happening. So we need to account for all of these factors so we can find the areas with the highest potential for safety improvement. And it is not as straightforward. And also, it is not easy to be perceived by the public in many cases.
And so your index provides the sort of the tools or the method by which city staff can collect the different pieces of data that together result in the identification of areas that have the greatest exposure and thus the potential for improvement. Is that right? It's a methodology and sourcing of data that is compiled, and that process is the index that would be the most helpful in identifying where investment should take place.
That is correct, but I also would like to add that the data elements that are needed for calculating this index and identifying these areas are already collected by the city. So they don't have to collect new information. They only need to apply a different methodology on the data they have.
I am out of time, but thank you.
I'm going to have to pause it there. There was not quite enough time for you to answer. So you do have more questions, Councillor Kirby Young. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I have limited time, so I'll try to be quick. Wonder, you said it was important to focus objectively on where issues or accidents happen. I wonder if you can comment on people's reluctance to cycle based on their subjective feelings about the different cycling routes and how that plays into it.
Yes, actually, that's correct. And again, and once we make improvements, because the main point I'm trying to make in my letter is that the public can see a bike score that is really high and perceive an area as being safe while actually it is not. And then they can get into near misses and they may get into collisions that will deter them from biking further. And that's why we need this index that will identify the areas that need the most attention so we can avoid all of these near misses. And part of the technique that we use at UBC is not only based on crashes, but also based on automated conflict and automated near-miss analysis, which the city has already used with us in about 3-4 different projects.
I'm sorry to jump in because I do have limited time, but you seem to be speaking more to the objective element of factually where the events occur still. I was referring more to the subjective feelings about cyclists. If they don't feel safe, they're not going to go there, even if objectively an area is shown to have less crashes. That's more my question. Are you able to comment on that or no?
Yes, I can. All I'm saying that if you improve safety and reduce near misses, then most likely the perceived safety will improve automatically as well.
Okay. Second question, thank you. Can you walk us through, you said the steps, in order to implement this index, can you walk us through what kind of steps are involved and how detailed or what a process looks like to do that?
In just 1 minute, thank you.
We will use the data that's available for the city, and we will, using their GIS maps and things like that, to come up with an algorithm which already exists, but will be modified slightly to calculate this index. That's it.
Okay, and then the cost to do that would be?
Minimal. It's a small project with UBC, or even, I can consider doing it for free if it's going to benefit bike safety.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry, questions to speaker.
Yeah, and thanks. I'm glad you were able to join us, Dr. Syed. We in the letter from Hub, they erroneously assumed that the crash and accident data was coming just from ICBC. We heard from Lon Leclerc, our our manager of transportation here at the city, in support of this work, that in fact the city of Vancouver also integrates Vancouver Coastal Health hospital visit data. What other kind of data would input on this kind of safety index?
Yes, we are lucky in BC and in Vancouver that we have a lot of data coming from hospitals and the health data. And we have a project actually with BCDC to incorporate both collisions to have a more complete safety view of collision data. However, there are many other things that we know from our models, and these models are built on data coming from Europe, coming from Australia, and many other cities, relating how the infrastructure and how the road network and how the traffic volume, the signal timing, the number of signals, and all of these things, how they impact objective safety for cyclists. These models have been used for 20 years, and they have been validated and applied in Vancouver context as well. And we use these models to complement the collision data we have coming up with this particular index.
So I understand this is the papers written around the safety index are in the last year, and this is a relatively new approach. How is this being received? I know that there's a lot of innovation coming here at UBC and in Vancouver in this particular department. How is this work being received elsewhere?
I think the paper is highly cited. When UBC issued the press release about this study, we talked to about, I think, if I remember correctly, 35 different media organizations worldwide. And I think it is supported by most of the research community, but also the road jurisdiction community.
That's really fantastic. So I mean, this is an opportunity to highlight a little bit of the work that we're doing here at UBC and in Vancouver. And you mentioned that you had an interest to even supply some of this to the city of Vancouver. Did you say
yes?
Free?
We have done a lot of work actually. So, for example, a very good example is Broad Bridge. So if you look at Broad Bridge, it was modified, the old design where you have this right turn vehicle ramp conflicting with bike lanes. That was modified based on models that we developed at UBC and using near method, for example. So we are considered, I think, one of the top groups in road safety research worldwide. And we have been working with the city of Vancouver for the last 20 years on maybe 10, 15 different projects that have been implemented in the city to improve bike safety and pedestrian safety as well.
Dr. Sayed, that's great. That's Councillor Fry's time right there. So we'll leave it there. Thank you very much. And those are your questions. So thank you very much for working to connect to us and speaking to council tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to thank Councillor Fry for bringing this very important motion, in my opinion. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we are going to go back to the main queue, debate and decision, and then we'll be voting on the motion. So I do have Councillor Boyle, but I think that was questions to the speaker.
I will, while I'm on the list, just say, you know, I want to be clear that while I'm not particularly, while I don't know that this motion is a high priority for me, I just want to be really clear that, of course, all of the tools and frameworks that help improve bike safety are important. And I really appreciate the role that academics from our local universities play in helping provide that work and informing the decisions that our staff, the database decisions that our staff make around the improvements that make it safer for pedestrians and cyclists across our city to get around. I'm not used to being a wet blanket on these types of issues, and I just want to be really clear that, of course, all of the pieces of that work, the academic work, the advocacy work that Hub does, and the infrastructure pieces that we can do as a city all matter in improving the broad ecosystem of safety for active transportation users of all ages and abilities.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Over to Councillor Carr.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Chair. I very much appreciate the fact that were able to hear Dr. Syed. I think his answers to the questions did uh, clarify to me the importance of this work, because for me, zero fatalities or serious accidents is an extremely important part of our transportation planning, and specifically too around our cycling infrastructure. So it's clear that the information, the methodology that he's using, and that is going to cost very little, if nothing, to reach the kind of data output that can inform our decisions in order to achieve zero fatalities or serious accidents. To me, is kind of a no-brainer in terms of it's not going to cost much. It's going to provide great information for our staff and can improve where we apply some resources in order to achieve greater public safety. And in terms of the argument that, well, that came, I guess, from Hub, we need to expand the network. I don't disagree that with the idea that of course we need to expand the network. We need to fill in the gaps and make sure we have a complete cycling network. But we also need a safe network, a complete and a safe network. I'm thinking for the information, for moving forward with this and the information it will supply to staff, I'm going to trust staff to make sure that if it comes up with information outputs that say, hey, with these kinds of investments, we actually could make a much safer cycling network, that I want them to be able to make that decision and have the data, the best possible data available to make that decision. So I'm going to be supportive of this motion. I think it's important for the health of people and also for the motivations around cycling. We need to get more people cycling. That is a goal of our transportation plan and our overall climate emergency action plan. And safety issues do prevent some people from buying and getting on a bike and using it frequently. So this a very safe network is got to be a key goal here too, and this will help inform that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. And Councillor Fry, closing on your motion.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that we had an opportunity to hear from Dr. Syed. I know that this may have been set on the wrong trajectory with some of the comments we received from Hub early in this conversation, and I think it's important to highlight that like a lot of organizations and groups and even councillors, we get set on a plan and a direction, and it's sometimes difficult to shift and pivot from that. Case in point, the letter from Hub kind of clearly puts up in front that that crash data typically doesn't include anything other than vehicle crashes. Well, we know from Lon LeClaire that in fact the City of Vancouver incorporates emergency room visits and coastal health medical reports. So they're incorrect in their assumptions around this work. We also heard from Lon LeClaire that this is the kind of work that the city already does. And I think really this is an opportunity for us to as we heard Dr. Syed offer, to give us some of this material for free. This is some cutting edge research work. This is stuff that all transportation departments are constantly evolving. Nobody sits on their laurels and goes with the plan that they had and it's immutable and it never changes, because circumstances change. We know, for instance, that we are entering an age of micromobility, all sorts of new competing uses on bike routes. And for those of us who cycle regularly, micromobility devices are in fact a new interference in the ecosystem of cycling, because they move faster, they are less predictable, they don't necessarily go in the same flow, they don't have the same cadence. So I think it's important to recognize the transportation is changing, the parameters are changing, the research is changing. This is a great opportunity for us to champion cutting edge research that's happening here in the City of Vancouver, to work with our local research community for free, and really to help inform better policies moving down the line. This isn't in competition with Hub. I would hope that Hub would actually embrace a lot of this opportunity as it comes to unfold, that it's not a threat to ungapping the map. In fact, it is going to lead us to better priorities, better decisions, safer cycling, and really more data is a good thing. So I think it's unfortunate this got off on the wrong foot. I really appreciate that we had one of North America, if not the world's leading transportation engineer experts, come and speak to us directly about his work and his team's work. And I hope that has some influence with this council in supporting this motion as we go to a vote.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. And with that, we will go to a vote on the motion. Councillor Kirby Young. Thank you very much. So that motion passes with Councillor Boyle in opposition. So Council, that concludes the standing committee portion of this meeting. Not quite. Thank you, but this concludes the standing committee portion of this meeting, and we're now going to reconvene in council with Councillor Fry, Chair Fry, to deal with the recommendations and actions.
Deputy Mayor Fry.
Meeting. Deputy Mayor Fry, thank you very much. To deal with the recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting. So over to you, Deputy Chair Fry.
Thanks, Chair Bligh. Deputy Mayor Fry here now taking over the chair. We will now convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting. City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes. Mayor Stewart is absent, has a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DiGenova.
Present.
Councillor DiGenova.
Present. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Councillor Fry is in the chair. Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato, I believe, is absent. Councillor Bligh.
Present.
Councillor Kirby Young.
Present.
The meeting has quorum, Deputy Mayor Fry.
Thank you, Clerk. We now need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee recommendations for items 1 to 4.
So moved. So moved. Nova.
By DiGenova, do we have a seconder? Carr. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Yay. All those opposed say nay. All right, motion is carried. Councillor Hardwick, may we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Seconded by DiGenova. All those in favor say yay.
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 All those opposed say nay. Motion is carried. This meeting is adjourned. Colleagues, have a lovely evening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, staff.
Everybody.
Staff.
For running us
Councillor.
through that
Good night.
long meeting. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Chair.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good night, all.